without that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around land for my and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we build and maintain relationship. This is a program. So we counsel you, for let you know how for them with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
well, you don't hear it for yourself. Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Kenema, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue, we are the best.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
is Thursday, the 3rd of October. Good morning and a warm welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone, the program that starts today with analysis on different views and current happenings. We are your presenters. I am Esther Sako.
And I am Emmanuel Samuel. Well, our quote of the day is from Pope John Paul II, and it says, "The future starts today, not tomorrow."
Coming up in this edition of the program, SLAJ concludes 53rd AGM in Boom. The Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation provides updates on a 6-month stewardship as a public service broadcaster.
And the National Investment Board to hold a public-private partnership dialogue to enhance private sector participation in the SDGs. We invite you to participate by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen or join us on Facebook at SLBC Live and other social media handles. Is Good Morning Sierra Leone live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, we start the program proper. The National Investment Board, with support from the United Nations Development Program, is set to hold a public-private partnership dialogue in Sierra Leone. The dialogue is not merely to popularize the Sustainable Development Goals investor map, but to as well have the private sector participate in the content of the tool. The SDG Investor Map was developed by the government of Sierra Leone with technical support from UNDP. The map identified priority investment sectors including agriculture, health, education and energy that have the potential to maximize impact for sustainable development in Sierra Leone. Dr. Edward Ingasandi is the Executive Director, National Investment Board. Good morning and welcome to the morning.
Good morning, Samuel.
Yes. Now, when we talk about you getting a meeting with the private sector and participating in the SDGs, this makes me to start to wonder, because when you talk about the SDGs, it has been around for some time now, and so you getting a meeting now with them to participate in the SDGs. Have they not been participating in the SDGs itself?
Well, they have been. So what we're trying to do is work with the UNDP, because their role with the SDGs is to actually see how they support countries in mobilizing resources and also seeing how we can leverage the SDGs so that private capital can come into trying to achieve the SDGs. So the investor map in itself was actually an idea of the fact that there has been a lot of efforts to help Sierra Leone attain those SDGs, but we actually have seen, I mean, if you watch the proceedings of the UN General Assembly recently held in New York, Nigeria was asking for more resources and extension even in the time for accomplishing the SDG. It comes from the realization that even with all of these efforts, there are still gaps that we actually need to try to hurriedly meet in actually attaining the SDGs, and we are looking at the opportunities for private capital to come in, for investors to come in. So it's in a way also helping private investment to be able to increase their contributions in achieving the SDGs. In the
most simplest of term or context, what do you guys refer to as the investor mapping tool? Because it is a tool that the government has developed with support from the UNDP. So in the simplest of terms, what do you mean by it?
So the tool itself tries to identify investment opportunities in the SDGs. And like you've rightly stated in your introduction, it's looking at identifying how clear opportunities in health, in education, in agriculture, etc. And what we're trying now to do is to see how, through market intelligence, how we can bring those into a form that investors can be interested in, and also try to highlight the relevance of private capital to come into the SDGs, and also making sure that businesses are able to increase their contribution to achieving these SDGs. We all know they're very, very important. It's about reducing poverty. It's about making sure that we restore human dignity. It's about making sure we're able to attain universal rights to certain goods. So these are all the things that we're trying to do to make sure that while governments are trying to, in their own very best, to achieve the SDGs, we really want to see how we are able to mobilize private capital to be able to support in achieving the SDGs.
So as the National Investment Board, let us know the strategies that you've put in place to ensure that this private sector are actively involved in the process.
So there are a couple of things that we are doing. I mean, the NIB is there to coordinate and facilitate investment. We identify investment opportunities in various sectors, and the engagements we're having with the private sector is to actually beam light on those opportunities. And I think this is what we've been doing, and the SDG is one that we're focusing on because we also believe Sierra Leone is strongly committed in attaining those goals. And if it has got to a point where we feel there are still existing gaps, I think we're trying now to see how we are able to mobilize private capital to come in to actually support the efforts of government in achieving those SDGs.
Okay, so the map identified priority areas like agriculture, health, education, and energy. Can you elaborate why choose this set of areas?
All right, all of those are part of the SDGs, but why are we beaming light on agriculture? We see there are clear opportunities for private investment into agriculture. We're now seeing that government, as part of its big fives and also even in the medium-term national development plan, agriculture is a center because we're looking at what we can do in being able to provide sufficient food, attaining food self-sufficiency. And there are lots of opportunities with all of these efforts going through agro-processing. Today, Sierra Leone stands as a country that has become a net exporter of vegetable oil. We used to be importing vegetable oil. There are opportunities in those various value chains, and that's why we are bringing in agriculture here to present investment opportunities. So when investors come, there are clear areas where they can go directly. We're also looking at education. Of course, you know what we've done with the human capital development. We want to see how we broaden this. We want to see, because a good number of investors coming in still continue to talk about the skill gaps, and part of what we're making sure that comes out clearly in these engagements is to see how private capital can also come into skills development. And I think those are the areas that we're looking at. Healthcare is part of the SDGs, and we've seen how much government has done to improve on some of those indicators. We want to see also private capital coming in. We want to see how investment then come in developing diagnostic centers, looking at doing tertiary health care institution or facilities. We're looking at a number of other aspects within the health sector that we think private capital can actually come to strengthen the efforts which government has already put into those sectors.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. He is Dr. Edward Inga Sandi, the Executive Director of the National Investment Board. He is talking on the current strides they are making to get investors on board to support the SDGs in Sierra Leone. Well, we continue with the program proper. We go to another issue. Suppressing dissenting views was identified as one of the reasons for the country's civil war, which lasted for 11 years and left thousands dead. The space for people to say their minds was very limited, creating room for deep-rooted grudges, hatred and malcontent, and eventually exploded into carnage. To create that platform where citizens would have their say, triggered the debate for the country to have a public service broadcaster. This finally led to the transformation of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, which has been a state-owned and controlled medium for several decades into an independent public broadcaster by an Act of Parliament in 2009. The SLBC came to being by a merger between the then SLBS and United Nations Radio. It was officially commissioned in April 2010 by former President Ernest Bai Koroma and former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The SLBC now has a new Director General who happens to be a veteran broadcaster who started a broadcasting career at the then SLBS. Josephine Kamara was appointed early this year and has served for 6 months now. But how has 6 months in her capacity as Director General of the Public Service Broadcaster been? She's here with us in the studio. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning.
Good morning, Emmanuel. I appreciate you having me today. Thank you.
Okay, so before we go to the DG herself for her to talk on her 6 months in office, let's see this clip of where the DG herself is appealing for assistance to make the SLBC a more viable institution.
The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, is the nation's premier public broadcaster. Originally called the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, SLBS, the broadcaster traces its roots back to 1934. Since 1934, when we first broadcast as SLBS, SLBC has been the voice of our nation, the first English language radio service in West Africa. But behind every story we broadcast, there's a hidden struggle. With tools that time has left behind, our dedicated team battles slow render times, glitches, and the constant threat of power cuts. Every broadcast is a triumph against the odds, a testament to the resilience and passion of our staff. At SLBC, we believe in the power of stories, stories that transcend boundaries, stories that echo the needs and dreams of every Sierra Leonean. We are not just a corporation, we are the heartbeat of a nation. With your support, we can elevate these stories to new heights. Our journalists travel across the country, from the districts to the remotest villages, east, west, north and south, delivering unbiased and unpolarized content. We stand firm in our commitment to impartiality, bridging divides and fostering unity, irrespective of political affiliations or cultural backgrounds. Together, we can strengthen Sierra Leone and, by extension, the global village. By supporting the SLBC, you're not just investing in a broadcaster, but in a pillar of democracy and a catalyst for change. Join us in this endeavor. Together, let's continue to be a voice of the voiceless. Let us tell the stories of untold stories and the hope for a brighter Sierra Leone. Your contributions will not just sustain a legacy, it will build a future.
SLBC, your voice, my voice.
Well, viewers, the video that you just watched is the current status of the public service broadcaster, the pride of Sierra Leone. And I believe you must have been touched by what you saw. And the client call made by the DG in that video, I believe, is timely, looking at all what you saw in that video. Well, from the video, we go over to the DG herself, Madam Josephine Kamara. Before I switch over to the clip, I asked a question: how has your 6 months been in office as the Director General of the SLBC?
So I feel like anybody else, any other staff. I don't see myself as the Director General. I see myself as a staff of the national broadcaster. So it's been challenging. Imagine you leave a child behind with the expectation that that child will grow from where you left that infant. But you come back, instead of the child growing, the child has actually become even more stunted. So that stunting is what we're trying to rejuvenate again, to see how we can build the capacity of that child. So that child is the SLBC. That child was SLBS, it transformed into SLBC. But now it's retrogressed from SLBS, so I don't know what it is. I mean, obviously in the video you saw what the video looks like. It's pathetic, it's shameful, it's embarrassing that a national broadcaster can be in that state 10 years later or 14 years later.
So let us know the ideas that you've put in place in your 6 months in office to ensure that the present state of the public broadcaster changes.
So like every job that I go into, when I pick up the job, the first thing I do is to do an assessment. And that assessment was done, and that video actually that viewers just saw are some of the assessments that were done. This is how the state of the broadcaster was. And then it wasn't just an assessment of the infrastructure, it's also been an assessment of the human resources that exist, the tools that are available, that people work with to make their jobs better. So I came up together with the senior management team, we sat and we came up with what we call a 100-day plan. So it was like between my first day in office and my first 100 days in office, these are the things that I want to do. They were very ambitious. But of course, you put together a plan. You need the resources to deal with the plan. And the resources were just not readily available. So started going out, talking to partners, talking to the private sector, talking to government to see what they can do. And whatever little we got, we focused as management, we've been focusing on the low-hanging fruits. What can we do to just fix things? When I first came, listeners and viewers were calling and say, we know the come now on TV studios or radio studios again, the place to warm. When I try fix air conditioning, for example. I mean, I came in around the time when the heat indexes in this country was so high, 40-something degrees. It was 30-something degrees, but sometimes it felt like 40 degrees, like sweltering heat. So we fixed all the air conditioning. And even now, you yourself will be sitting here saying, the room too cold. I've seen people dressed like Eskimos because the ACs are working perfectly. Audio quality was one of the things that was really bad. But at least the engineers have been exceptionally good in trying to fix things. If you look at our picture quality, unless if you're in an area where your area is not strong or your antenna is not strong,
but picture quality has improved exponentially. So many other things. When I came, most offices did not even have working computers. Those computers we're beginning to get with the resources that we also earn, because there's a whole business plan that is in place for the national broadcaster. We've tried to put that together to make sure some of those things that we can actually fix can be fixed. But a big picture is really to move this national broadcaster from being analog to digital. The rest of the world has gone digital. And I hear that this whole narrative of digitization has been tooted since 2016, and it still has not happened. I'm really appealing to whoever can support, can help, to help us move the national broadcaster from that decadence that viewers just saw to the next level, so we can be at par with our neighbors, Guinea, Liberia, the Gambia. All of these people are ahead of us.
So, Madam Kama, you just said that the whole, idea of digitization, was tutored, or it has been tutored since 2016, and we are yet to go digital. Before now, even before coming to the SLBC, after that merger, all of us, we thought that the SLBC has gone digital. So for you to come now and say that we are yet to go digital, I want you to put it in the simplest of context for the viewers out there to understand really what you are saying, because they say, who feels it knows it.
Yeah.
You are there, you are steering the ship. So put it into a simple context for us.
So digitization is a process. It's not just one institution that is responsible for it. I'm sure you're hearing about government also going digital, e-governance and all of that. So it's a whole melange, it's a whole mixture of factors that will bring together that digitization. First of all, the cameras that you use, if the cameras are analog and if the cameras are digital, because I see some cameras in here that are actually high-end cameras, but if the transmission equipment are analog, it doesn't matter how well your framing or your picture framing or your sound quality is. If your transmission engineering tools are still in the analog stage, there will be no correlation between what you produce and what goes out on air to the public. So it's an overhaul of the entire system, making sure where cables are used are no longer used. If we're going to go wireless on just even the microphones that you're using, we're not seeing dangling cables all over the place. Digitization is a mixture of so many, which probably we will not be able to discuss at this during this conversation.
Okay, so you made mention that when you assumed office, you made a 100-day plan, and it's an ambiguous plan. So let us know the strategies that you've set in place to ensure that you achieve some of these plans, if not all.
So some of the strategies, of course, we keep going to private sector, to government, to donor organizations, for advocacy for the national broadcaster. We keep going to the communities because public broadcasters in other parts of the world are actually supported by foundations, by trust funds, by communities themselves. Government cannot handle everything. If you go to the United States, for example, NPR, if government gives NPR money, it's a meager sum. What they do is they depend heavily on the pockets of foundations like the Bill and Melinda Gates, the Placard Foundation, and all these big foundations. But there's private sector in this country. The public broadcaster does not belong to one person. It does not belong to Josephine Kamara. It does not belong to His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio. It belongs to every Sierra Leonean. What role can Sierra Leoneans play? So we're going to the public. That's one of the strategies. We're going to the private sector. That's another strategy. Another strategy to push that 100-day plan forward is to build the capacity of our staff. When we came, most of the departments have actually held mini clinics because even me as Director General, from time to time, I have mentors who mentor me. No one individual has ownership or autonomy over power or over knowledge. So we reach out to people for capacity development. We're also meeting organizations that are doing capacity building for journalists to come in and support our journalists. So the other thing is to really just clean the entire environment. Before, the first day I came here, when I stood at the door, I almost returned because the whole place was in a state that was not conducive for even you yourselves working here. But now people are coming, they're seeing. So cleaning the entire environment is another strategy. But one of the main strategies that we've actually started working on is that business development plan. For example, SLBC has gone, we're now advertising e-business, for example. Before, the feedback we'll get from our public would be, we're sending in our product, the simple thing as an obituary. We sent in money, but we didn't get a receipt. So now we've established an e-platform system where individuals are not sending money to individual phones. We've established a telephone system where if you need to advertise something or a public service announcement to be done for you, you text your money through e-money transfer, and that money, that funding goes directly into the SLBC account. Running this station, all of the stations are expensive, including the ones in the regions. I'll let the public know every day if there's no electricity and we don't get priority preference from EDSA like any other government office. If there's no electricity, if we're just running the 2 generators from here to Leicester Peak, we are spending at least 16,000 new leons every day to run a generator. It's heavy. So we have to come up with a model where we are able to generate revenue. Some of our MDA partners come, we all cried, we are all MDAs, we do not have money, give us discounts. We can give you discounts, but airspace is not free. People, organizations have to pay what is owed to SLBC for us to run this station. My goal is the sustainability plan where we don't have to depend on government subvention anymore, where SLBC as an independent entity, like you said, can run itself without going every quarter to government for government subvention, because like I said, the government has so many other entities that it's taking care of.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. She is Josephine Kama, the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, talking on her 6 months in office. Or we'll go for a short break. When we return, we continue the discussion.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold natural cocoa powder, Sunny Gold brown sugar, meat fufu flour, shito, pisa and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base,
Ghanaian original taste.
program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. You can be part of the program by sending your text messages to the number on your screen or send your comments on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. Well, Emmanuel, it's now time for the review of the front pages of our newspaper. Well, the first one here I have is Standard Times newspaper, and the banner headline here says 270 million loan fraud. RC Bank officer in court. And clearing agent in 40,000 new loans fraud. Manuel.
Well, I have the exclusive newspaper, and it says dialogue for $480 million MCC package hangs. Tripartite committee report and agreement of national unity must be implemented. SLBA bans Christian Campbell. BO ICC prosecutor meet again. ACC warns.
The next paper here is the Premier newspaper, and its banner headline says inflation declines and central bank raises interest rate, and local content agency mediates between ACFA SL and foreign shipping companies.
Well, I have the next one is the satellite newspaper, and it says as fighting intensifies in Middle East, government expresses concern over citizens trapped in Lebanon. The picture of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Timothy Kabah. Consolidating the energy gains, World Bank commits to support Salome's energy aspiration. Trade Ministry, ECOWAS set to ease trade facilitation in Sierra Leone. Ministry of Lands discussed implementation of urban planning projects.
The next one here is the AYV newspaper, and its banner headline says stop using Mamikos in quote, embrace civic education. Chief Minister Dr. David Senga encourages Sierra Leoneans. And there's a picture of the Chief Minister, and the next one says a party will not protect anyone for defamation. SLPP Secretary General cautions party members. And Honorable Senga Pothamas pushes to end child marriage. And 100 Kush victims rehabilitated discharge in Freetown. Employment Minister champions youth empowerment. AYV newspaper.
Well, the next one I have is the Independent Observer newspaper, and it says, Mr. President, can we talk? Part 17. September criminal session. High Court recites 104 cases. Omri Goli reacts to Honorable AKK over social media video statements.
The next one here is the Awoko newspaper, and its banner headline says driver testifies in bomb making case, and PRA accuses NRA of undermining debt collection, and advocate to establish national body of CSWs in Sierra Leone, and gender policies in modern democracies are affirmative, not patronizing. That is according to Justice Bangura.
Well, the next one I have is Nightwatch newspaper, and it says Chief Sam Sumana, the Stone APC builders refused. On Sierra Leone leads market in mobile data services. A gang of IMPs.
My final pick here this morning is the Political newspaper, and its banner headline says legal showdown today between ECSL and AG, and 11,000 children accurately malnourished. That is according to UNICEF. And call for combat rabies. That is according to the Political newspaper.
Well, the final one I have is from the Calabash newspaper, and it says stepdaughter accuses Minister of Works, Dr. Sandy, of attempted rape and threats. In securing 480 million MCC agreement, President Bio hails Vice President Dr. Mohamed Jude Jallo's leadership and dedication. Orange Sierra Leone expands 4G nationwide, strengthening digital connectivity. $24 million project launched by Ministry of Health and MIT to transform rehabilitation services. NPSL donates vital school materials to Children's Foundation in Kisii. FAO partners validate Feed Salon programs Pillar 3 to boost food security in Sierra Leone. Disregard political nuances. MCC Compact is for all Sierra Leoneans. SLPP scribe Napoleon Koma said. Viewers, be mindful that these particular headlines, banner headlines that you just read, they do not reflect the views of the SLBC, but that of our local tabloids. Over to you, Esther.
Okay, so we move on as we have another guest in the studio. The Sierra Leone Association of Journalists has concluded its 53rd annual general meeting that attracted over 600 journalists on the theme Charting the Way Forward, a New Constitution for an Inclusive and Stronger SLAJ. President of SLAJ, Ahmed Said Nasrallah, called for unity and reform within the association, stressing that inclusion is not just a slogan, but a fundamental pillar of progress. He revealed that the new constitution reflects the association's commitment to inclusivity, transparency, and diversity. For more on the deliberation and the outcome of the AGM, we have in the studio Alhaji Malika Kamara, the Secretary General for SLAJ. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Okay, so before we delve into the new constitution, would you tell us, how would you describe the outcome of this 53rd annual general meeting?
For me personally, I want to say this is the best annual general meeting in the last 10 years because the participation of members throughout the 2-day session was encouraging. Before now, we used to have a AGM wherein after the opening session, members will leave the hall in the hands of very few who will take decision. But this year, throughout the 2-day session, the hall was jam-packed. And on the final day, we were in the hall until 8:30 p.m. when we concluded and adopted the new constitution. So I think this is the best AGM in terms of participation in the last 10 years.
So what were the key highlights or resolutions from this year's AGM?
For me, I think the one we've strengthened our union status as an association because in the year 2000, our late President Taiba registered SLAJ as a company, and to some extent we lost sight of the fact of being a union, but now we are now moving again gradually into union operation, and very soon the process will start with the Labour Ministry. And also we've also made it legal for us to be part of the International Federation of Journalists and other international media institutions, which are also captured in the new constitution. Now in the area of membership, now for those that are political appointees, they now have the right to vote, but they will not vote for them. And also members who are not in the mainstream media, for example, the public relations officer, the communications officer, they will now lose their full membership, and then they are now being referred to as associate members according to the new constitution. And additionally, we propose as an executive for us to have student members. Reason being, we realized that over the years, mass communication students, after their graduation, will move away from the mainstream media and then go into public relations and other areas. So we propose that we have student members who will not have the voting right, but will participate in all SLAJ activities, but towards their graduation, then they become full members. But the membership rejected that proposal, saying that you either be a member or not a member. So that one was struck out. And also you can recall in 2023, during our AGM in Kenema, we adopted the SLAJ gender equality policy. And now that we've adopted the new constitution, it is now part of our constitution. Despite the fact that one of the main highlights of that policy was rejected by the members, that is the 30% quota for the executive members, which we are practicing now as an executive, because we have 3 among the 7 executive members that they are women at the moment. That is about 45% of the executive. So our aim was to see that we secure at least 30% moving forward in all other executive positions, but the membership said no, we shall allow our female colleagues to contest for the positions. So all what we retain is that we have now 30% of appointive positions. For example, we have now more committees. Currently we have about 3 female that are heading very serious committees. One, we have the discipline committee that is being headed by Claudia Anthony. We have the SLAJ gender advisory panel that is headed by Dr. William James. And we have one of the most important commissions in SLAJ, the SLAJ Electoral Commission, that is being headed by Madam Zainab Juki. And now, as a way of strengthening our governance and transparency in SLAJ, we also empower our SLAJ advisory panel. Before now, we only have the former president in that committee, the SLAJ Elders Committee, but now we incorporated senior members from the region. They are now part of the committees. We also now have the Logistics and Compliance Committee. We have now the policy and the employment policy. We have so many policies that we've adopted as part of the new constitution. Additionally, again, the new thing again in the constitution is that if you are a serving executive member and you secure an employment outside the mainstream media, it is now mandatory that you resign or you will not hold an executive position for as long as you are not a mainstream journalist. And if you want to contest for the position of president, vice president, and secretary general, it is must that now you have a first degree, at least, for you to qualify to be president, vice president, and the secretary general. And again, before we go for the AGM, there were proposals for the executive structure. People suggested that we should only vote for the president, and he made the appointment of the other executive members. Another proposal was for us to vote for the president and the secretary general, and then they appoint the other executive positions. But thankfully, the membership agreed that we maintain the existing structure of SLAJ, with the exception of the position of treasurer, which we've struck out again. So now we have all other existing positions in SLAJ, but we don't have treasurer because we already have the financial secretary, and we have a financial institution that is handling our finances, that is the Freetown nominees. So we don't need anything like treasurer. But the new thing again that we incorporated again is for us to have the internal auditing structure. So we now have internal auditors that will first do the auditing before we invite our external auditors, that is Bekatili, that is also auditing our accounts.
So aside of these reforms, these constitutional changes, these new changes, what other reforms, specific reforms, came up in the AGM to foster unity among journalists?
Yes, before now we don't have anything like grievance redress mechanism or whatever. But now, as I said earlier, we now have a grievance committee in SLAJ. And also we now have the electoral courts. After the election, if you're not okay with the outcome of the elections, you can go to the grievance committee or you go to the electoral court. Because before now, some people were threatening that I'll go to the main court to petition the results. But now we have structures. And also I can give you an example, some few years ago, when the women in the media, Sierra Leone, held their annual general meeting in Kenema, they have issues with the outcome of the results. And interestingly, the commission that organized the election is the commission again that looked into the petition. For us, it's unfair. You conducted the election and you look into the petition of the same election. So now we have electoral courts that will look into petition of electoral matters. So these are some of the additions that we put into the new constitution.
Okay, so thank you very much. It is Alhaji Manika Kamara giving us updates on the just concluded 53rd AGM of SLAJ in Bo. We still have the Executive Director of NIB, Dr. Edward Inga Sandi, with us in the studio. Dr. Sandi, you spoke about some of the goodies. You know, this investor mapping tool that government has developed will help, you know, this country to grow. But, you know, investors have been coming into this country. Some are doing this, some are doing that. Does this particular tool, has any cluster in it that do track, you know, some of the investment that these particular investors will be embarking on, and whether those investments matches or match that of the government's agenda?
Well, the NIB itself has got its own structure that looks at how we track investment, and we also have a monitoring mechanism. We want to be sure that when investors come, in as much as government is obliged to create the enabling environment, we're also making sure that the investors themselves are compliant with existing laws and are also meeting some of the targets that they set themselves. A lot of these investors come, they have incentives granted them. They have obligations equally, because we all know when investment come, they create jobs, they can contribute to the economy in a number of ways. They would be adding value to raw materials produced in Sierra Leone, improving on our export value, etc., etc. But we also want to be sure that when it comes to meeting certain benchmarks with regards what kind of training you're giving to our people, I mean, it's all part of meeting the sustainable development goals. I think we want to be sure we're able to track them. We're able to ensure that they're able to reduce their carbon footprint, and we're looking at how investors can adopt low carbon energy sources to be able to power their operations. So we're looking at a number of those indicators.
So Dr. Sandy, for over some time, we've had investors in this country, but in Sierra Leone, there are things that have been happening. We have some investors coming to this country, and quote unquote, we call them scam investors, or conman, the usual name that we call them.
Mm-hmm.
So this mapping tool that you've developed, does it has, a cluster in it that speaks to due diligence before allowing an investor to invest in any sector in this country?
Well, part of the operations of the NIB is to see how we are able to conduct due diligence when an investor comes with an unsolicited proposal or an intention to come put money into a particular sector. So the SDG investor mapping is just one set of opportunities that we're looking at for investment to go into the SDGs. But broadly, when you come, before you even start talking about what you're doing, we really want to know where you're coming from. Where is your money coming from? Where have you done this kind of investment before? I mean, we try to check all of those. So we have a very strong team that is good at doing due diligence on investment proposals before finally we even consider any proposal for support from government.
Okay. Many thanks there to you, Dr. Edward Sandy, the Executive Director for National Investment Board. Well, viewers, it's now time for us to join Esther Samula for our traffic update, as she is presently at King Hammond Road.
I am currently at the Jumul Kiata Road. This particular axis is usually congested with traffic, as you can see. Commuters going their way. So far, the traffic seems to be very huge, but the police personnel that are here, as you can see, the traffic is moving. The police personnel are actually doing their work. This is the traffic situation. Even though this place is usually congested, but one thing that is very much evident is the fact that the traffic is flowing. I'm seeing a couple of police personnel at the vicinity, right here at Jumun Kianta Road. The traffic is flowing. As the traffic is actually flowing as compared to other days. So this is the current situation right here at Jumon Kianta Road. Free flow of traffic. The police are on top of the situation. And you can see the commuters as well. It is not difficult for them to just access the road, and it is as a result of the orderly control of the traffic by the police personnel. Free flow of traffic right there at the Jumon Kianta Road, around Brookfield Hotel and that of the International School. Like I mentioned earlier on, the traffic seems to be flowing.
Commissioner of Police, head of traffic, Sierra Leone Police.
Okay.
For this time, almost a month ago, they've been flowing normal like this one. Okay. Because the attacks that have been put in place now, you can see many officers at intersection points. I tell you, want to mitigate traffic flow of movement. This being also one of the main rivers in the country. When I mean rivers, I mean street or road. Where you guys who are going to work, most of them come to drop their children at schools. Along this street or this road, you have 8 schools in this particular area. 8 schools. All of them will come in the morning with their children. They have vehicles, they park them at the middle of the road, close the vehicle, go into the school and leave it there unattended. And most times they already been took up other road users that are using the road. Because of that to go and leave their children in the school, they leave people on the road. So came here, we talk to the school management, we're meeting with them that we are going to ensure that things are done in that orderly manner. So get some catch barriers, divided the road, where you can see others going downtown to work, others coming to school, come like children. So that's why I've seen free flow all this time around.
The police head of traffic, Commissioner Abdul Moje. Well, you've definitely heard from the head of traffic where that has been the situation right here at the Jumun Kiata Road. I have been your commentator, Esther Marisa Moa, saying goodbye.
Thank you very much, Esther Marisa Moa, for that big update at Jumun Kiata Road. Well, we still have the DG with us in the studio. DG, when you came the first meeting, the introductory meeting that Minister Siba brought you to show or hand over you to the office, the staff, to bring you back to your home, there was this shouting. All of us shouted, "Change don't come, change don't come." And one of the things that you see who feels it knows it, that us staff at the SLBC, we have always been craving for is the change of welfare, the welfare status, the welfare staff salary and that of everything, welfare, risk and all of these things. So you spent 6 months in office. So staff and the people out there, the public will want to know, want you to give them updates, how far you've gone to ensure that in the near, if not today, but in the near future, people will hope that the welfare of SLBC staff will change.
Welfare is multifaceted. So sometimes people look at welfare as just increment in salary. So if we talk about increase in salary, for example, I can tell you that before I got here, you already had a 25% increase in salary that government had advocated. My predecessor, the previous management had advocated for 50%, 100%, but government gave the SLBC 50% increase, which they have done incrementally. In October, you got a 25% increase in salary. And then just this July, you also received the additional 25% increase in salary. So in terms of salary increase, if that's what welfare means, there's actually been a gradual progression towards that. I'm told, administration has told me that they had asked for 100%. We will still continue to clamor, but what is important really is not every 6 months or every 2 years you get an increase in salary. It's to do an entire management and functional review of this institution to give people what they are due, whether it's by educational requirement or by the experience of working as a media practitioner in this country, irrespective of whether you've done 10 years at SLBC or 10 years at AYV and you decide to come. It's that experience. So the plan is to really begin to look at how the other public service agencies, other public service outfits operate, and see if we can measure it at par so that it's the same operates here at SLBC. I know when I first came, I went to the Public Service Reform Unit, and we have had that conversation. We will continue to have that conversation. HRMO is another place where we would reach out to and have that conversation with them. But in terms of welfare, just for you to get up and go to the provinces and cover a news report, if I was told that people were not even getting per diem or DSAs. If, for example, the institution that wants us to cover their stories did not pay for you. SLBC was not able to do that. But with the resources that we're beginning to bring, the revenue that we are slowly generating, we've been able to commission some of these expenses to go out. Most people here are paid through the government's consolidated fund. People who were here as contractors who were not paid on a regular basis, now by the time the month ends, people are getting their salaries. We don't have enough resources to make sure that you have the best chairs or the best tables to sit on. But at least now, you're not coming into the office and you're fanning yourself. You can't even concentrate to do your work. We're trying to provide the resources that you need, the tools that you need, based on the financial resources that we have. Okay. So bear with us. 6 months is short, but it takes time. Okay, a journey of 1,000 miles takes.
So, Madam Kamara, finally, before we leave you, what words of assurance would you give to the public that the SLBC is the public broadcaster instead of the state broadcaster? Because people have a different notion about the SLBC.
Yes, the narrative, the rebranding. When I first came here, everybody kept saying, oh, the state broadcaster, government broadcaster. I said, no. When the Act of Parliament was passed into a bill, it actually said, when the bill was passed into law, it actually said this is the public broadcaster. If you look at the SLBC Act, it says public. So it's that narrative that we must bring. We want to make this place as pluralistic as can be. In that act, it says, it's suggested that we should bring everybody on board, whether you are in the opposition or you're in the ruling party, as long as, or the ruling administration, as long as you are a citizen of this country, irrespective of your political, your gender, your geopolitical status, your geographic, demographic, you are entitled to a voice here. As long as when you come, you express some kind of decorum in this space. Decorum is what we want, but we want to make this place as pluralistic. And for as long as I'm here, I know that His Excellency President Julius Maada brought me here, not because I'm a political, I have political allegiance to him, but because he knows that Josephine has integrity and can do the work and make this place as pluralistic as can be.
Many thanks, Jackson.
Well, we still have the Secretary General of SLAJ in our studio. Well, Manika, before we leave you, what will be your parting shots to journalists out there and the people at large for the journalism field for more inclusive, credible, and factual journalism in Sierra Leone?
Let me start by apologizing first to our colleagues who were unable to participate during the AGM, because our aim was to create a Zoom link for them to contribute, particularly those who were unable to attend, because our aim was to make sure everybody participated in the process. To colleague journalists, let me start by expressing my sincere thanks and appreciation to the management and staff of SLBC for the coverage, AYV and other media outlets that covered the 2-day session. It was so interesting that people were calling right across the country and abroad saying that we are following the session. Thanks very much. And to our colleague journalists, I'll continue to call on you all to be professional, to work with the ethics of journalism, to make sure we talk and write within the ambit of the law. No, yes, we now have the freedom because there is no Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act, but yet we still have the Cybercrime and Security Act that still contains Section 44 that we are still pushing with the government to see how best they can repeal that section, because there are so many clauses that are not explained. They are left in the hands of the authorities to decide. We are so much concerned about that. So members of the public, continue to provide your support to the journalists. Our responsibility is to talk, is to write on the issues of development and things that are not going wrong. If we fall short somewhere, please forgive us, but we are just doing our job. Because the role of journalists, it is enshrined in the 1991 Constitution. Freedom of the press, freedom of expression. So please continue to support us and give us what we need. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks there to you, Alhaji Manika Kamara, the
Secretary General of SLAJ. Well, viewers, this is how we bring the cutting down of today's edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone. I want to say a very big thank you to the production crew, especially our producer, Joseph Stanley.
Well, before we go, we quickly take our quote of the day. It came from Pope John Paul II, and it says, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow at exactly 9 o'clock. Continue to stay glued to your public broadcaster, the SLBC. I am Esther Sako.
And I am Emmanuel Samuel.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, meat for full flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
The OKNP landscape is more rich in biodiversity. If you come in the OKNP, you will see different type of animals: chimpanzee, hippo, elephant, Maxwell duiker, red flank duiker, etc., etc., and even the colobus monkey, patas monkey, they are in the park.
We're here this morning with the Wabile Eco Guards, with Dr. Moses, Amara, Emmanuel, and Dr. Rosa, doing the camera trap practicals and also how to do reference video making. We're getting ready for tomorrow, as we're going to go to the field for 10 days to set up camera trap in 3 different locations with 3 teams. We survey the transect and take data, and also do camera traps. For some transect we have 2 cameras, for some transect we have 1, and some transect we just have to resurvey.
Being one of the Wabile staff, we don't learn a lot today, from yesterday to today, concerning this camera trapping. We will go for 10 days.
I'm Eco Guard for Wabile. I have learned a lot. We are here for training how to set up camera trap, also with a transient land. I'm very happy for being Eco Guard for Wabile because I have a lot of experience now how to protect this land, and I know what to do and what not to do in the forest.
Due to the intervention of many projects like ECOD, Wabile, OKKPS, then we have started seeing some changes. So I think the community members also really appreciate the work of those projects that are bringing development in their chiefdoms in the name of protecting this particular conservation area. With also the community members are now ready full force to support those projects to see how best they can achieve their goal, and they are always thanking the donors that are giving their money to those projects to sponsor community members. Wabile also is now working along the Kilimi axis to Kuru. They also are now trying to see how best we can able to know the different type of animals that are in there. For the community members, they never know if we have chimpanzee or another elephant. due to the effort of the Wabile and the OKKPS and ECOD, now community members have started knowing that yes, we have elephant, we have chimpanzee, we have leopard. Then this is the good things for the chiefdom because this can encourage the tourism to be in the park and to do more investment. This also encourages the community members also to contribute to support the project because they are seeing their children working with the project. And conservation is good because it creates more jobs for the youth, it creates more employment, more investment. So it will be good if this will continue for next 10 to 15 years. That can help the conservation area to be protected and the community members also to be feel part of the decision making.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Slbc Tv, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
I am Aminata Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Cisse, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
Tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
After doing this for Europe, America, and Asia, the continent with the most countries, Africa. A quick introduction in case you didn't see the previous ones. The point of this video is to understand how each country got its name, what it means, how it sometimes is different in the native language, and other temporary names it might have had throughout history. 54 countries means a long video, so as usual, there are specific timestamps in the description for you to check specific countries if you don't want to sit through the entire video. Africa is divided into 5 main regions: North, West, Central, East, and Southern Africa, according to, well, where each part is located on a map. We're gonna go in this order, starting with Morocco. The full Arabic name of Morocco is Al Mamlaka al-Maghribia, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna mispronounce a lot of things in this video. This can be translated as Kingdom of the West, or for linguistic reasons, also Kingdom of the Evening, since the sun sets in the west, I guess. However, the word Morocco is derived from the name of the city of Marrakesh, which was its capital under the Almoravid dynasty and other periods of its history. The origin of the name Marrakesh is disputed, but it most likely comes from the merging of two Berber words, Amur and Akush, which means land of God. Right below Morocco is the disputed territory of Western Sahara. Western is the geographic locator. It's on the western part of the Sahara Desert. Sahara itself derives from the Arabic noun Sahara, meaning, well, desert. So for all this time, we've been calling this place desert. Moving over to Algeria. Similarly to Morocco, their country name derives from the capital, Algiers. In turn, Algiers' name comes from the native name Al-Jazair, which means the islands, in reference to the 4 former islands which lay off the city's coast before becoming a part of the mainland in 1525. I'm not sure how these islands joined the mainland, perhaps some natural phenomenon or some type of land reclamation techniques similar to what the Dutch did. Then Tunisia, which again derives from the capital city of Tunis. The first Western name for it seems to be the French Tunisie, which comes from the native Berber language. They use these symbols, which transcribed is Tnes, meaning to lay down or encampment, although some say it comes from the name of an ancient Punic goddess, Tanith. A fun fact, before Tunisia, the territory's name was Ifriqiya, or Africa, which, according to what I read at least, gave the name to the entire continent of Africa. Further east is Libya. Apparently the origin of the name dates back to an inscription of ancient Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II, written as RBW in hieroglyphic, which had the purpose of naming a confederation of tribes in the Libya region known as the Great Chiefs of the Libu. These Libu were the people of the regions of Cyrenaica and Marmarica, where Libya is today. So Libya seems to come from that, an evolution of Libu. Then we have Egypt. Egypt keeps the trend of countries named after cities, and is derived from the Greek word Aegyptus, which was the Greek pronunciation of the ancient Egyptian name, which I can't pronounce, meaning mansion of the spirit of Ptah, originally the name of the city of Memphis. However, the ancient Egyptian name of the country was this one in hieroglyphics. This would mean something along the lines of black land, probably referring to the fertile black soil around the Nile River, pronounced as Kemet or Kumat in ancient Egyptian. And below it is northern Sudan, whose name derives from the Arabic words Bilad as-Sudan, apparently meaning land of those who are dark. The name would therefore be in reference to the dark skin of the inhabitants, a name given by medieval Arab geographers who explored the region. And what is the name of the sponsor of today's video? Blinkist. If you watch the channel a lot, then you probably already know about Blinkist, but in case you don't, Blinkist is an app that condenses and summarizes non-fiction books into really quick, around 15-minute reading or listening sessions. I've mentioned this before, but I'm actually someone who uses this app a lot. I think reading is one of the best ways we can learn about anything, but most people don't have that much free time to spare or are able to focus on a single thing for a long period of time. And Blinkist allows you to learn without having to spend a lot of time doing so. They have a ton of different categories, from history to science, creativity, health, philosophy, among so many others. Right now, I'm listening to one series called Lessons from History that we can apply to our current times. The first 100 people to go to Blinkist.com/general knowledge will get unlimited access to Blinkist for 1 week to try it out. And if you like it, you'll also have 25% off when you get the full membership. Click the link in the description if you want to try it. Now let's get back to the video. Moving to West Africa now, we have Benin. During the colonial period and at independence, the country was known as the Home, but in 1975 it was renamed Benin in honor of the ancient kingdom of Benin, even though it apparently doesn't have anything to do with it on an historical level. The ancient kingdom was the land of the Bini people, whose name is perhaps related to the Arabic word Bani, which means sons. The Home's etymology is somewhat unknown, but legend says it comes from the native Fon da Ome, meaning belly of Da or snake's belly, I'm not sure why. Then Burkina Faso. This one also had a different name, Upper Volta, a German and then French colony, I think, which was named after the local Volta River. The river Volta itself was named by the Portuguese, meaning twist or turn, likely because of the path that it follows. In 1984, it changed its name to Burkina Faso. The words Burkina and Faso come from different languages spoken in the country. Burkina means upright and Faso means fatherland. In terms of meaning, I guess you could call it land of the honest. Going offshore is Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde or Cape Verde means green cape, and was named by Portuguese explorers when they arrived in the area. Although the explorers were actually naming a peninsula on what is now the coast of Senegal, but then the archipelago took the same name. The meaning is somewhat self-explanatory. It was a cape and likely green because of vegetation. In 2013, the country officially informed the UN that its name should always be Cabo Verde in Portuguese and not Cape Verde or other translations. Côte d'Ivoire did the same, asking that people use the French version instead of translations like the common English one, Ivory Coast. So moving precisely to Côte d'Ivoire. Originally, the Portuguese and French merchant explorers in the 15th and 16th centuries divided the west coast of Africa into 4 coasts, according to the main resources available from each of them, like the Pepper Coast or the Gold Coast, among others. The coast that the French named the Côte d'Ivoire and the Portuguese Costa do Marfim both literally meant coast of ivory, reflecting the export of ivory that came out of the territory. I think the only country in Africa whose name officially has a "the" in it, the Gambia. The name Gambia is derived from the Mandinka native term Cambra or Kamba, meaning Gambia River. Upon independence in 1965, the country used the name The Gambia. The full name is Republic of the Gambia, so it might mean Republic of the River Gambia, thus justifying the usage of the "da." So essentially it comes from the name of the river, although I couldn't find the origin of that anywhere. Legend says that when the Portuguese arrived in 1456, they asked a local fisherman who owned the land, and he would have replied Cambi Bolong, referring to a man with the Cambi surname, apparently common among the natives. The Portuguese registered the name of the region as this Cambi Bolong, which was eventually transformed into Gambia, then Ghana. Like Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana was also a coast to European colonizers, the Gold Coast. Before this, the region was already known for its large gold usage and was named the Land of Gold by Arab traders, even before Europeans arrived by sea. However, it eventually changed to Ghana. Like Benin, it was chosen in reference to the ancient Ghana Empire, also in West Africa, but which apparently has little or no connection with the modern country. The etymology of the name Ghana means strong warrior king and was apparently the title awarded to the kings of that medieval Ghana Empire. Guinea is next. Guinea is a traditional name for the region of Africa that lies along the Gulf of Guinea. The English term comes directly from the Portuguese word Guiné, which emerged in the mid-15th century to refer to the lands inhabited by the people that they called Guineus, a generic term for the African people south of the Senegal River. But I couldn't find out where Guineus comes from or what it's supposed to mean. And with a variation of the same name, Guinea-Bissau. It shares a name with the one we just saw. However, there's a key difference. Even though they were in the same region, Guinea was colonized by the French, while Guinea-Bissau was colonized by the Portuguese. So upon independence, the Bissau, which is the name of the capital city, was added to the country's name to prevent confusion between the two. Bissau itself comes from the name Bosasum, which means brave as the jaguar, apparently referring to the way the warriors of the area looked, sometimes dressing as jaguars. But the origin of the name was that of a pre-colonial local ruler. Over time, Bosasum started to be written as Bizão or Bissau, and finally Bissau. Liberia was called Pepper Coast by the Portuguese during colonial times, between 1461 and the 17th century, but eventually when the country was formed, the name chosen was Liberia. This is because Liberia began as a settlement of the American Colonization Society, who believed that at the time, African American people would face better chances for freedom in Africa rather than in the US. In fact, the capital city is called Monrovia after US President Monroe. Moving on to Mali, which is also named after after an ancient empire. The name literally means the place where the king lives and seems to come from the capital city of the Mali Empire, which was also Mali, being the seat of power of the king/emperor. To the northwest is Mauritania, which keeps the trend and is also named after an ancient kingdom. It later became the Roman Empire province of Mauritania, and Mauritania itself derives from the way the Greeks and Romans called the Berber people the Mauri, which is also the origin of the word Moors. Then Niger. The country's name comes from the local river which passes through the country. The origin of the river's name is uncertain, but a common theory is that it comes from the Tuareg term Ngiran, meaning flowing water. And below it, Nigeria, which apparently has the exact same origin, although I'm unsure why they added the ia at the end, perhaps simply to differentiate the name from that of their northern neighbor. Next to it is Senegal. Senegal probably comes from a Portuguese translation of the name of the Zenaga, a local people. Another option is that the name comes from the combination of Rog Sen, a god in the Serer religion, and Ogal, meaning body of water in the Serer language. A third theory states the name could derive from another native language's phrase, Sunu Gal, which means our boat. Then Sierra Leone, originally named Serra Leoa by the Portuguese explorer Pedro de Sintra in 1462. The modern name is the Italian translation, which was introduced by Venetian explorer Alvise Cadamosto in his maps, then copied by other European mapmakers, and therefore being adopted as the name for the region and then the country. The original name comes from the Lion Mountains near the current capital city of Freetown. Why these were named Lion Mountains is something I couldn't find the answer to, perhaps because lions were commonly found there. And then Togo. Togo seems to be the coming together of two native Ewe words, To, which means water, and Go, which means shore. So essentially just describing the geographical characteristic of the region because it's on the coast. And now we move to Central Africa, beginning with Angola. The name Angola comes from the Portuguese colonial name, Kingdom of Angola, which was in turn derived from the title Ngola, held by the kings of Ndongo. Ndongo was a possession of the Kingdom of Congo, but was seeking greater independence in the 16th century as its own kingdom. So essentially it was a native name for that specific area. Then Cameroon, which was also named by the Portuguese, pioneers when it comes to the European exploration of Africa. Originally Cameroon was the name given by the Portuguese to the Wari River, which they called Rio dos Camarões, River of Shrimps, due to the abundant shrimp. Eventually it was adapted into German and French, and today the country's name in Portuguese remains Camarões, which means shrimp. The unoriginally but I guess very objectively named Central African Republic doesn't have much to it. They chose it because of the country's location within Central Africa. During colonial times, the region's name was Ubangi Shari, which is derived from the Ubangi and the Chari rivers. I couldn't find where the river names come from. Chad is also named after Lake Chad, located inside the country. The lake itself takes its name from the native Kanuri word for, well, lake. It's the Sahara Desert all over again. That one was desert, and this one is lake, apparently. The Republic of the Congo is next, being named after the Congo River, whose name is derived from Congo with a K. A Bantu, so a native, kingdom, which was located in the region when the Portuguese first arrived in 1483. During the period when it was colonized by France, it was known as the French Congo or Middle Congo. Today, to distinguish it from the neighboring Democratic Republic of the Congo, it is sometimes referred to as Congo Brazzaville. Brazzaville derives from the colony's founder, Pierre Savorgnan de Brazza, where the Brazza comes from his title over the Italian town of Brazzaco, from the Latin bratius, meaning arm, and a similarly named Democratic Republic of the Congo, who shares the same ancient Congo with a K kingdom origin. The word Congo itself comes from the Congo language, and it originally might have meant a public gathering, based on the root word Conga, which meant to gather. Here we also have another Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. Guinea has the same origin as Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, being named after the way the Portuguese referred to the local people, the Guineos, while Equatorial refers to its location along the equator line. It used to be called Spanish Guinea during colonial times. Moving to Gabon. Gabon's name originates from Gabão, Portuguese for cloak at the time, which is roughly the shape of the estuary of the Como River by Libreville. It's crazy how many of these countries' names have Portuguese origins, which I guess guess makes sense since the exploration of the African coast was done initially almost exclusively by the Portuguese, and even if then other European powers colonized the areas themselves, they mostly kept and just adapted the names the Portuguese explorers had given those regions, which a lot of times then transformed into the independent country names today. And off the coast, again, to São Tomé e Príncipe. This one was itself a Portuguese colony, 2 islands, one named after a saint and the other after the Portuguese prince. The Europeans arrived in São Tomé on the 21st of December, St. Thomas Day, and so gave that name to the island. Príncipe was initially named Santo Antão, Saint Anthony, because apparently it was also discovered on the day of that saint, changing its name in 1502 to Ilha do Príncipe, Prince's Island, in reference to the Prince of Portugal who directly received payments from the island's sugar crop. Starting off, East Africa's region is Burundi. Modern Burundi is named after the kingdom of Burundi from the 16th century, which itself might derive its name from the Ha people of the region whose place of origin was known as Bua, although what the meaning of Bua is also something I couldn't find. Immediately going into the ocean again, Comoros. The name Comoros derives from the Arabic word Kamar, which means moon. According to legend, in 1632, upon hearing of Islam, islanders are said to have dispatched an emissary to Mecca, who then returned and led the gradual conversion of the islands to Islam, justifying its usage of the Arabic word due to this Arabic influence. In 933, the Comoros was also referred to as the Perfume Islands, for its scent of yellow ilang ilang, a key ingredient of perfumes used at the time by traders of Oman. Further north, but still in the east, is Djibouti. The etymology of the name is disputed. Some say it comes from the native Afar word Gabuti, meaning plate. Others, the word Gabud, meaning plateau. In local languages, it is known as Yibuti in Afar and Djibouti in Somali. I believe with the same meaning, whichever that might be. And next to it, Eritrea. The name Eritrea comes from the ancient Greek name for the Red Sea, Erythra Thalassa, based on the adjective erythros, meaning red. It was first formally adopted in 1890 with the formation of Italian Eritrea, a colonial possession. The name persisted over the course of British and Ethiopian occupation and was reaffirmed upon independence. One of the most recent countries in the world, South Sudan. Sudan has the same origin we saw with North Sudan, and the South just refers to the fact that, well, it's the southern version of Sudan. And then one of the oldest countries in the world, Ethiopia. The name also comes from Greek, a Greek adaptation of the ancient Egyptian term Atiu Abu, which means robbers of hearts. Ethiopia then began being used to refer to the ancient region of Nubia, then eventually changing into Ethiopia. In English and generally outside of Ethiopia, the country was historically known as Abyssinia. This was derived from the Latinized form of the ancient term Abash. Although there's also a theory based on a 15th century book that states the region was named after a legendary biblical figure called Ethiopes. Kenya is named after Mount Kenya of the region, first registered by a German explorer who, upon coming across the mountain, asked a local chief its name. The chief would have told him it was Kenya, which literally translates to the mountain which has the Nyaga, meaning ostriches, likely due to the pattern of black rock and white snow. The native Ajikuyu call it Kirima Kirinyaga, while the native Embu called it Kirenia. All three names have the same meaning. Back south and near the Comoros is Madagascar. In the native Malagasy language, the island is called Madagascar. Madagascar was an European adaptation. However, the origin of both of these is crazy. Apparently, it was because of 13th century Venetian explorer Marco Polo, who when passing by the island, confused it with the port of Mogadishu, a Somali port further north. It was also temporarily named São Lourenço by the Portuguese when they arrived there in 1500. Also starting with an M, Malawi. The name Malawi comes from the Maravi, an old name from the native Amaravi or Chewa people who inhabit the area. Maravi is thought to mean flames and could come from the fact that a lot of people in the ancient Maravi kingdom were iron workers. Then Mauritius, the island was first named Dina Arobi by African sailors, but I couldn't find out the meaning of it. However, the islands were uninhabited, and when the Portuguese arrived in 1507, they named it Cirne, probably after the name of one of their ships. Later on, another Portuguese expedition renamed the archipelago to Mascarenhas, after the name of the commanding explorer Pedro Mascarenhas. However, the current name came from the Dutch. In 1590, 1498. Dutch ships landed there and named the island Mauritius in honor of Prince Maurice van Nassau, stadtholder of the Dutch Republic at the time. And keeping the M trend, Mozambique. The country was named Mozambique by the Portuguese after the island of Mozambique, derived from Musa bin Bik or Mosa al-Bik, an Arab trader who first visited the island and then lived there. Moving to Rwanda, Rwandans are mostly part of just one cultural and linguistic group, the Banyarwanda, from where I imagine the country's name comes from. This cultural group is formed by Hutu, Tutsi, and Batwa people, but I couldn't find out what its name means, so if you know, please leave a comment telling me. The Seychelles names is very straightforward. They were named after Jean Moreau de Seychelles, the Minister of Finance of French King Louis XV. Somalia is apparently named after Samal, the oldest common ancestor of several Somali clans. One other theory is that the name is derived from the words so and mal, which together mean go and milk. Some others propose that the term Somali is derived from the Arabic for wealthy, which is Zawamal, and Somaliland, a self-declared country, shares the same name origin, adding the land, so land of the Somalis. Tanzania is a country that joined Tanganyika and Zanzibar, and the name Tanzania joins precisely those two old country names. Tanganyika itself is derived from the Swahili words Tanga, which means sail, and Nika, which means uninhabited plains, while Zanzibar comes from Zenji, the name for local people, and the Arabic word Bar, which means coast. Moving on to Uganda, which is named after the subnational Buganda kingdom. Apparently the kingdom itself is named after the term Luganda Buganda, meaning land of the Ganda, which I assume are a group of local people. Although honestly this one didn't have a lot of available information, so it might not be fully accurate. Starting with a Z, Zambia. The territory of what is now Zambia was previously known as Northern Rhodesia. It was renamed Zambia when it got its independence. Zambia was derived from the Zambezi River, with Zambezi meaning Grand River in the local native language. Rhodesia itself was a name given by the British during colonial times, apparently after Cecil, a local colonial company's founder. And also with a Z, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe derives from the native Zimba Zamabwe, translated from a Karanga dialect as houses of stones, likely referring to the houses of the native people. Zimbabwe was also previously known as Southern Rhodesia. Finally, we arrive at Southern Africa, starting precisely with South Africa, which is pretty straightforward too, just because it is located in the south of Africa. Within it is Eswatini, previously known as Swaziland. Eswatini derives its name from a 19th century king named Mswati II, but it essentially means land of the Swati in the local language, as did Swaziland before it. And also Lesotho, which roughly translates to land of the Sotho, which I imagine are the local native people. It was previously known as Basutoland, with the same meaning, land of the Basuto, then known as Basotho. Above it, Namibia. The name of the country is derived from the Namib Desert, which is apparently the oldest desert in the world. I didn't know that. The name Namib itself is of Nama origin, a native language. It means vast place. A first proposal for the country name was even Republic of Namib. Before its independence in 1990, the area was known as German Southwest Africa and then Southwest Africa, reflecting the colonial occupation by the Germans and the South Africans. And finally, Botswana, whose name means land of the Tswana, referring to the dominant ethnic group in the country, precisely the Tswana. So, that is a brief overview of the name origins and meanings of all African countries, how they got their current name, what it means, how there were sometimes significant differences in the English/international name of the country, and the way in which the local and or native people refer to it in their own languages. And also how some of these countries, regions, or locations had different names, sometimes having to do with predecessor states or simply with different ways in which they existed, understanding the weight that sometimes European and especially Portuguese colonialism had or still has in the way these nations are named, and how it has taken some time for Africans to choose their own country names. Did I make any mistakes in any of these country names, or did I forget any countries? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching this video. Subscribe if you want, and I will see you next time for more general knowledge.
This channel is part of the History Hit Network.
The Americas before 1491 were home to thousands of societies, each with its own distinct social, cultural, and political structure. Throughout the two continents, indigenous people formed clans, confederacies, alliances, and even empires. Indigenous people interacted between these communities through a complex network of trade that connected every region of the Americas. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy was formed nearly 900 years ago, making it one of the oldest representative democracies in the world. Before the 5 founding Iroquoian nations came together in peace, they were locked in an endless cycle of retribution and intertribal war.
You had 5 warring nations, and the descriptions in the oral histories is very, very explicit in talking about how there was fratricide, there was cannibalism. Basically, human relations had totally broken down in that part of the world amongst their own people. It was all to do with this cycle of revenge.
Every Iroquoian chief engaged in retaliation, but it was Tatadaho, the Serpent Chief, who was known throughout the territory for his ruthlessness.
This guy was terrifying. He put live snakes in his hair. You know, live and writhing snakes.
He's a very powerful spiritual person whose mind was twisted. So the imagery they have in the stories is his fingers are all twisted and his body's all gnarled and so forth. And he was able to control the wind and the waters, and he was causing a lot of harm.
As internal wars continued to tear the 5 nations apart, an outsider known as the Peacemaker arrived in a stone canoe and began to share his vision of a society based on harmony and peace. He traveled to every corner of Iroquoian territory, promoting the great law of peace.
And the founding of Confederacy really is the story of the Peacemaker, a person from a related nation who came into our territory and connected with a leader in our nation, Hiawatha.
Once part of his nation's warrior society, Hiawatha had changed his way of thinking and started to promote his own vision of peace. Tatadaho saw this as a betrayal and had each of Hiawatha's daughters killed, one by one. The pain of his loss led Hiawatha to leave his community and isolate himself in the forest.
Hiawatha's story is not just Hiawatha, it's the story of him and his daughters, and how the loss of his daughters affected him. And what drove him to do what he did was the loss of his daughters.
Your daughters are your posterity, because lineage follows the female line.
After they met, the Peacemaker convinced Hiawatha that they should become allies in seeking peace among the nations. Even though he was overcome with grief, Hiawatha chose to work with the Peacemaker to promote his idea of an intertribal alliance between the 5 warring nations. Because of the revered role of women in Iroquoian nations, Hiawatha and the Peacemaker traveled to the fire of Jigansase to seek her advice on how to bring the great law of peace to the Iroquoian people.
In the Iroquois way of thinking, women were on par with men in terms of the authority they wield in the political realm.
History Hit is like Netflix, just for history fans, with exclusive history documentaries covering some of the most famous people and events in history just for you. With familiar faces such as Dan Jones and Dr. Eleanor Yanega, We've got hundreds of documentaries covering the greatest figures and events of medieval history. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a free trial, and Chronicle fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code CHRONICLE at checkout.
Sayada nene skana runis. Sagot nigo ragwanyo. Iganyo gehaga. Nayo de aga. Kayokwa haga nakoni. Ne so dinunda wane aga. Skatne. Ahundora ne. Nekne onoda gehaga ya de hodigwenyo. Ne ganushunige.
Dogaske. Giate hodi at dara on neonada gehaga. Ne e giate hatundat sne tadadaho. Yase at dahawe ne lodia naso jinue itles ne tadadaho. Et chizwali wa nego se ahajanuna.
Lungwe daxon e ti tadodarho. Se wastawaks ne.
Gundahle ehna yawet ne nezachwajle. Gilona do hetsto. Nekji dogat gaswan sawel yage. Yahnwanda et chitne gola gweni ne tadadahu.
Ne ona on skat ne njungwa we nuni hage. Ne jona tomizon yogodi yatalago ne lorianeson. Danonize jigun saze. Gani stansera ne wisk ni hono hanjage an sadum.
Dagwa huitnu.
The chiefs of the 4 Iroquois nations supported the peacemakers' vision of the great law of peace.
Tagagane unwe skana angahage.
It's important to consider the objective. The objective wasn't to enhance the power of these nations or to increase the territory or the wealth. It was to create peaceful, honest coexistence.
But Tadadaho continued to resist joining the alliance.
Go yoganes sagane tarha se ne tado darho. Yakine tasagani garewa se.
Not know how is he going to agree to this peace because he'll lose all power.
Ya taundo skana do wana dunyo. Ne ganut sonige. Dago ya e de hayadre. Ne tado daho. Wajeza. Skayon guira da yeri de. Wisnigo.
Then something extraordinary happened. Based on astronomical records, a solar eclipse covered the northeast region of North America for 4 minutes on the afternoon of August 31st, 1142. After this historic event, Tadadaho agreed to join the Confederacy.
Neganus Suniga, and Guatnagunla Guatnuno, ne Onunda Gahaga.
The Onondaga became the keepers of the central fire, a role that they hold to this day.
1142 would be the founding of the Great Peace. And so, yeah, Tadadaho then is named the main chief of the Confederacy. He's actually taken as the symbol of the meaning of this message which is that even the worst person, even the most powerful evil force, can be turned around and made into good. If you think back into terms of what was the first message that was brought by the peacemaker to our people, is that you should treat each other kindly and you should think of each other as one family. That's the central power of this teaching, is that you should be treating everyone like your brother and sister. The power of it is extremely long-lasting. It's shown. It's been how many years now? How many generations of people have been bound together by that?
This ancient indigenous government continues to be part of Iroquoian society nearly 900 years after its founding.
Bodesia wa Slbc Tv va Ibrahim Kumami wa doa huvengama kepe na gima ve huveru bana gupeta yugu mshanda ngia we kutumawe na havele ta aji gegema ya na we association na clear and for the agency ba salon tubwa na toto na abunyela kori shipping de chiama na we him hakina sia abwado ezu ai doa yepekeshia kebe na jihi Chinese embassy na salon fa tubwa na tufu ya utiana na we free kubo a phone sa gogo mahampu mahanloro na we yi kumina hintutu imakuya anovasi gume tu wana bido Charlotte lu jike ve yepekesi asia mala ave afuoma bena go ave pada ta aji Chinese bla na we embassy salon ba tubwa na tufu ya utiana na we fu na tatutu ima phone sa gogo mahampu mahanloro na we yi kumina tatu huiro bido Charlotte lu na we handaga kini tugulo tedalo kuma tebego salo blama na we kodi hindekia salon hindekia kwete dalo kuma to ye kumejum jiana na we bima bla ati salon kometiba tebete ye na ye kume bibi wana na we hi ye kumina tatu huiro na salo tebu jiana na we hi fego hindekia ba kebe bi kometi blaka na we bomijita kini tedelo kuma bido doejum Jiu gold wa hunji hi humbate ya na we hi de maya association na clear and for the agency salova tutoto na abunyela call we shipping de shiama na we hi hakina sia abwado edun aila doye pekechia na we hi de gichesia we call we to put bet dalkuma na we okpoma ye do eduma ko lo igbele ke dile tabi e do e to ye ko lo hunji siana fuita fuina hi fuijun bude ndaga kini ebiana na we hi jabudega gobu ndaga na we ye de jishia bi ebi lo hi do edu na we no botuga na we tile butabi oboye lo kebe haka botuga na we beta tuba gala do edu to ye ngbate ji na we ye budende jisia ke sia na daga la malukuma na we hi ko we ye budende jisia bi ogu ogele aya bi do edu to jigo lo hunji ko we ko ga de jisia vi ela lukuma pada do edu jiana na we hi nugaya ati awo sukuru ya hu na we ye sukuru tutuma a Prince of Way Secondary School ta tuguana tukotla na we hima pateba ye he meji ko we yange hindi kia na we hin ye he meji tabi ko we ala lokuma na we ye sukuru kompa wa ina to jigo lo hunji hin karita na salumba tuguana ti ya goto goma ajia nawe nyanga ati nawe tejika gugo a hondo ya western area hibisham nawe hin ko we tandaga kini la kuma diploma daga ande na sia nawe hin potigo aki ke nyange sia manawe tu we sia ifundaga ko we yende na sia fa we yende na sia aye anyaga ke nyale sia ko we yende jisia sia bitu tu pet da kuma nawe opute a diploma dueju nawe nyange sia ko we to lo yin tate afi dueju to ye ko lo hunji ngbate ya nawe hin do tun organization ta tugwana te higa butugoma agia no vese ati ko we te daga la lokuma nawe kahbwa kaga tukpe te gulo na ye kahbwa ha pe sia te da lokuma nawe ye na fa ye kitabi te fe jiawe ko we te atun gbebe tele bun de chiapa nawe ye pomijita jiana nu ga ati nawe te jika gugo a hound of fele bido salon te gun tugulo na te na fa ye kitabi te fe ko we tele bun de chia bi te a gbebe nawe ye ngbate kitabi o la kuma bi para dueju to be ajuhi nawe kumeya nawe fo nani gumi nawe te ga utia nawe ye kumejita te gbero na jiama guya de chiaba nawe tutima a International Peace Day nawe ye kumejita anahi te dal kuma nu vichiaba to ye ko lo hunji hin ngbate ya nawe hin non governmental organization pa nawe Forum of Rural and Urban Transmission bateta tugwana te ya gotugoma tina fayaga kini jia nawe hin tina fayaga ye ko we ye hinde jisia fui nawe na bobuye tutuma kuya 2023 financial year nawe ye fui gitabi ko we tandaga kini le lona lokuma shuku hondaga nawe ye ko ga hankaga kini tepi jia we tine mungo nawe diga ti ko we ye pom gitabi tepi to mahi chiaga bi ko ga le tabi ogu ola lokuma tele bundi siawa dueju odisia jimi ha be le gofu la uma ke na siana me na ugbe ma ne bubu akema ga ama ga da woni mo na ha be ye bu hu sia le gofu la uma ta aji gigema ya na we hi association na clear and for the agency tutotu na agbumila ko we shipping de sia ma ha ke ji sia na we mo pata dueju ai la do ye pekesian kebe na viji Chinese embassy na salompa na we to fo ya wutia ye fuina kugo a funu sa gbo ko ma hu lord na we kumina to we bidu salon te gu buresia jimi ha bele fu la uma nyame Ibrahim kuma godwe benga ugama ke amolo wati kima
Ekorika Glansen Grafo. Okay, akake muruno Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television deminen alusini alimame siseng. Kango tangata ka atara ati sibade aninki manye atila session of clearing and forwarding pinga ngai kanku salata ka titi kli ka baki mapaki e kontina e matiti ka kanto fi pe mo ampo ko wonda ne omolo ma wo kana e buti siate ngi ka an local content agency ka kati doko kati soyi an Chinese embassy ngani ambaka ontofosu ampu yantene mapedi ampu bato trina ti molama trin tbat sa stofot trin tamate ka ontofosu ka ngata tong ka ata atis bade akamato ka an Chinese amfamati ka ontofosu apa embassy ngani o ampu yantene ampu ba trina ti trin tbat sa stofot trin tamate ka ontofosu ka amit matemi o adi dai shine kakoso to isu mai matane mangatinga machichiyo kakoso kulun omolo sa so machichiyo atasuno yanka antofosui wa ka amit matemi di daka sonong so ambana banaku ka requirement antoi amban banalom ka butselom antoi angi kabe kampanga katilai kawayang antoi afmalomi ngambe ankobopo ka mitami kakoso bansne mai ka anchani sa embassy nganyi ambaka du campi kakli kabi ka ke mukane ebutisa mapanta mema chichio ka odedu tabana tamatso ka ma chichi baki e kontina yanyi wa pimo ngani ampo ondane omolo mapanta mati mwen matma ka an local content agency wa tingang ampa famangi ti tama yoy pimo an ka mapede anye muyo mapant matematic bakia kontina yati ai e company yati company yi de etofe ba yi de adoko kati pimo antete yote pi tete sompa anfamangi ka ebutisa ka wa yi katilang miyo business toni ka tsarin ate putasi anto fosu supobo wan agbalu mam sompa ame mo poli de komi mapi awa tete nang ma eshiti meme shima anto yi ma sompa ma ananti ma sompa mlomi awa ngangi antete kasara tang ate tsigbati anto yi enyisimson afam anyem chiti soto mo sompa matemi ma epai me chiti ne ka antofasu o angani antiti ntaibi ka antofasu tagbiti anye pinga mama chiti ba atentani ancheche kone kama ko shingane ma atentani ka e company yim kli ka be ka te kani o angangam chiti nke ma pipi mo sompa kami ka antofi ngani ma chiti soto mo sompa mi me poli de komi Amalama kakli kabi ka ewul ma chechi yoso ka atarante kaba ka mafino matemani ankante atila Prince of Wales Secondary School o ni aniki anye pi ankandi anku anye pi dan ala bloka ankante ngatengi bimo ampoko tunkli ka sankama tsaka bempa de duma pi o atba chichi yodi ewul mi pati ewul yakabuke kanto yi emutselom so o atinga anfofi ode duma de chim tsaka de bempa do enyi di atbaton chichi yodi ewul mi pati Ankarita Sierra Leone o angang ampo yo meti afumabum anye moloma kemekin ka antofi yi kano pitch banano enyi o aka magbane matema ami akoyo na afumanye o ami bet kanan kama ya so anguli bata ya tinga so ma yo pi totogbashi agbapanyi me poli de come kono tskabe kantofi kokone duti adoko kati takaso bagso kama atla simtang anto kakaso kli kabe kama mari manto ima temolo me dibet kanake kama agbali botskubum akime kafinoni aninki atila ando chini organization ita afma baki pimo ampo koyo mo fino do pi afma baki ngati amba fere koyo ilom komo kota to ande ngoi pipi ko ikima inke de afma angi moloma temeti afma baki ngati kado camp atingang ayo ti mapantma me pinga ati amputa ne ka chichio mapantma tema wa ribe tika so yantine ani kenyi mampo ba trin tale anto kaka so yantine ari anyi odo ambut papiata afma baki aninki atela on on rural and urban transformation agbukta atela for ute o anyi aninki nga anyi PNG o nga apoka so bopso yi afam anyi po munafa kuka aninki nga tanyi kama anko gwante kane kaka so tori mafino anto yi mo sompa kuka tinga ayo ikada dendisi wa doko kati di anka so yala ne ka mitmateman tuka so ko takso mayeta mi mawo kane ka atarante ka anka andi anyi pi anka tinga tangani ambaye maya yumati kadi melton aterai aninki atela Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agency owa ngani ampoko wanda ne omolo ebutis eyema ayo ka do mabaki e container ka local content agency akamato ka Chinese embassy ngani owa ngani ampo yantene ameta me mampo riba trin ati trin tbat sa tofot trin tamati mayo amitmai ka antofosui Nangida akakatane akimo muno Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television Damien Aluseni Almami Sisi it's part of one.
Asirma kata sumo itaga service ya gnezu baturena bina sistema sirma mamba. Krawa inti bina tepe tapagden tagende kagi. Popo hunte hudonge ba tamu kuimu ka ufenko wataki mukumusi samu. Ngai nga kwege nga hena ndebina hu nego huntu ka hopong te uni teba muko muye hinwa ka kwege koko mamu mubinde katika kwege ko hena awa embassy yo ka kwege ko ka salo medeni maye itogo kana sete binde tanine kota son ka inta soi kana binde dukum kumasi kwege koko mbainga kwege nga hena beni mbama beni hena kinkende kage bikonda donga ebim pona kuya edita masirma okunke ya Agnes tubatsuri bia be kwege kuga China bidebina nyewe mai togo mamandin ka kwege kokomba kana toti no bidaga dukuna umasega kwege kokomba kwege nga hena umba ambide dukun ni mai togo mabena na akwege kuga salon kani ne matrowe ma hawande bia wande bisega kwege kokomba minde foma minde pektiande kama kutande mamamba ema yetoko mabene na kempudo kagi opomunte ho na donge ba hongutamu ko musisa monga ega protoinka udome binde on Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies ga kwege kuga salon awa binde bina dukune humutu ka ponte udome binde na local content agency ga kwege kuga salon to ande na bia bina bidonge ba detere muko imuye ino ga kwege ko mutumu binde mutumu ka kwege ko baga ne aponka kwege ko hena de dukun ko mutumu ko ba kana binde ponko binde tepe ba doma na ga tetenda na mawali matemande bia biga kwege ko ga salon ba ni aga pon hamba na taine mbinanda ni mawali ma bene na umba na binde kuteba doma pikimba binde boita mawali ma temande binde bania una bio minde kata ko mutu kene miku ka hopo amba hu nekte beni baga mukuimo muyi no kwege kukumba ka uturai umba kata ni nenta dangande tanta ka kwege kuku awa kwege kuka salon bo tonda ko tio bado mana masibo mama di me gonto nyo ko kwege kukumba na kwe na bankata ngote bia bubu gombo hi ga bankemba ga bien mandi me gontingi tsande ga bankemba bien bia bigon kende tsuko omba una bion upo amba u lektere beni baga detsege bia ga kwege kokuna unkai ga kotu binde dungo ga tabante ba de takage ga peteni ba binde kutu ihele ba de tabano mba temande binde bania kata logo imbasia bigon ponko emene inyo kage ga udome bino na insurance na masibo no mama ba na mempeke na bigon na tunku kere ba na se un peke ba do mabia biboe mene tanga tsantin to hagando ba umba sanda kunko eba binde ba to kage odo me binde ona insurance awa omba mbi gonde tikage kompi unete beni baga insurance so maka kwege kokomba bano na bine ne wale ba maseta e mataga biata kwege kokomba bani anu na beni baga matrogo ima na me hunge so saga kwege kokomba karante odo me binde ona Prince of Wales Secondary School binde adu kunogo iba masi bakarande ni bitotiende ligende ben bitakene da karande bakene me bisia bikinda ga mawali makene me binde bina tungo go ikanka bai noga taga binde turoge ubali haka imaturogo imahena na maturogo imaga kwege kuma hungi susa hokba udo me binde ana character Sierra Leone binde boy makutande inyeremen biame keme ante ga kempu dukage makutande mama mba de takage na yer membe mba titi yonko ka ukaga ko togo kwege ko na binde kwinkeniande nambara mba yer me tomba impati bi yer me ka kwege ko komba ba hu makutande mama mba me de boyeme ba kwinketiande yer me mba binde ni mai haga waga mba ba mai ho ma keneme Okpao teudo mebinde ana do Tony organization okpao na hodonge ba de tsege bia bitante awa humase bia bitante ka kwege kokomba minde tu kunande binde ka ke binde de to ba koto ba hupeto koto kene member baga bia bitante kemekae ka kempo do kai bia bibemba umba mawali mena mabide ganini na yonina ba penkitiande kanon na binde ni mai togo kanina hamba hokba hamba husete tanine tanang kabina peti binde hu awa binde totionda malogo maga bia bitiobe mama dengyonde binde mana papia mado me binde mana International Day for the Aged bia bembe binde totio binde bana mai togo imbia bitante bega kwege koko bala batang na maserma hokponto kama tenko maga commenti udome binde na Forum on Rural and Urban Transformation foru tuka hoporoto uturoi bia bembemba mende bina boy makutande ga tunkunande binde bia ba masebinde kapeteni ba binde ni ba binde du hele ka detaye de kage ga non peteni ba kutse bia ga nina hudangande han awa ga ukoite binde on uwo maseba non na binde du kune u masega beni ba ga matani ma bende gondun kunkuma sele kampati bi bamone kakwege kokomba mumba mbebe na babi negani ninayo nina ba masi tena pe masirma karabele ka ke gombe na tepeta pagade tagende kage hokpo nto donge ba mutsamu kumusi samodo maybe an association of Clarion and Forwarding Agencies akwege kuga salon bide bina dukunegu negu mutu ka upaudo maybe na shipping lines ta bonita sisi mukimunka kwege kokoma mbadoma na bide bohenda ba sekta mawali makene mema kuhutu onkomba bide dengegu ka upaudo maybe na local content agency awa upaudo mu uga bichani simbe ha embassy Kenema ka kwege kuga salon bide bina ni emaye hitogo gana sete bide tanine konto sonkai inta sohi gana bide dukunku mase kwege kokomba inga kwege nga hena tena pe maseri mayanda agni zuba turia konda bina yini hando ndo imempe inga bina
Slbc TV Freetown na diusi mikati na kono kagi na de biggest force Association for Clearing and Forwarding Agency Salon don't complain shipping line to local agency and Chinese embassy na Salon they celebrate 75-year anniversary for Wedding in China. Now for the use proper one. The People's Republic of China don't celebrate 75-year anniversary from Wedding Fena. This event here so they may do plenty cultural dance them for showcase Chinese then culture and seriously with Salon culture. Big allegiance them from Salon government, diplomatic corps, business side, together with other one and them in day for celebrate this particular 75-year anniversary at the Chinese embassy in Freetown. The Association for Clearing and Forward Agency Salona don't lay complaint to shipping lines to local content agency Salon. The association say then shipping lines they also way na foreign company them they're not there no more for themselves, but then they for Salon people them and the cannabis business them we then get. This been happening during the time when they sit down at table for talk about the complaint between the shipping line agency and the local content agency. Inside the year that we don't pass, Salon don't witness plenty disaster them like building broke, fire accident, other dangerous thing that don't happen we don't make people that don't die and lost them property them. And for some people that we lost them property them but then they are alive, they're not able for recover quick one because it can tranga waiting make that they be na country like a Salon na because the people them na the country they not insure their life them or their property them. This insure they not can insure their property and their life them, they make things tranga for them when any kind of a disaster yeah, so don't happen to them. Then they look inside this and talk about how insurance important inside country like a Salon, more like a way conditional life can change at any time. Sports now are important thing at the school curriculum for make sure say the sports carry on good one and building those side and for Duam, Prince of Wales School and the old boy don't turn the dirty for make one multi-purpose building where then at the school ground. This building here so now they then go to do plenty of them sports discipline and other kind of a game them. Caritas Salondo engaged with about some 100 women them inside the western area, but how they will contribute to national development and how they will say so talk and tranga one for faithful girl picking them and make sure say themselves them guard and protect their rights them inside the society the way they tap. The Antony organization for the aged don't give free medical checkup to about 200 old people them inside Freetown. This na the organization in every year practice, but this particular term have been therefore joined with the organization in 4-year anniversary and the International Day for the Aged. One governmental organization, Forum for Rural and Urban Transformation Food, don't meet with him, the one that we can benefit from the cannabis in the way that they give to them, for tell them about how they carry on with the couple, the way that they use, how they succeed and the problem the way they get for the 2023 couple year. Then say we so use the opportunity there for shape book learning material to picking them we not able for provide denting and they for themselves. For don't the use that you the big point they want them more. Association for Clearing and Forwarding Agency Salon don't complain shipping lines to local agency. And Chinese embassy inside Salon don't celebrate 75 years from where they Fenam. Now the use done so me Catherine O'Connor they say tata and have a blessed day.
This channel is part of the History Hit Network.
Established a bullion economy, trading silver in the form of coins, ingots, and jewelry for goods. The Maya established extensive trade routes with other societies in Mesoamerica. Maize, jade, fabric, and raw materials were some of the items that formed the basis of the Maya economy over several thousand years. Ancient trade networks were more than a means of exchanging goods. They were central to cultural interaction and the sharing of ideas and technologies between nations.
The Aztec Empire was founded 600 years ago in Mesoamerica and soon became one of the largest societies in the Americas. The Aztec had complex spiritual beliefs that played a role in every part of their culture and day-to-day life.
The Aztecs, in their own words, they are not from Mesoamerica. In their own words, they came from somewhere in the north.
The founders of the Aztec Empire arrived in a region already settled by major societies. To survive, they had to master the art of conquest.
The Aztecs were people having come into the Valley of Mexico and establishing themselves in the 13th century, very quickly found themselves under the auspices of a brutal warlord by the name of Tezosomoc. Eventually, the Aztecs formed a triple alliance with the cities of Tlacopan and Texcoco and Tenochtitlan, and that formation in the 1440s basically allowed the Aztecs to go up against this kingdom at Azcapotzalco, and they literally annihilated it. Having done that, they then stood up against some 40 other major kingdoms, and they wiped them out as part of that juggernaut of development and expansion.
Resolved to maintain its status as Mesoamerica's dominant force, the Aztec rulers demanded commitments of military support and resources from each city in its domain.
You would be assigned the equivalent of an emissary, and that emissary would be assigned to that site, and there would be a companion emissary in the capital to receive the tribute. And as long as you paid tribute, you were allowed the autonomy necessary.
What the Aztecs are actually promoting in their empire is what we can call an imperial pax, or an imperial peace. Which means that while that tribute is moving through safe roads. Whoever dares to steal the tribute is going to be punished.
And what it allowed was for a mobilization of resources across vast areas while allowing indigenous autonomy in every community. So long as you paid tribute to the cabecera, or the head, in this case Tenochtitlan and the Aztecs, you could maintain your system of deities, gods, your system of agriculture, your polity, your kings, etc.
So now I can walk not only to the next town, but I can walk hundreds of kilometers inside the Aztec Empire with whatever thing I want to sell and trade. The tribute that is being received by the Aztecs is also being returned to the Mesoamerican economy and is going to create growth.
The capital of the Aztec Empire, Tenochtitlan, was a sprawling city of canals, pyramids, markets, residential neighborhoods, and artificial islands on what is now the present-day site of Mexico City.
The Aztecs have the belief that nothing comes out of nothing. In order to create life, something needs to die. And the most precious life they could give was the life of humans. The energy of the individuals is in the blood, in the fluid, this sacred liquid. Let's put it this way, they created a religious economy in which basically lives have to be given to the divinities. So were the Aztecs violent? Yes, but it's organized violence, violence with a purpose.
The Aztec rulers built a society that in many ways was unparalleled in the world. In the Pacific Northwest region of North America, indigenous people developed a complex society that was governed by the ownership and passing down of songs, dances, titles, and names. These laws and privileges were embedded in a ceremony known as the potlatch. During the potlatch, people from neighboring villages were invited to witness a ceremony, and gifts were distributed as a sign of wealth and power by the host chief and his family. Gatherings of families and communities often took place during the winter months.
During the winter time is when we held our most important ceremonies, when we would invite other villages to come to our communities, and we would host them and feed them the whole time that they were there. So they might be there for 2 weeks or a month. Our people were very giving of everything that we had.
And that's how you connected with your other villages. That's how alliances, loyalties, and trust was created through those connections. And it didn't just happen amongst the Kwakwa, Kiwak. We were very interactive. And that's a misconception too, that the Haidas, the Tsimshians, the Tlinkits, the Salish, the West Coast people were separate. No, one people, one family. Of course we spoke different languages, but we shared the same customs, we shared the same blood. When I think of potlatching, I think of marriage, which is a sacred union between two people, between two houses. What's really important is the dowry, what the female brings to her husband's family. Validated through potlatching, marriage leads to the birth of children, naming our children, honoring the children when they come of age, lifting them up into adulthood with dignity, with the teachings of their responsibilities. Those sort of things are entrenched into the potlatch system. And that's, again, that connectedness with the other villages and how we interacted on the coast. Alliances were formed for trade, which was, our survival depended on it. You had to get along. And governance systems, protocols, these things have to come into play in order to have harmony.
Throughout the ancient world, ceremonies were created to honor birth, marriage, death, and other important social and human transitions. The tea ceremony emerged in Japan as a way to honor different types of teas and to acknowledge the beauty of the items used in their preparation. Incense was a common trade item in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Stone altars were used to hold these aromatic resins as they burned in household and temple rituals. Tobacco and pipes are sacred to the nations living in the Central Plains of North America. Sharing a pipe was often used to initiate peace talks between warring nations. Ceremonies are part of every society, and many of these rituals still take place in traditional cultures today.
From societies as large as the Inca Empire in South America to the smallest hunting communities on the Great Plains of North America, rituals were created to heal and protect the people, to bring the rains, and to resolve conflicts. For thousands of years, the people of the Central Plains in North America smoked tobacco, kinnikinnick, and other leaves in ceremonial pipes. This was their link between the earth and the sky, a sacred ritual for connecting the physical and spiritual worlds.
We generally think of Blackfoot people as bison hunters, hunting and gathering cultures, and that's definitely true. But they did take one plant under cultivation, and that was tobacco. And they learned very, very intricate rituals and ceremonies around tobacco. Before tobacco came into Blackfoot culture, they used to have local plants that they would smoke. They would take the leaves of the bearberry and mix them with the inner bark of red osier dogwood. Then when tobacco came along, they just added tobacco to the blend. People were smoking before they got tobacco. The earliest pipes we find on the northern plains actually come from the era around 5,000 years ago. So smoking and tobacco were not synonymous. Tobacco moved out the Missouri River probably beginning about the 8th century AD, and it probably got into Blackfoot culture by about 900 AD. And we know that at that period, there was a warm spell in global climates, and this warm spell that lasted for about 500 or 600 years, and that probably created the conditions where it was easier to plant the crops and to harvest them. When they're ready to plant their tobacco crops, they would leave it there. After they prepared their gardens and put the seeds in, they would leave there, and in their mythology, they said there were these little people who lived in the woods. They lived in little caves. So they were the ones who looked after the tobacco plants while Blackfoot people were out buffalo hunting, and they had to go off and do their berry picking or their collecting of other foods. So they can't come back and forth. The Tobacco Society of the Blackfoot was a horticultural society, and what they curated was the traditional knowledge for how to plant tobacco and how to bring in a crop. They said the little people were very shy and that they could cause you harm if you saw them. And then in the fall time, when they were getting ready to harvest the crops and they'd go back there, they always sent a couple of people ahead to make lots of noise and to let the little people know that they were coming back, and then it gives them time to get away. They would leave gifts of like food and little clothing. All these things, they would treat them well.
we don't run away. We come for better. We people that want for see what till we they do. We people that want for know what till we they say. Oh, we let we salon.
Retirement, a time for rest, but not for the late President Amadou Kaba. In 1996, the former UN diplomat returned home ready for a new battle. Kaba chose politics. He led the Sierra Leone People's Party, the SLPP, in the first multi-party elections under the 1991 constitution. Sierra Leone was hopeful. Bad governance, corruption and war had torn the nation apart. Kaba's election was a beacon of hope, a new beginning. In March 1996, Kaba became the first Muslim president of Sierra Leone. His roots were diverse. His wife, a Christian. He was a unifying figure. Every Sierra Leonean saw a part of themselves in President Kaba. But trouble loomed. In 1997, a group of military dissidents overthrew Kaba's government in a coup d'etat. The coup was unpopular. The country was in chaos and grounded for 9 months.
This is indeed what every African country has leader has voiced out to me. That they say it's a disgrace, that there's always some problem by some of these hooligans in different parts of Africa, that Africans are embarrassed, they've had enough, and that they believe that this will be the end to any such coup in any other part of Africa.
Civil disobedience reigned. The slogan was, "No school, no college." One voice that gave hope to a nation in peril was radio democracy. Ambassador Ali Bangura was one of the pioneering voices countering junta peddled propaganda.
I was listening to the radio, watching TV, and seeing propaganda being mounted by the rebels who teamed up with soldiers and overthrew the government we elected just about 13 months from before the date of that coup. And I was so furious because having realized the gains that have been made during the short period John Kaba was in office, 13 months to be exact, the exchange rates had been brought down, inflation had reduced, and there was hope. And you cannot imagine having gotten the government headed by such a person giving us a new direction that will bring hope to our people. And you wake up one morning and they say the government has been overthrown.
Democracy was restored in 1998. Ali Bangura became Minister of Trade. He saw Kaba's vision up close.
And I worked very closely with him. And that is when I realized the sort of passion and love that he has to see that Sierra Leone moves in a trajectory that any progressive person will be proud of. Because I could remember several times in cabinets when cabinet papers would come and he would have reviewed them through his advisory council and had seen that this proposal being put forward to cabinet is one that has some ulterior motives. He would express his own views so passionately to the extent that you will see that it seems as if tears are flowing through his eyes. Will remain a tall, colossal figure in the history of our country because of what he did for this country, and those of us who worked closely with him, what we saw in him. We saw in Tijan Kaba a leader who has great love for the people and the country.
And as a nation, it was the right leader at that time.
Dr. Samabaniam was foreign minister. He was crucial in peace talks.
He was in school. It was difficult to understand the man. He was never emotional. And when it all happened, especially when I flew up, I was detained by the AFRC, by the way, arrested in my surgery and detained, and even my hearing aids removed from my ears and put on the ground, and the illiterate dogs who call themselves soldiers said, now this is the take talk to the Yankabana Conakry. So for a long time, we didn't have this kind of conversation unless I went very close to you. Up to the time I got to Conakry, that's when I got a spare one and used it. So in his presidency, it was not what was good for me, it was what was good for the country. And especially it was the most difficult period.
President Kaba's determination was key to end the war. At the height of the war, some of the things he grappled with were the displacement of Sierra Leoneans and the destruction of social amenities. Rebuilding not only the infrastructure, but helping people return to their homes was a very difficult task. Kanja Siseu was the man who championed that project.
He now knew the kind of job I was doing. So he had come with the idea, with this vast knowledge in rehabilitation and post-war reconstruction in some other countries. He came now and now told me, my brother, Mfa, that's the way he used to call me. Mfa, I know the kind of work you're doing. I'm thinking of setting up a new ministry called Ministry of National Reconstruction, Resettlement and Rehabilitation. And I want you to serve in that ministry. Because I know that's the kind of job you're doing. That was a brand new ministry that he's the one who set up that ministry. And then he appointed me. My first appointment into government, into political office was that one. So that is as deputy minister then. So then I started working, in an area that I knew what to do. So he was that kind of man, full of respect, So I served in that position for some time. And then, of course, there was the war. Then we went and we came back. I continued serving in that position. But then he converted the ministry to a commission. And this was because our partners, the donors at the time, said that as a ministry, we were just too bureaucratic for the kind of work we're doing. So because of that, we now converted. He then directed the then Attorney General, the late Mr. Solomon Berewa, to convert the ministry to a commission. Then it became known as NCRRR with a 3-year mandate. We did that, and then later on, because he had declared in 2002 when he said the war done. You understand? Then we now converted the place from a commission for national reconstruction, which was essentially an emergency kind of outfit. We now transformed it to a social fund called NACSA, National Commission for Social Action. And in all of this, he would call me and tell me what he wanted to achieve through the new commission, NACSA. And that is how we went all over this country rebuilding. Because, essentially, the war, the nature of the war in Sierra Leone was characterized by destruction of social and economic infrastructure. Schools, clinics, all over the country. The rebels would just go and burn down villages and towns and just destroy everything. So that was the task he gave me, to now do rehabilitation and then support the resettlement and reintegration of ex-combatants, of displaced persons all over the country. Now, we had many displaced camps all over the towns, even here in Freetown, but then taking them all back to their villages and their places. He knew what he wanted from me. He knew what he wanted from me, and so it was an issue of mutual respect for each other. He would call me and tell me, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. And I would do it. And like I said, it was a relationship of mutual respect. And then I would, at this time, maybe give one of the reasons why he succeeded. He was a very liberal man, liberal-minded. And because of his experience working with the UN, he knew what to do. Some of us younger at the time, who were younger at the time, had very radical way of trying to do things, especially the impatience we had with the rebels. Just thought that military might should be exhibited, should be shown, so that he would tell us and say, call us and say, look, even if you have only one rebel with one AK-47 in a country, he goes and stands in a very remote village and he fires that, already he brings chaos into the country. So I have never seen in my life where war has been ended through fighting. So you have to be patient with me. We have to make sure that we finish this war through negotiation.
Dr. Julius Sandy believes that the country couldn't have had a better leader at that material time, whose vision and commitment were to transform his country and change the lives of his people through the recalibration of the state machinery.
Those were very crucial moments. That was the moment when we needed Pakaba most. Yes, and that was a godsend for us. He was calculated, he was genuine, he just liked the country and he wanted to make sure that we had peace at all costs. But that was just part of his priority. But the main priority was to ensure that we have a stable, productive, and strong Sierra Leone in all spheres of engagement, in the economy, the civil service, the security sector, and all the sectors. That was it. I mean, imagine we were just emerging from war, kind of, although the war was still hanging over us. And then here was the president who had this experience in ensuring that we have a stable regime. You can imagine the drawbacks. One step forward, two steps backwards. Not because of his leadership, but because of the insurgency at that time. So he was just a godsend leader at that time.
From the day I was elected, even before I was elected, it was really on my campaign program that I was going to bring about peace to Sierra Leone.
Kaba believed in unity. He built a broad-based government and engaged young people.
It's extremely memorable, and coming back from the UK as a war child myself, President Kaba was then our president, and he was very receptive to young people, especially hardworking young people. So we had a very good friendship. Myself, the likes of Cheriko Kornaibul, the late Mosiri Fadika, Mohammed Gentoo. So we were even called the Pakava Boys. We will go to the late president, and his key message to us was peace and unity amongst ourselves. You know, those days we didn't have all this green and red. I mean, the amount of cohesion amongst us, regardless of your background, whether you are Minde or Timni or Fula. And
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium, coming to you live on SLBC Television in Freetown. Our quote for today comes from Gift Google, Mona, an internationally acclaimed author, and it says, "Great leaders always strive for good governance." Coming up in this edition of the podium, President Julius Maada Bio returns home after participating in the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. We shall be talking to the presidential spokesman on this, including the signing of the MCC. And Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation provides update on her 6-month stewardship as the public service broadcaster. You can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The program is The Podium. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. First on the podium this afternoon, suppressing dissenting views was identified as one of the reasons for the country's civil war, which lasted for 11 years and left thousands dead. The space for people to say their minds was very limited, creating room for deep-rooted grudges, hatred, and malcontent, and eventually exploded into carnage. Well, to create that platform where citizens would have their say, triggered the debate for the country to have a public service broadcaster. This finally led to the transformation of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, which had been a state-owned and controlled medium for several decades, into an independent public broadcaster by an Act of Parliament in 2009. The SLBC came to being by a merger between the then SLBS and the United Nations Radio. It was officially commissioned in April 2010 by former President Ernest Bai Koroma and former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. The SLBC now has a new Director General who happens to be a veteran broadcaster who started a broadcasting career at the then SLBS. Josephine Kamara was appointed early this year and has served for 6 months now. But how has this 6 months in her capacity as Director General of the Public Service Broadcaster been? She is my studio guest, but before we talk to her, let's take a look at some clips of how the SLBC was before she came.
The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, is the nation's premier public broadcaster. Originally called the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service, SLBS, the broadcaster traces its roots back to 1934. Since 1934, when we first broadcast as SLBS, SLBC has been the voice of our nation, the first English language radio service in West Africa. But behind every story we broadcast, there's a hidden struggle. With tools that time has left behind, our dedicated team battles slow render times, glitches, and the constant threat of power cuts. Every broadcast is a triumph against the odds, a testament to the resilience and passion of our staff. At SLBC, we believe in the power of stories, stories that transcend boundaries, stories that echo the needs and dreams of every Sierra Leonean. We are not just a corporation, we are the heartbeat of a nation. With your support, we can elevate these stories to new heights. Our journalists travel across the country, from the districts to the remotest villages, east, west, north, and south, delivering unbiased and unpolarized content. We stand firm in our commitment to impartial.
Well, that was how the SLBC was and maybe still is. But we have the Director General, Josephine Kamara, in the studio. So, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me, Ms. Daphne.
And now, how has your 6 months been as the Director General?
I was just looking at the question that you posed in your intro. How has my 6 months been? I don't know how to assess it, but first of all, I would say it's been a whirlwind tour. Whirlwind because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's rough, because when you come in a space at the beginning of every venture, and that passion and that knack that you have to move from the existing gains that have been made to the next level, and then sometimes the speed at which you want to go with, there is a slow or a lull in that process. It can become a little frustrating, but I have a great team here with me that is extremely supportive, and of course the general public that will pick up the phone from time to time to call to say, hey, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. There is progress, there is improvements, there's some change, and we're seeing it. So that's the inspiration that I get from everyone, including you yourself, Daphne.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now you saw the video, and I think, and I know you orchestrated that video because you know the purpose of which you wanted it for people to see what you inherited. Now let's talk about what you're bringing to the table to make sure that become a thing of the past.
It's not actually all doom and gloom as you can see in that picture. There are still existing structures that we're still working. For example, the TV was still on, the radio still on. Of course, we have challenges like you saw in that video. Lots of equipment are broken down. Spaces where the staff sit are all, most of them are broken and dilapidated. Even the studio where we're sitting. You're seeing a very nice image in the background when you see. It's all, in fact, the very first day I came here, I said it's all magical. I don't know how people do it. But if you can take the facade behind me right now that the viewers are seeing, and you actually look inside, it's worse than what you're seeing. That green screen. What I want to see is a broadcasting house that is welcoming to everyone. I just came back from Botswana. I visited their radio station. I did not even enter into a TV studio. The radio station, the radio studio looked like a television studio with all the gadgets, the tools that are needed to run a real, true public broadcaster. And that radio station that I visited in Botswana is actually a public broadcaster. So what I would like to see is to see SLBC transforming from where it is. Imagine, this broadcaster has lived since 1934. And we started off as an analog broadcaster. All other countries have moved to the digital stage. SLBC is still one of the last on the mile that has remained analog. What is wrong with us as a country, as a people? As a people, because this is a public broadcaster. Being a public broadcaster does not mean it's the government's responsibility alone to support the progress. It's the people, it's the private sector, it's our partners and friends from all over the world who care about the voices of the people of Sierra Leone, who care about information that should transcend just beyond Freetown to the remotest part of this country. So my goal is really to see how this place will transform.
So how long do you think that will take?
It's a slow, most of these depend on the resources. It's taking time, but like I said earlier today, and I've been making the rounds on the different flagship programs here at SLBC, this is an appeal. We cannot do it between now and 6 months. We cannot do it between now and 5 years. It's technology. Technology moves by stage. We may fix something today, and tomorrow that technology becomes obsolete. And what happens? We have to go back. But at least the facelift. If the resources are there, this studio would have been fixed. But
so how do you plan to garner resources to do this?
It's called resource mobilization. I've been talking to partners who are interested in investing in a public broadcaster. I've been talking to all of us as colleagues here within the broadcaster. When simple things like when you go out in the field and an organization pays for something that should rightfully come to the coffers of the station, and you take it and pocket it as if it's your personal money, then you're depriving the station from moving forward. Let me tell you, I spend 16,000 new leons every day if there is no electricity on energy alone, just to run the Freetown station. That doesn't amount to what the regional stations in Kenema, Kailang, Kono, Bo, Mabroka, and Makeni are spending daily on energy. That's a lot of money. So if we have pilfering occurring within the systems, what we do is to try to tighten up those those leakages and make sure that what the broadcaster really deserves comes to us. We also go to our partners. We go to the government and cry to the government. Our subventions are due. Can we have our subventions on time? This place must run as a development space, as a humanitarian, fast space emergency. Because if I'm talking now and something happens to the transmitter or even the generator goes off, the first thing the public would cry out is, oh, SLBC don't do them again. They are never on air. So I'm appealing, let me take a look into this camera and appeal to our partners who are supporting us, who are providing who we provide programming for. Support us, bring the money here. Government agencies, we're not saying don't go to our partners or our colleagues in the other media spaces, but what is due the national broadcaster, please provide that for us so we can keep the station running and fulfill our mandate as required by law, by the laws of this country.
Now, with all of the strides you've taken to bring in more money, has there been any success so far?
I came in the middle of a budget year where most partners, most donors, those who will feel sorry for us have already scheduled or planned their budget. Of course, the conversations are ongoing. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I keep telling all of you who work here that let's be patient. Of course, here and there we're getting little things, but that big proposal that you send out that requires income to come in, that will take time. Planning is not automatic. You plan, you strategize, you plan, you put your proposal out. It takes time for those who will feel sorry for you to say, okay, we're willing to help. So I would say, let's be patient. Okay. I've just been here for 6 months. Let's see what the next 6 months will look like.
So let's talk about plans to improve on the welfare of the staff when it comes to salary.
Yes, welfare issues, and I've been answering those questions, are broad-based. For me, when we say welfare, just the fact that you walk into the space here and it's clean and you feel comfortable breathing fresh air, that's a welfare issue.
It's the salary, that's what I pointed out.
It's the salary.
Because we know what obtains here, the harmonization. It's not the increment. We know that government allocated 50% last year, this
exactly.
year we got them. But the disparity, it's great, and sometimes it's not harmonized. Reporters earn more than producers. Some producers earn more than their colleague producers. So what will you do to ensure a fair playing field for all of us?
So we have looked up to the government institution that does work like this. We recently reached out to the Public Service Reform Unit to see how they can help us do an organizational assessment and compare us as a public sector agent with other public sector agencies to see where the disparities lie. A management and functional review. Grading system. SLBC did not have a grading system. You've been here much longer, so you know how this place was established as a corporation and how prior government was able to support the institution to where it is, and how you were merged into the public service sector. But of course, it was not, I don't believe that it was done in a proper way, and that's where you have all of these disparities in grading systems. Of course, salaries, no matter where you are, will have to vary. Some people have better education than others. Some people have better education than others. Some people have more experience than others. When I look at a job description, a
minute please, but for you what counts? Experience or qualification?
Both of them. both of them count. Experience can be backed with qualification. Just because you're qualified, you just came from the University of Sierra Leone with a Mass Comm degree, does not, you may be academically qualified, but what experience do you bring? So that for me is important. Some people are experienced, they do not have the necessary degree that can take them to the next level of critically analyzing things. How do you merge experience with academic achievements? For me, both of them count.
Okay. And also, another part of welfare was when you came, we started seeing a semblance of trying to get a welfare association. But all of that, we are not seeing anything happening. So what's happening with regards? Because we need a voice to stand there, not these different voices just speaking in chorus. We want someone to represent us, to tell you, the management, how we feel, our problems, so that we get solutions. What's happening?
So I get overwhelmed when, just because I announced that I have an open door policy, every second of the minute someone is coming in to knock on the door. It distracts me a little bit from the strategic level thinking that I'm supposed to be having. And so, welfare issues, welfare associations, when I came, I told you I'm open to that kind of association within the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service. Because what has been happening is the shumu, she said, he said, and so there's a lot of cluster conversations going on around this institution, and that causes a lot of question marks, fake news flying here and there. So it is important for you all as a group to talk to the I have given my go-ahead. You need to talk to the administration department and HR and see how you can pull that off. Because in every organization, it's good to have a pressure group that can speak on behalf of its people. And I'm 100% pro a welfare association, rather than having individuals coming every minute of the day to talk to Director General.
Okay. And also, you know, as a leader, do you believe in unity? Do you stand for unifying us? Because one would want to see a Director General in the middle, not taking sides, not like in Korea they say, jam people head together.
Exactly.
So let's talk about your strategy.
My style of trying to unify. And that's one of the things when I came, I said, I don't have best friends here. I have colleague workers. If we're all in this space, we come in the morning, we respect each other, we work as professionals. When we walk out that door, that main gate outside of this space, if I say hello and you don't want to say hello to me, it's all right. But for as long as we're here, we treat each other with respect. We acknowledge each other as professional colleagues, and we work together as a team. No one individual is in broadcasting and in journalism generally, no one individual can take credit, because even as we're doing this interview now, there are many people behind the scenes that are helping us to make sure that this thing goes out on air. So I'm not for, this person came to tell DG that person came to tell DG that, and DG takes sides.
And you are not the DG who tells someone that this person said this and this person said that.
No, I will, if something like that happens, if you ever say, I will bring the two of you and sit you down and say, well, what happens? Let's sort this out. And I think I've done that several times. If you ask your colleague Daphne, maybe they would actually. But what I'm also saying is that, you know what the former permanent secretary for the Ministry of Information said, SLBC staff, you continue to demonize yourselves. There are no bad people here. that you should stop demonizing yourself. I think if we know that we have a crisis, a genuine crisis, it's important for you to take it up to the next level of your next supervisor. If your supervisor fails to answer those questions or to help you with the issue that you're asking for, that's why I said I have an open door policy.
Okay.
Come to me.
Okay. There is this issue of volunteers. Let's talk about how under your tenure you would handle the issue of volunteers, because we know what happened in McKinney, and now we see
what happened in McKinney.
Umu was a volunteer. Something happened. Umu Tonka.
Oh, that case.
Yes, and something happened. She was dismissed, and now we see some of our colleagues who are volunteers who have been here for some time now have been asked to leave. Let's talk about how you'll handle this.
So these disparities have existed. If you think about volunteerism, it's not a permanent job. You come in, and the HR policy would specifically tell you what the timeline is. Okay. In certain institutions, volunteerism is just for 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. I think when I was a volunteer, it was 3 months, not in this country, in another country. And after 3 months, I was told to leave. But that if they have a need for me, they will call me back. So what does the SLBC employee manual say? What does Sierra Leone labor law or the public sector law, what does it say about volunteerism? For me, when I came, I'm going with the employee manual. There's a time limit. And keeping volunteers long, and people come, they say, oh, I just want to volunteer, I don't want to be paid. I just want the experience, I just want the skill. But they stay forever. Of course, we need the skills. What has been done in the past is what I'm trying to correct now. Because if you're a volunteer, if you're a contractor, contractors also have term limits. In the UN system, for example, contractors, short-term contractors, you go for 11 months, not even 12 months, not a full year, because once you hire somebody for a full year, you are mandated to provide the resources or the benefits that are allotted them. So there's a time limit. What I'm trying to do is to correct these limits. There's a volunteer or a contractor that we contracted. He's the one of the most important people in this institution. That's the man that climbs the tallest mast on Leicester Peak. We had to give him a pause because we have to follow the employee rules of this institution. Otherwise, tomorrow someone will say, well, I've worked as a volunteer for 10 years, they never paid me. I need to be able to correct those anomalies. Everyone is important to this institution, but we need to do the right thing without fear or favor to any one individual.
Okay.
The Omu-Taronka issue we have handled in the press. The board of directors thankfully took up that case. They investigated it and they handled it. They've clarified it, and I, as the director general of this institution, will not go back to that issue.
Okay, well, talking about the employee manual, there was a time that you mentioned that it should be reviewed. Are you planning to do so?
Yeah, we are in the process of reviewing it. We've got the first draft, which was presented to the board of directors in the last board meeting. The board of directors has a committee called the Admin and HR Committee. They will look at the recommendations that have been included, and then we can merge it with the existing one, and those in the existing ones that are not appropriate, because laws are meant to be reviewed based on the context of situation. Every 2 years maximum, if possible go 5 years, 4 or 5 years, and change and review what is working based on the situation on the ground. So those are the things that we do. The first draft of that update has gone to the board of directors during their last board meeting.
Okay, and also let's talk about promotions. Some people have been in positions for donkey years. Some people stay in a position until they retire, and some people just stay where they are until they are fed up and leave. What do you plan to do about this?
So that's where the organizational assessment and the management and functional review work will come in. All of these anomalies, if they are anomalies, as staff are saying, are occurring, we have to look at the situation and solve that. But promotion does not come just because you've been here for donkey years. Appraisers
I did not specify because you must have been diligent in service.
Yes. So for me,
not just go through all that.
So for me, appraisals have to be done. People have to be appraised based on their work, and you cannot appraise if you don't have personnel indicators, what they call KPIs, key personnel indicators. We have been here 6 months. And these were the assessments that I've been making. So now we're sitting down with the administrative office department to look at KPIs and also to look at job descriptions and match them with the key personnel indicators. And then we can start doing appraisals of staff. You don't just come here like Daphne. I know you come here every morning, 6 o'clock. If not earlier than that, you're usually here for morning coffee, for good morning salon. Some people come, they sit under the mango tree all day gossiping. In the evening, they get up and take their bags and go. So we have to look at all of those. We just can't promote people just because you've been here for 10 years.
Finally, in the next 6 months, when you sit on that chair, what will be the new things that you bring out that you have achieved?
I want to make sure that first of all, when Honorable Alpha Khan comes into this studio, when he sits in this chair, there's some fresh air around him. The studio environment is much more nice, and the studio is renovated. The sound system on our television and radio, I am expecting that I will be able to say, yes, we've changed the transmitters and now we have good sound and video and audio. So many other things. I would be able to say, you will be able to walk here and say, SLBC is making a lot of money now from obituaries, not because I want more Sierra Leoneans to die, but because the electronic transfer business system, e-business system that we've set up will start operating full and functional. So anybody, no matter wherever you are in the world, you'll be able to say, okay, I have an advert and I need to pay for that advertisement. You don't have to go through anybody, but you can do it electronically and it goes straight into the SLBC account. So many other things, but I'm latching on the low-hanging fruits for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that is our Director General, Josephine Kamara, talking about her 6 months in office. We go for a short break. When we come back, we shall be talking to the presidential spokesman and PRA on the reduction on the price of fuel products in the country. Welcome back. The program you're watching is The Podium, coming to you live on SLBC Television in Freetown. For another issue this afternoon, President Julius Maada Bio has called on world leaders to act together with a sustained commitment to end the circle of violence in the world and give innocent civilians the opportunity to enjoy lasting peace and prosperity. President Bio was addressing his fellow heads of states on the need for the global peace at the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in the USA. Meanwhile, the United States Millennium Challenge Corporation and the government have signed a compact agreement to strengthen the country's energy sector. The compact, which includes $480 million in grant funding from the United States, as well as an additional $14.2 million contribution from the government of Sierra Leone, is a vital step towards fostering sustainable economic growth and improving the quality of life for its citizens. I have in the studios for all of this as presidential spokesman Alhaji Alpha Kano. But first, let's start with the president's speech calling for peace. Let's talk about what he outlined. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, listeners.
So let's talk about the president's speech when he was calling for peace in the world.
Well, I think the president was on target. Because as a president, as a leader, he's always been a man who advocates for peace everywhere, even within the country. I keep saying it, and people seem to forget that this president was the one who initiated the end of the rebel war. He made those moves. He made the first overtures to the rebel leaders to come out of the bush and talk peace. He has demonstrated that not once, not twice. When he became a leader in 1996, he actually went into the bush and bring the rebel leader out. Since that time, the rebel leader didn't go back to the bush. We ended up having the Lome Peace Accord. That's what we are enjoying today. When he became president, democratically elected in 2018, the very first message he gave to us as Sierra Leoneans is that we must have peace, national unity and cohesion. And he didn't stop there. He actually extended an olive branch to the just defeated APC candidate. Come, let's work. Elections are over. But up to today, he's still sending that olive branch. I was one of the people who caught on to that olive branch. I'm sitting there because I believe him. And I have seen that. And if he goes out there to the UN, one, as a member of the Security Council, and also as one who has sort of inculcated the nature of peaceful negotiations in his country. He was speaking from the heart, and people believe him. And I believe for him to say that the world needs to sharpen up, to end violence, to stop impunity, and look at the opportunities open to everybody in a peaceful and cohesive atmosphere, the president was on target. That is what I believe. He is speaking from the heart. He is not rehearsing a parrot formula. It is something he believes. He walks the walk and talks the talk.
So what's the impact of his representation in the Security Council?
Well, the very first thing he went for in the Security Council is to take the message of Africa for the demand to have 2 permanent seats in the United Nations Security Council. His arguments were straightforward, simple, and credible. We are 1.4 billion people in Africa. We have 53 countries represented here in the UN. And most of the problems that are discussed at the United Nations Security Council, more than half of them have to deal with Africa. And we don't have a representation there. So now we are here. Luckily, he said that he was chairman for that month in August. He is now putting an agenda to the Security Council to look at the possibility of Africa's demand being adhered to. And I believe that that message was well received, because the very first country that responded was the United States ambassador. She actually supported the fact that Africa has been undergoing a kind of historical injustice, in that we form part of the larger part of humanity, and we are disregarded in discussing the things that matter to our own safety and our own security. So the UN Security Council is likely to support this. The American government, American ambassador didn't stop there. Just before the UNGA, she also made a statement to confirm that the United States of America, as a country, and also as a permanent and veto-holding member in the Security Council, support Africa's demand for 2 seats. That, I think, for us is a big success. Africa has been fighting for this, if I remember, since 2003, when the Africa Agenda 2063 was unveiled in Addis Ababa. And at that time, it was President Ahmad Tijan Kaba who was representing Sierra Leone. And when that declaration was made that Africa did need representation in the United Nations Security Council, Sierra Leone was chosen to lead a committee of 10 that would be advocating and canvassing the position for Africa. So for 21 years we've been doing that. Elijah Tijan Kaba did that. When President Ernest Bai Koroma became president in 2007, he was re-endorsed to continue as chairman of the C10. He did his bit, but the disadvantage they had at that time is that Sierra Leone was not represented in the Security Council where decisions were taken. But in June of 2022, Sierra Leone was elected as a non-permanent member to represent one of the 3 seats for Africa in the United Nations Security Council. And when we get there, the agenda of our permanent representative was always to push for the C10's demand to actualize the Ezulwini and safety declarations of Africa, of the AU. And when the president had the opportunity to chair, he made it a point of duty that his agenda number 1 was to advocate the case for Africa and even make a demand. And I think because he was sitting there at the table where decisions were made, in the boardroom, not just in the management room, which is the UN General Assembly, but now he is in the boardroom, he was able to influence. He was chairman at that time. And I can see that that had a big impact. At the end of the day, people looked at his credentials. When you talk about peace, are you a peaceful man? It's been seen that he is a peaceful man. And people agree that he's been trying to make our country better than it was before. And Africa as a whole also believe in him. And so a lot of countries supported that, especially the United Nations, that's the United States of America, which is the one that is really one of the key veto-holding state nations. And for that, I believe Africa this time will have those seats. So that is the impact of his presence in the UN this year.
And also during this UNGA, and we saw the signing from the Millennium Challenge Corporation to strengthen the energy sector. Let's talk about that.
Good. Well, the MCC was signed on the sidelines of the UNGA. It was signed in Washington, while UNGA itself was held in New York. This is a direct American government intervention into the development of countries. And it did not happen for Sierra Leone accidentally. It was a deliberate decision by the American government to reward the government of Sierra Leone under President Julius Maada Bio for the past 6 years, continuously and consistently passing the benchmarks, the indicators of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which involved ruling justly, civil liberties, political rights, investing in people, and all that kind of thing, consistently, and the control of corruption, which of all the 21 indicators, it is the one that is called a sine qua non condition. When a country fails that, even if you pass all of the other 20, you will not receive a grant from them, because that is the corruption. But for the past 6 years, going to 7 now, even in 2024, we still came up with 79% success in the efforts to control corruption. So we have been rewarded in much the same way as one would reward students in school who does well at speech at school, that getting their prizes on speech day. On that speech day, Sierra Leone got their prizes for the good work that we have been doing. It was not accidental, it was deliberate.
Okay, and also now that the money, we know that it's a private company that would be be utilizing the money to generate the power. Let's talk about how far, because we saw the launch the last time down at Shell, Kissy Shell. So how far, how would this, the progress so far?
Okay, first of all, the launch that took place, I don't remember whether it was June or something like that. At Kissy, I was chairman at the time.
Yes.
It's not part of the MCC money. That is a loan given to a private company. A loan of about 400 million, I can't remember.
So it's not the same with this?
No. That is a private arrangement.
Okay.
In fact, if I look at the goodies that have come to Sierra Leone during this period, that money, which I believe, they have some notes here, is a loan to, not to Sierra Leone, to a private company, which is going to provide electricity and sell it to EDSA, sell it to our own Ministry of Energy. That gas-fired station is $499 million.
Okay.
It's a combination. It's a combination of loan from the US, and some part of it from the African ECOWAS Bank for International Development, the EBID. So that is not part of the MCC. The MCC is $480 million.
So are the money in our coffers now?
No.
This money?
In fact, it will not come into our coffers.
Where would it go?
Because it will go to contractors who will deliver on the infrastructure that we need to improve upon. And this MCC has been anchored on the improvement of our transmission lines. The reason why we are not getting as much electricity as we should is that our transmission lines have been overworked, dated, over 60 years old. So they are now going to improve that.
So they're going to change the entire system?
Well, I wouldn't say, I don't know what the plan is. The plan is that the transmission and distribution lines will be worked upon in order to make them deliver to a net extra 44 million people in Sierra Leone, which means we're going to be increasing electricity access by another 50% of the population. That now is about 33%. So when you get that done, we will have 83% access. So for me, I think that is an impact that will reach almost everybody, including the villages. Somebody will sometimes ask about Mile 91. Yes, definitely. Mile 91 will now have access to electricity because there will be transmission lines running from Bumbuna to Mile 91, to Bo, to Moyamba, and to Tifung, and Shenge if possible. So we are going to be reaching most of the population areas. That is why we are doing that. Again, let me just explain to people. Somebody will ask, where will you get the energy from? We already have most of the energy. It's the transmission that we don't have.
Okay.
Bumbuna is producing 50 megawatts. But there are plans also to extend Bumbuna. As it is today, there are 2 tunnels where they will put 2 turbines. Those 2 turbines, immediately when they come on stream, they will increase the power from 50 megawatts to 100 megawatts, or even 150 megawatts. And with the 150 megawatts at Kisii, we'll have over 300 megawatts. That will take care of all of Freetown. But local, we already have 2 megawatts from hydroelectric. We are using only half a megawatt a day. So we have 1.5 megawatts going to waste. We have to switch off the second turbine in order not to waste electricity. So if we have transmission lines to Lonsar, we have transmission lines to Cambia, we have transmission lines to Lunge, we will be able to supply electricity to those people because we have an excess of 1.5 plus a solar megawatt of 6 megawatts that's now been built. So there will be about 10 megawatts available from that vicinity. Okay. But you need the power lines to take it there.
Okay, thank you very much, the spokesman, for the presidential spokesman, Alhaji Alpha Kanu. Well, a final issue this afternoon, the Petroleum Regulatory Agency has announced adjustment to the prices of petroleum products in the country effectively October 2nd, 2024. Well, for more on this, I have in the studio the Director of Operations and Pricing, Petroleum Regulatory Agency, and Sumana Tunti Samwa. Good afternoon, welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Recently, we see that the price of petroleum products is getting down gradually and affordable. Let's talk about the reasons why.
Well, our press release is very, very clear, but let's say it's the transformation that is presently going on, and then in July, when the agency presented our annual report, His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Madabio, he challenged the agency to continue more reforms that will benefit the people of Sierra Leone, and that's what is happening currently.
Okay, and now let's talk about the prices.
Well, yes, if we remember, late last year we said there are parameters in the pricing formula which needs to be reviewed, but we in general at PRA or Sierra Leone in particular cannot review it single-handedly. So we seek we seek help from our multilateral partners, World Bank, IMF, and thankfully the World Bank agreed to help us. And in January this year, they gave us an energy consultant, Dr. Elsin, who had reviewed pricing formula for over 150 countries and included Sierra Leone in her portfolio. She was here in June. We had a stakeholders meeting where most of the parameters in the formula we had discussed. And then let me just make a brief statement on that. The pricing formula have been in existence since 1994 when the refinery closed. We have certain parameters that we are not supposed to be in the formula, but they are still there. Example, in 2024, we are still paying for war risk insurance. And if we all remember, in 2001, late Alhaji Dr. Ahmad Tijan Kaba of blessed memory declared the war finished, or he said the war done, according to his statement by then. So we are still paying for war risk insurance. So we had to remove most of the elements that are not part of the formula with present time. So that was done, and then on the 1st of July, we announced a new pump price with the revised pricing formula. And then that is what we have been doing consistently up to I would say yesterday. What had happened is the exchange rate remained flat despite Platts movement. We also made correction for prices, as we said, and then also there are some amount of debt recovery. But what we continue to promise the people of Sierra Leone is that we'll continue to review parameters of the pricing formula, and we translate that to the pumps accordingly on a monthly basis.
So does it mean that now you do not go with the price of the world market?
No, that's the Platts. That's the Platts, okay. Yes.
So take us through the price.
So what had happened is we are transformed from Mediterranean to now West Africa Platts. So as of yesterday, we announced the following. Petrol from 28 leons to 27 leons 30 cents, diesel from 28 leons to 27 leons 40 cents, and then kerosene from 26 leons to 25 leons 03 cents. Fuel oil, which we use for thermal plants, more especially energy generating companies, is from 26 leons 40 cents to 25 leons 11 cents.
Okay. So the price is for now, it's available and people are obeying.
Yes.
Because we like this morning when I was coming, the bike wanted to buy from someone, not from a fuel station, from the black market dealers, and he said he bought it yesterday, but he did not know it was 27, so he still sold it at 30.
That's black market. That's why we are encouraging the bikes as well as tricycles, keke, and all others within the transport value chain to please go to the pumps and access your products.
And now you don't say we don't have the problem of hoarding, because some will tell you that this fuel that I have now, I bought it at so and so price. So if I sell it at this new rate, I will want to tell.
No, that's the dynamic of our industry.
Okay.
Even if I buy products today at 5 leons, if the price changes within the next 1 hour, I should obey the new price.
And you will not. You don't.
No, it has nothing to do with loss. It's just that the expectation, the petroleum pricing, the petroleum industry is very, very dynamic.
Okay.
Your profit is determined. So what happened is, if the prices fluctuate, you either get lesser profit or you get more profit.
Okay.
That's what happens.
You still profit.
Yes, you can still profit.
Okay.
So what happened is, example now, if I'm assuming that I'm going to make 20,000 leons as profit, and then there is a price adjustment downwards, that 20,000 will reduce. So that's what most people say, oh, I have lost, I don't lost.
Okay.
So that's what happened.
And also recently you were trying to curtail the influx of petroleum stations being built, and you put a stop to even some of them. How far have you lifted that?
No, the ban is still in force. It's still in force. We want to harmonize the sector. We want everybody that is in the sector to be part of the sector. We don't want how will I say, outsiders who do not have a clue of how this sector operates to come and just build stations everywhere. We want we also want security and safety of everybody within Sierra Leone. So the ban is still in place. We have had several meetings with some of the operators, and we'll continue to have those meetings until we finalize, and then we'll do a press release as well to say we have lifted the ban and ABCD sites should not be operate and XYZ site should operate.
Okay. Now we know the reasons for that is for standard. And now how would you ensure that these standards are followed before you lift the ban?
So
because people want to do business, and the more the merrier.
Yeah, so that's why as it is now, we have our engineering department and we have a professional engineer. He's an industrial engineer. Okay, as soon as you send us a letter of intent, you have hired the services of a professional engineer, which is totally free of charge. It will take you throughout the process, from land clearing, construction, design of your plan, your architectural drawing, up to your operational activities. This engineer will be with you throughout the process. So that's why we said, let's everybody stop work, down tools, come to PRA, we'll advise you accordingly.
And they are complying?
Yes, yes. We have over 80% compliance.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, finally, Alhaji Alpha Khan, we know you've explained the impact of the President's representation in the Security Council, and now calling for world peace. We see what's going on. People are affected, even Sierra Leoneans are affected, Lebanon, Israel, all over, you know. So let's talk about Africa getting the permanent seats that we have been advocating for all this while, and with the president's tenure in the Security Council chairing it, and he called for it, and people are even supporting him. What would be the benefits of all of this?
Well, first of all, the benefit is that there will be an increased number of heads in the UN Security Council that are permanent. If we have the 2, it will be 7. We're likely that Brazil also has asked for 1. Probably they will get 1. So 8 heads are better than 5. So we'll see that the impact will be better for our people. There will be more people talking and advocating for peaceful resolution of conflicts rather than those who want conflicts to be resolved on the battlefield. No conflict is ever settled in the battlefield. They always have to end up at the table. So our president's own approach to that is that if we are going to end up in the battle and on the table, why don't we start there instead of going to fight and then come back? And that is how he was able to convince Sanko to come out to the table and talk. And I think with that kind of experience, he will bring this to the UN Security Council. When Africa gets 2 seats, that is a big boost for Africa, because most of the things that I discussed there, just mentioned Sudan, Somalia, they are all in conflict at the moment and they're all being discussed there. There are issues, there are possibilities that supporting the Somalia peacekeeping force from the UN and all that. But Africa will now be there to help determine how and what form this peacekeeping will take place. So I think it is right for the man who has the ulcer to be present at the operating table.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guests this afternoon, Director General Josephine Kamara, clocking 6 months in office, the presidential spokesperson, Alhaji Afakanu, talking about the president's representation in the Security Council and his speech and the MCC grant money, and also the head of operations at the Petroleum Regulatory Agency, talking about the reduction in the prices of fuel products in the country. Well, before we go, our quote for today came from Gift Gugu, Mona, an internationally acclaimed author, and it says, "Great leaders always strive for good governance." My producer has been Salma Taba. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamar. The podium returns same time tomorrow. Stay tuned and goodbye.
Hello.
Bakaba would always say to us, war is not good, and the only way we could mitigate the occurrence of that is how we should be able to accommodate each other. So his message to us had always been peace, peace, nothing less but peace.
Marcella Slbc was a young activist working for Campaign for Good Governance. As a woman and a youth those days, she had a space on the table.
The civil society space was an arena for free speech. You see, I came in contact with the late President Ahmad Tijan Kabame, so rest in perfect peace. When I started at Campaign for Good Governance, but more importantly, as a student leader at Furbeck College, because at that time, we interfaced, with making sure the civil conflict came to an end, and equally so ushered in democracy.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the Slbc brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the Slbc for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the Slbc. Constructive Nationalism on the Slbc.
Ways, you get use?
Yes, I get used.
Well, family, I'm for welcome you to the program Ways, the program where the bring information come to you. I know say you within also outside this country, you want to take part and the only way for doing.
Now for watch the program, the number where you see the television when 076 or 031 812 send it text or WhatsApp message, we will read them say the program.
Will be your voice.
My voice.
Inside the program today, the community stakeholder them around the central business districts, well, then they try to tell them about malaria, vaccine, ahead of the vaccine where they go for Pulnado. This may be in the Ministry for Health. Ministry for Lands, together with a partner them, then they try to see how they go decentralize, the plan they deeper now. Sierra Leone Sickle Cell Association, they continue awareness raising on the condition. Well, they say daughter them na vocational training center, they hold a cultural and peace conference in Freetown. Deputy chair from Agboroka Council, they appeal for the Bengal. This and more, plus other things you will bring country to answer the program we use. My name na Dan Mosi.
Nando Atawanka, no my name.
One will take a break and join with sponsor.
Say una dey. Now we to kind of go wrong, but I'm trying to fix them now. So not too like this black man business. You don't go believe. Somebody even bring goats as gifts.
Oh my God! When na goats and Tyler Papa so?
I see our.
So it's me.
That lady.
What's the
married in the accent. Yes, I will safe there.
Where we reach, all man they no say we don't reach.
The fullest during this orange season of Boku Boku Sweet Tindem. Now forget ready for experience and enjoy life even more and more. Well, now the love down sweet.
Orange.
Welcome back. That's how we start the program. We'll be good. The first one, as community stakeholders, them around the central business district, where they don't go talk to them, but the malaria vaccine we then get for launch. Well, all this been be by the Ministry of Health. And as I say, get more.
These engagements come about also medical people there, community stakeholder, and plenty other people there gather for talk about mapping of community action for increased immunization services. This come about also Health for All Coalition Saloon. Final say plenty picking they not can take mark late for the well body one. Now that make the cow the main talk. Immunization is the cheapest means of saving lives of children, young girls, and women them for preventable diseases. The way Tima before Health for All Coalition Saloon talk about the importance of this engagement here.
They try for make sure say everybody in this country, especially women and children, they get health, or call health for all. So we come for map out them, actor them big people then in community where they make vaccination and immunization. They reach to all Pekin and all women in this country. When I know say plenty Pekin in this country, then they will not take my place yet. Even though Sierra Leone, a country where they high up, WHO and other partners, they don't rate say Sierra Leone, they up to 90%. It's one of the first countries in Africa we don't reach that stage for cover Peking then and woman they wouldn't take Maclate. Maclate, all the call vaccination, and the keep way for let people then other, especially small Peking then, belly woman then, and then young girls then. Because for now we get what we call HPV, when a human papilloma virus, where they affect to young girls then, in the primary school as well as the GSS. They were the need for take Maclate. And that make Gavi when the Global Alliance on Vaccine and Immunization and the government of Australia through Ministry of Health and Sanitation and EPI say we for a scale up, for ask people, educate our community for let them bring out them picking them and the woman there, let them take vaccination because it is save life.
Different people there will be part of the engagement, like World Health Organization, representative from the Freetown City Council, honorable member of Parliament, and plenty other well-bodied people there. They get a commitment, say they go work stronger one. For see all picking, a woman there take all necessary Maclate for the well-bodied one. So we will see how Health for All College or Salo with medical people there and community stakeholder there. They engage Komga there for allow the Peking there for take them different Maclates there where well-bodied people there keep getting come to there for the well-bodied one. SLBC will use, I'm not as I say, the reports.
Alright, the Ministry for Lands together with them partner they try for decentralize. Well, Tilly Williams and Aminata Sise now report.
Resilient Urban Salon project wey na for give strength and development to the Western Area Regional Structure Plan. Done the engagement with ministry, department and agency there for circa 1 year 6 month project. Also they don't complete 10 months. We in the talk about this engagement here. Sir N. Kanawa, Director of Country Planning at the Ministry of Land, we talk about this engagement here.
I want to assure you say the implementation of this plan again for all. One, because we get the legal framework way back way. Because what people they do again now other institutions or before, then they go do something where they not get legal mandate for. Imagine they will do one plan for FCC or FCC do one plan in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands. But by then Ministry of Lands they're not satisfied with the plan. So that plan the Ministry of Land they not adopt that plan. So the plan will become useful. Now projects somebody make. Then obviously, would they still use that data then now for do this plan? Important for do this plan. But by then, it make no waiting because if you not get the legal mandate for go do plan, then you do them. The FCC then do. You know go before. But now then get the now this law would be do so when appeal. It don't give the local councils power for let themselves begin for do plan. So if they do them plan now, after we don't do this, obviously for let them implement them. It go very, very easy for them and it go work. And above all, the Ministry of Plans normally do planning and do development control. But now do this act don't give the council the power also for do plan and do development control. And we serve the monitor, the plan with them do and the development control.
Professor Ibakali, when a professor at Kalu University team lead, we talk how this project important to Salon.
With the stakeholders, we're trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle of understanding what are the issues at the Western area and also how can we move from there and develop a plan that works for everyone.
People then will be part of this engagement here, they add their own voice.
I do believe at the previous time they were thinking of how they can relocate the city to another decentralization.
So till they see how they get for implement this project na Salo and see say all waiting they talk about benefits Salon people there.
Well, for Mianda, the Sierra Leone Sickle Cell Association will then still continue to raise awareness on the sickle cell sick. I'm to say again, get more.
Sickle sickle cell na one sick waking and bug plenty people all about the world. For sake of this make Master Well Body people be don put aside 1 month for talk body sick care, how person they get her, how in they affect person, and waiting at the thing wey person get her for do. For sake of this make one organization waiting up Tranga one for first sickle cell na salon be don organize one dinner for talk about how this they affect people all about the world. The way waiting before the organization we talk how sickle cell they bug people all about the world.
To encourage them that they get tested because that blood test is very important. We get tested and called electrophoresis test where we don't partner with Ramsey Laboratories where they can go Ramsey and go do test at a discounted price and then they will know what's in an genotype. Then they will say, okay, now sickle cell they do me picking. So with that we can cancel them, we can give them psychosocial support, and then we can tell them how to manage the condition.
So to they see how this organization, the team up Tranga one for first sickle cell na salon.
Alright, Daughters Vocational Training Center, the no old and cultural and peace conference in Freetown. I'm not a size again.
My name is Sierra Leone. I'm the Executive Director for Daughters Vocational Training Institution and the National President for Council of Heads of Technical and Vocational Institutions in Sierra Leone. Today we observe a culture of peace where we try to implement at the sub-region all across country because we see and say very necessary for make we as ECOWAS sub-region countries then continue to sensitize the young people and the people in our country about peace. The culture of peace merely tell you how important for make we continue for educate with people in our community, now we office system, now we family, now the whole country as a government, how we go operate in a peaceful environment. Well, it come about a program where ECOWAS they organize for train women leaders them from the ECOWAS sub-region in the culture of peace. And so this particular program target women leaders them, now all the ECOWAS countries them, and train them and encourage them for go back na their country and train young people them, na their community, na their institutions them, na the country about peace and how we go prevent conflict in our society.
Well, for me and the Maboka District Medical Officer and other people them don't beg authority them we concern at the districts for me them provide for them place so that they will get cemetery. This according to them, they say the districts now get public cemetery. Well, for sake of that, the deputy chairman now Tonkolili district between that before and it's big here. Well, most cases say get more.
Mekama, deputy chairman Tonkolili District Council, we there today for can validate we draft development plan. The plan we capture the needs, the views, the aspiration of our people in Tonkolili district, and is a people-centered plan, meaning now the people and say now this one's laid in the plan, and at that plan they will can validate. Now make we not get forget about key issues raised because now the people and say like this day. So we don't call them back for can see what them be safe now in the day. Now make good day so today. On we focus, we get areas that we look at. We get the government agenda, which is very key. Feeds alone because if I there for talk because I don't eat. So therefore, we for support that agenda there as a council. We now with priority. We go to education, infrastructure. These are all very key aspects where we get for embark on seriously for the interests of our people in Tonkolili district. And on the area of the cemetery, yes, we council not own a cemetery yet, but we're on the planning. As I talk, we're on the planning. By next year, definitely we'll see what we'll do for let we get a cemetery. We will be manned by council, so that we people will use effectively, judiciously, for the interests of the common man. Implement the activities we then capture na the development plan. We eager for talk to the people then, because now na a people-centered development plan. I didn't say na this ones. We get for go out for talk to them. Say we don't say na this ones, and that's how for freedom, how for able to actualize what on the budget. Now money, we get for talk to them for pay their house rates, because we get a lot of challenges on our revenue mobilization. But I sure say with this development plan, what the people don't see, when I then say, they go willing for give, and when they give, we say for come back to them and talk to them. Say, what you win I give yesterday, now this will make. When a physical something, when a tangible something, we go left as a mark. I think when we do that, the people themselves go get trust in we say, council they give them 50 loan, and from that 50 loan we give them, they don't do something for we. That go continue for motivate them, for let them do more. We will believe say by God in grace, by next year we will get a new story in Atonkolele district in terms of revenue.
All right, we will go over to Kono now and we'll join Joshua Sarpetikoi for updates.
The mayor na the Kwedu New Sembeon City Council na Kono District, Komba Matthew Sam, don't declare Operation Say No to Kush na Kwedu City. According to the mayor, in Operation Say No to Kush na Kwedu City, na for make a go for save the young people inside the district, looking at the kind way how they take the Kush na the city. Been go before for talk say the reason we make the fight against Kush need more seriousness. Some of the victims them is say don't they die of the drugs na the city.
So this thing only for fight time for make it done our society, because they destroy the fabric of the society. As we speak now, we use them to die, people in the suffer, talent in the go. They will not need for sit down and watch all this happen. We need the future of this country, we need the future of Kono. And for save the future of Kono, we need for save their brothers and sisters them. We involved in the taking of this.
Mayor Komba Matthew Sam been talk say the reason where some of the victims have been share with him on why they decide for involved into Kush taking means say need they for make rehabilitation center they na Kono District. One pa the Kumbra them we been they na the engagement self been get this for say on how the Kush don they ambog them picking them inside the district.
Me picking them inside there. Me when they inside, me picking them inside there. Then I they feel pain for me come to Kumbra them. Where them picking them they inside there. Most of them go about them, but put them sabi me na stone field where them can go there. The advice why they give them, courage why they give them. They are the talk pan there. Because of me talking, because of the ala why they put me and they push me. Then give me problem at then at the barracks 4 days. 4 days because I they talk about push.
Mayor Komba Matthew Sam being go before for talk say in operation say no to Kush na Kwedu City mainly will focus on people where they sell the Kush inside the city.
The one they when they sell, they are my concern this time around. The one they when they smoke them, they are already victims. The one they sell them, then drugs, now they one way you up. And anybody then so say they sell them. You ever get them very difficult, but we ever take strict decision or make sure say we bring them down.
People not only enemies but I mean number one great enemies there. Because why? They count property at this district, chop all the food where the poor all. Why don't these people put your leaders there?
For we use me na Alfred Joseph Kuruma, they report na Kono.
Well, from Kono, we're going to Kailang District and join Joseph Kenny for more updates.
The celebration they take place for 3 days, the 15, 16, 17. But the very day of the celebration, now the 16. But the beginning of the 15, where the different delegates then from different districts then will begin enter Kailang district. From the 15, the 16, the 17, then the program go down.
So now the preparation they go on. How now get support as a ministry in the district for do this particular work on they do now.
Every year, government is send subvention at the council for all MDAs, the Ministry of Agriculture, not to, an exclusion. So, and what they do with budget, they put in some budget for the World Food Day celebration. For now that we will not get any other money yet, we are wait because money, headquarters Freetown can always send money for support the preparation for this World Day celebration. So we are wait, they go for send that money there. But for now, the one they use, now that one will be put in our plan and budget for we on district celebration, for take care of the farmers them. That now we don't request from council since other money no day. Now that we don't request for council, for let council do it for now, let the use and why should they waste HQ and other partners for council support.
Waiting at the challenge so far one at the face now.
Now two major challenge, but one rests upon the other. The one when at the bedrock now the finance. Now the major challenge now we get some challenge with finance. The second one are the labor. But I know say because of the finance, because if we get sufficient money, I mean we will get labor. But since I distribute the whole time, I will expect say plenty people for don't come for participate and support the preparation of this field. But now we get challenge with labor.
So I see plenty soldier man then at the field where they build the boots them. How they come into this process here so, for support?
Well, what we already didn't say now, we Island, they host the World Food Day this year. The first thing we'll do is we hold a stakeholder meeting. In that stakeholder meeting, I don't form committees them. The boot construction and the field preparation, in that committee, the prisons they there, the youths they there, and the military they there. Now that make you see the military now for this field construction. I want to plenty thank you to the CEO where they na Moa Barracks Daru, CEO ABK, want tell them plenty thank you with Iman then the twice and all the men there, want tell them plenty thank you. Now then can support you for being the boot them. Not only that though, then they also support you for not even going to bush for go call the Kenti Counter. So they give you a lot of support for the preparation of this boot for host this World Food Day celebration.
So what's the advantage for Kailahun District for host this World Food Day for the first time inside the history of Kailahun?
One major advantage where Kailahun District get forget, it go boost the local economy of Kailahun District. Because a lot of people they get for camp where they will need their own place, they will need food for it, they will need other things them. Then they no more get for bring money into the district. Secondly, now the agriculture space, plenty people they come, Kailahun District get for exhibit a lot of agricultural produce them. Where people they can at this district, the whole country they get forget on the Kailahun District. Some man they come buy palm wine, some man they can buy plantain, some man can buy banana, some man can buy something there. So the ministry and you know say Kailahun District, now one of the districts where they produce a lot of agricultural produce there in this country. So that one they no more say we farmer they get for cancer that day. The exhibit they can.
So economically, how it go get for help Kailahun?
Well, it go boost the economy because every farmer get for sell, every guest house person get for get people there for rent, every business person get for get other people there for buy to ram. Everybody will get into business, into production, get for get business, get for owner in 3 days there. From the 15, 16, 17, plenty people get for the buy, plenty people go lay down, plenty people go eat. So that one day and all that money na Kailahun District they get for happen.
Alright, we go join Joseph Kene. Now he will give you update from Kailahun.
Me na Mrs. Agnes El Toure, me na the wife of the Bishop of the United Pentecostal Mission Sierra Leone. What's in bring Kanaya, we come for come appreciate the policeman them and the woman them for what they do. We sit down, my man, they say, love the police, we call it to 1 term, not to 2 term. Before there was a time we said get attacked, so tell what we call now. Within the space of 5 to 10 minutes, the policeman they don't reach. Then when they pass that skit, they see what they happen. The crime rate there, but before you remember, you don't see the policeman they around. You calm down lonely, the kind of population, but you see the policeman they all around also. So tell what they don't see with the park to say. When I do now, thank you. So we sit on this time in this time of the rainy season. We say, well, we get the week of kindness, so we always observe this mission. We are the Lumley branch. So they say this day of kindness, more extend the kindness to the policeman then and the inmates there. The inmates there, we need their souls there. But the policeman, that's how they do a work, they risk their life, risk their family, you name them. So make just know say people then they will love them, will care for them, will appreciate what they do. So now make we come for can show the kindness.
Alright, so now we don't tell account today for them.
We come with food, then we come with drinks, both for the officers and the inmates.
Of course, you know what you mean for the church and members all put something together, you know, for can share, even with the Bible talk about giving. Yeah. Because some church and they have a collection, some church and they give. Right? So what does this mean for the church as well?
This is one of the fundamental standards that will get inside the church. Giving out. Like even last night, all the church members that will be done at church, we make sure that we give all man gifts, big and small. And it not only stop to this, we get the widow orphans. Then self with all like every 3 months we supply the widows, we supply the orphans then we care for outsiders. They give them push about them, we can call them, we give them food, we give them clothes, because through that we expect say they go come for accept Jesus. That's what they run after, the souls that we want.
Alright, so tell us the church lady address. So then somebody will watch now across the country want to visit in a church.
Well, this mission, me I say not only a church, now a mission. They all over. We get now Freetown. Over 12 places from Bendebu to Calabaton. We get na Waterloo, we get na Songo, we get na Makeni, Kono, Kailan, Shegbema, Kenema, even inside Bo. But this one are the cross section of the wonder of the United Pentecostal Church, Lumley, 25 Regents Road. Yeah, we got the other one where they don't go to Cottage, Connaught, the prison of Pandemba Road, we start at all sides. From yesterday, so other people they don't at the Lumley hospital. If anybody want to come, patronize with the church, my husband in number na 088-262525. Me your number na 078-545-868.
Well, that's now a security updates by Dominic JJ Tucker from Yanda. We go over to Voices of the Youth. Today, the team go waka na Makolo community, Songo, na Koya chiefdom. Now join me as I engage youth them inside this interview.
Last Conte, when I picked up, just because of money, that don't make me, I don't become a broke out. So I decided to land this Peter. One, lack of school, and two, lack of job employment. Water facility, hospital, so on and so forth. Yeah, na old wood garage.
There were good things where they want to win. Now this will continue. But not for what this will move. And soon as Sierra Leone, any sufferers will come, any side way they will suffer. Now one will they force the country working not there for the youth to run there. Two, they suffer, no companies. You know, now when they work and they all come, young man will go, we get what we will pay for the king school. Anyway, we get what they buy, put like was for each one. All let's say, you know, that's where they do all these feet are called they manage for how they get small thing, we go buy thing for eating and goes. And now look the streets then, you know, good looking. You see this road, like what they went through. You see what you attack park there, and all go do with the manage. If you get your you know, able to pass now the new road, you go able to pass now the old road there, but now they all don't spoil. They don't spoil all the side and for we will not get away for long they enjoy all the roads there. And we also all you see they don't get at the country. How we do enjoy life now this country? One city of Sierra Leone. We they suffer all the way Cinnamon now. They have see the picky there inside and they play under they're all right now, you know, where each better when you able to call the picky can't put up for study. But waiting for it now, how people can study. You did daddy, they go first for what they can eat. Some of them one go school, they one done their school, but we no day. All them and they make them they can't be they involved with what they have. Money no day. If you have money they tell you the sister, you know go easy that young man can sit down and buy. Well now they take push then and they know the sweetness of that. Now not the smoke, not the jam cola, not the drink. So who what's happen now, not the drugs.
Hold on. All right, Fufu Water community, they now boast of water supply. When you talk to the community people, must say get the story.
Mohamed Kondo, commonly called Chief Kondo, Fufu Water for my duty. We bless Numa with water for Never Enterprise. Now they be doing this project for we. We then say they serve that they cultivate the government's agenda for let we serve able get a good water for drink in our community. Me from the time we are enter inside Fufu Water from 2000, we are enter inside Fufu Water, we not ever get this type of tank. this type of pure water now when Numa they don't carry. Where first we be the get water downside, what be they say bondo water. Then after that we can get one great pump now this whole entire community. But after that now would that make now we able get pump there now na the community now water for never enterprise. Now they can begin can help we then pump here when at the hand pump. We then self can say well now the hand pump that they can left for left for use that hand pump. Now that they can begin be a tank there for we will get for they get a good water now for drink. We get a challenge. You know, see people that we don't use free. Now this community. But now this way it don't kind na 3 rubber na 2 leon for 3.5 gallon. 2 leon.
Anyway, it don't benefit a lot, that not like. Because yeah, really will be the strain with water. But since they don't can make this water now, they help a lot, you know. Some of we go school. Okay, find it difficult for get water, but since this water don't come, thanks be to God anyway. Students they be late for go school, you know, they know they get time. Some people from where they go monitor for water no more. They take how many hours just for let them get water.
They got pouring.
Well done.
All right. Well, they go for short break. We'll come back to continue the program. Welcome back to the program. Well, we will continue, but I want to bring on an important public notice from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, this notice want to inform the general public and the customer them. Say, well, we're proud to introduce with SLBC e-business platform. This SLBC e-business platform now it will make you able to do business that easy way. And now you can send your public announcement, TV birthday request, and obituary and adverts to the SLBC from your house or office. And you can advertise at the SLBC by way you go able for send them anytime we did at your house or office. Just place your call or send a message to 034 1835 419 or you email commercial315@gmail.com. These salon people we tap oversee, we want to do business with we. Well, you can do it, another oversee day and 9 hours and you do business with we. Because the people out there at the commercial go ready for see to you concern, and we there for you quality service. And if you want for pay for that service day, you go pay for the SLBC e-business where you do. You can pay through your mobile money transfer to 034 835 419. As the SLBC, they continue for a brand, customer and the public, I want to let them know say we want for doing a good thing because we want to do quality service. SLBC, you can count on we, Master Sabi. We just want for, again, tell them say, the PRA don't do all what they can do as usual. For make sure say them review this particular business so they don't complete it now for the month of October. And according to how they see where things they go, and say petrol now na 27 Leone 30 cent, diesel 27 Leone 40 cent, kerosene 25 Leone 3 cent, and fuel oil 25 Leone 11 cent. This price, as how they talk and so, it is on now. You go to any side where they sell the petroleum product, that way you go get them. And they say dealer them, you can allow for sell below the approved price them. Well, this now the one who come out na the PRA.
Okay, I think so. To go before the rest of the program. Well, as we for tell God thank you for in life. Mrs. Rosamond A. Jones don't celebrate in 101 year birthday. Well, for sake of that, and family members them don't go donate school furniture them to the Buxton Infant and Primary School. I'm the say get small.
They not be only celebrate the school in history no more, but they also give joy to the person who get the school, Pastor Aloysius Samura, when a visionary leader, and he don't do well for shape the school in mission and the value them. Pan the foundation ceremony, boku things them in the way they organize, we pan them, then we give speech them from the principal and the head teacher. Then we talk to the picking them, but how them for they make up themselves at the school so that they go to be somebody will go come out fine for the Bambai. The keynote speaker and the one the way they invite all been did and the picking them do some kind of performance where everybody will enjoy. Then shape badge them to picking them. We go primary and secondary, the one the way na school prefect, the one the way na head girl, head boy, they all then give them this badge. Then after that now, they celebrate the person who get the school in birthday because he don't knock in 60 in this world. Well, according to the principal and head teacher, Augustine Abu Bangura, he said the school don't produce important people in a society. On top of that, he said the United Christian Church private school will begin with 8 picking them. But he said the school now don't turn one of the school them will all man they make mud for in the western area. On top of that, he say over the year so the school don't be now school where they produce picking them, where yourself go glad for, and picking them where they don't give power so that they go able forget where you go school and come on fine. The big Alejo, Mohammed Dauda Kamara, he want the picking them how important for build strong foundation for the Bambai. Carry on for advice the picking and say therefore pay attention to them book where they learn we go help them for tomorrow. The school picking them when old pupil them for the year 2023-2024 academic year, they may give 10 bags cement to the school and the foundation ceremony been done with birthday ceremony for the person who get the school when a pastor Sir Aloysius Samura. Now Christiana Kamara send this report to our read in the studio. Alright, as we for celebrate, we just want to tell that say well, we're sorry for that. The school will bring come up, but we want for bring on this now. As we for celebrate, for tell Papa God thank you for a life we don't spend. Mrs. Rosamond Ajayi Jones done 101 year is celebrating birthday. The family member them don't go donate to the school and donate some furniture them. At the Buxton Infant and Primary School. I went to say, get that.
Mama Rosalind Jones, don't old now 101 year. Almost per we go one for older age day.
As we for celebrate in 101 years birthday, Mrs. Rosamond Ajayi Jones for sake of this make in picking them, grand picking them, and great grand picking them don't go give help, support, and train to the Methodist Boxing Infant and Primary School na Charles Street. This come about after we in decide for open one foundation Ozamo Ajari Jones Foundation, we na for give help, strength and support to people that we not able fend for themselves. When we dey talk, but this help, support and strength where they go give to the Methodist Boxing Infant and Primary School. One of in grandpikin there, Christopher Jonetalis, say then decide for choose this school because now they in granny be the teach.
Right now, still they go teach you because it go ask you question. If you fail up, a girl will go look at you, a girl will go draw you, a girl will go snub you for make you learn. And the kind person. Because of a 101, we decide to give them 101 sitting accommodation for the Pekin. Then 101 Pekin, and that's what we take for Macau. But that notwithstanding, we get other side away in, focus the way out there, especially school for Pekin with special needs, like the Cheshire Home, the mentally retarded school. It teach all another school there.
The head teacher for the Methodist Boxing Infant and Primary School, he had the own voice.
We don't come last year, 100 years, to sing ballet for one. Then they asked me for, they tell them I say for level, tell them the school need, tell us some way furniture and did it one. So we really appreciate them very, very much. So they said better do likewise, better they help, but really suffer in terms of furniture at the school.
Pekin there, we benefit from this year and then furniture where they give them at the school. Be glad and tell plenty thank you for them kind support here and pray say the mommy go live more and more with good health.
On behalf of the teachers and pupils of Methodist Boxing School, we want to thank Mr. Jones and family for this wonderful donation.
So we see Ozamo Ajari Jones Foundation, they continue for support and give strength to people there all about the country when able to fend for themselves. Slbc News, I'm not say the report.
Well, for Mianda, the Lord is our Shepherd International, Nabasaton Waterloo. We don't celebrate the 4th Youth Thanksgiving ceremony for develop the church. Well, most cases say, enjoy and beer gets more on this report.
Now, Pastor Elizabeth Grace Duarte, me na the youth pastor of the Lord is our Shepherd International Miracle Center, Basaton Waterloo. Glory of God. This program can come up every year. This is the 7th year to the Glory of God, or to get to Youth Thanksgiving. We can start with 4 days revival. We can start the 3rd week of September, when youth preparing yourself for the next generation. When at the topic, and this program come about because the servants of God now with Daddy Dr. Emmanuel Touge, where they Basatoya. God don't use them for change so many in life of youths them, and the way they don't see the way youths their life they go, distractions. Youths are not focused anymore in the things of God. Youths they even when they say God in business, they don't care anymore, and especially when it comes to this. And deadly the so long kind of the society. First they come to that Ramadan and go to Pampas, they come to Kushna where they kill so many young people. So God let this message in your heart say, if you get this program every year September, or they get this program now the youth power convention where the team say preparing the youth for the next generation. And just after the 4 days program, we can get with Thanksgiving where they come for tell Papa God thank you for God and goodness in our life. So today we're there for appreciate God for a blessing, because it's not easy for put youths them together. Especially me and the pastor of the youths, I know what to go through, I know what the things them where they happen for put youths them together, especially in the things of God. You can get them for their social activities, but when it comes to church, it's not easy. But we thank God that God in grace to his servant, Dr. Emmanuel Touge, they push forward. We youth them where they get knowledge about Jesus, where they come together, fellowship and inspire other youths them for can be part of the race when at Jesus Christ. It mean a lot to we. That's now kudos to we, and we so happy as a ministry for get youths where they train every year for celebrate this day.
I'm your name Sister Daniela. I represent the team Grace. Still joy inside me for become a leader at this church. Work with my company with honesty, with love. Not me say because I win my colleagues lose that me say for laugh another for more calm. No. We for come together. I work as a team for make we departments go. Full daddy, we get so many encouraging words and for we the youth them. And I just want to say a special thank you to my wonderful mommy Caddy, for his support also because not really easy for him as a single parent.
Alright, we're giving an update on that Kalbato Mankine Road because we're on the show now. One who gonna update with John Slbc.
Okay. Well, really, we say we the chiefs are very happy because of the togetherness and the venture we take like the community, including the Okada riders, and the man of the community, and the chiefs then all come together, take the venture, and really the way the team is going now, very, very happy the way the team is going. Because now, even the other contribution we do, even the stakeholders at the community, all people at the community, they say we contribute immensely for this roadwork here. And the way this time they go, all glad. Well, the main message now, just for come on board, especially like the other know they don't oversee them, we they travel to don't oversee, let's say come on board. Because this opportunity not for only that we did there, that for everybody, whether you there or not, or you know there or not, the oversee now, you cannot say there's no place like home. One day, I like the oversee say you get for return back home. And you go find if you say we don't read this, at least this for take great venture for put on and for help with as now all in this community, all take for develop this community, so then self to come on board for put on, follow all put on together for develop the community. Well, even the groups that will come together, very happy we all come together for supporting the chiefs there. Now this upper Mankine community, then there's still therefore make effort back. Because this will plan now also start as so if you got agree that for all the job come to an end. Now they are the plate. Even to one then whether you get host and Mankine, not get host and Mankine, you can believe safe, you not get host as but you must get business where you do Mankine, or you must get some road in Mankine. Because at first what this road have been bad, get from Bulu they can't find Mankine, what the road been bad, this is very difficult. Because especially like no Okaramande, so Okaramande, when you see the ride on this road, they are very rough. So if they pay money at the same time back, it suffer back for come up Mankine. So we all for come on board, we join with the stakeholders there, we all come together, not make this road once and for all.
Well, from Yanda, the Brookfields Development Association, Diaspora Focus, UK branch, well, they don't go get 10 solar street lights yesterday with 2-year maintenance guarantee in the community. This is for SECA, for make them go improve security and avoid them bad thing them way some of the youths them they do in the community. Same way so, for provide light for the picking them we can study in the net. Well, for SECA, this Saranke Bayo be in the community and send this for we.
As we see, this is not the solar we will launch to the Brookfields community. This is not the prayer we offer for the one day we do the effort and we will in the community.
I want to appreciate them that Almighty God will reward them and pay them back in thousandfold.
Amen.
The community want to appreciate. This knowing that I see the number of people look around. for show say we concern. So we request for make we get a community meeting here if na Saturday afternoon. Make all man go take care of this there. Make all man go show say now we responsibility and for pray for them for appreciating her. So we appreciate if in a fixed time for Saturday in a call me.
So we don't carry the Bahama community. And at the poll we don't install soon for the Bahama. I'll see how we don't forget more, but for now we just get to start. I will go down with the say Lord this, that Lord add more, Lord see this, that, but don't fix a wooden pool. So when we need no expenses. A wooden pool we don't fix her. So we don't get much expenses to spend. But any other side we need expenses to spend, we get our bit. But for now we don't fix back like Bahama.
They're gonna bless the person we do. Because right now I don't settle from them about the way they sit now. Now we can.
All right, so we just want for building at this quickly before we end. One woman, that woman, he decided for go get, the insanity pad to picking them at Trinity School. We just want for let una see quickly.
My name is Alosan Diallo. I'm a professor of history and head of the Department of History and African Studies in Afro College. I began at this school with a donation of school materials some almost 20 years ago. I get a monthly school feeding program. In addition, I get Saturday tutorials and free lunch. And there was an organization in Texas where they call Sisters of Sierra Leone. The organization holds 27 years now, and may not be one of the founding directors there. So I've been begging them for give me some money for buy sanitary pads for the Pekin and the girl Pekin in the school. I'm an alumnus of this school. Now I go school. I left here in 1973. Well, because now the right thing that they for do, now that God wants me for do, for if you successful. Now this area, come on, Eastern. I born Gori Street, I meant Jenkins Street. So now this now we neighborhood school. So if God help me, God don't help me, I go to America, I'll be successful. I think it's the right thing for come back and help the school. Because the school they really be done bad off. Well, I advise them for let them work with the school, for make sure say they begin they use the sanitary pads properly, let them not abuse them. And they send them picking in a school for land. Because whether girl picking or boy picking, they're all for land. They all get potential for land and be successful people there in the future.
Okay, so apart from this, so that initiative we go impact, we go and start, we go bless them because.
Alright, now so we go put the curtain down. We want to say thank you for watching the program. Now continue for watching. We always bring a surprising thing. Plenty thank you to colleague in Lester Peak and the person on camera now. Na Biose Stanley Jr., Uge Senesi Makavure, Tosan Onyewe, and Fasana More on control. Who did the program?
My name is Nando Atawanka.
The producer na Lucian Ganda. So we'll meet back again inshallah on Friday. I must say bye bye.
What's una dey?
Then I go there. Now we motor can kind broke down, but I try to fix them now.
So na too like this black man business. You don't go believe. Some might even bring goats as gifts.
Oh my God! When na goats and Tyler Papa so?
I see our that lady all kind married in the attend.
Yes, I will safe there. Where we reach, all man they no say we don't reach.
the fullest during this orange season of Boku Boku Sweet Tindem. Now get ready for experience and enjoy life even more and more. Well, now the love done sweet.
Orange. What up, African World? It's Own Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. This video is a special Patreon request. So today, we'll be talking about the Mende people. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you'd like access to full courses and sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. There are roughly 1.5 million Mende in Sierra Leone, mainly in the southeast, accounting for about 30% of the population, and approximately 30,000 in neighboring Liberia. Some scholars suggest that the Mende people originated from the Kingdom of Mali or Manden, amongst other Mende groups. But sometime in the 15th century, they began moving southward, conquering other groups as they went. Others suggest that the Mende people were originally amongst a group of rogue soldiers from Mali called the Mani, who invaded the southern regions after Mali began to disintegrate. Mende origins aren't an exact historical science, if you will, but it does seem as though they were joined by other Mande-speaking peoples as they moved southward into Liberia. The arrival of Mande-speaking invaders from the north, together with an increase in population and the advantages of political and military alliances at the time of the slave trade, influenced the emerging Mende state system during the 18th century. By the late 19th century, there were approximately 70 Mende chieftaincies. Observers identified two types of Mende states, those defined territorially and those defined by loyalty to a particular ruler. In both cases, the authority of a ruler depended primarily on military prowess and the support of subordinate chiefs. Most Mende converted to either Christianity or Islam in the 19th century, but their traditional religion is still very strong. Traditional religion centers on the creator called Negwo, who is the supreme being, but he's also approached through the spirits of the ancestors. Interestingly enough, the original supreme being of the Mende was a female deity called Leva. She was supplanted by the male god Ngewo, and the two were blended into a single deity. According to one myth, there was a time when people forgot Ngewo, stopped praying to him, and neglected to make offerings to the ancestral spirits. Because of this, the people's lives changed for the worse, and illness and death came among them. One night, the people heard the voice of Leve telling them that they had to pray to Ngewo again and make offerings to the ancestors. When the people did so, their lives improved, In another myth about the origin of death, Ngawo sent a dog and a toad to humans to carry messages of life and death. The dog carried the message that people would not die, and the toad carried the message that death would come. Although both started out at the same time, the dog stopped in hope of getting some food from a woman, and the toad continued forward. The toad arrived first, saying to the humans that death would come. The dog arrived too late, unfortunately, and humans accepted the toad's message of death. Also in Mende religious belief, there are a number of lesser spirits called Hale, who are contacted through special mask societies. The main societies are the Poro and the Sande, who perform during major ceremonies such as circumcision and during planting seasons to help ensure abundant harvests. Other masked and secret societies include Humuai, which deals with sexual behavior, Njai, that deals with major illnesses, and Kapa, that deals with minor illnesses. In the 19th century, Christianity was spread from the coastal region where the British built new communities, such as Freetown, established in 1787, for freed slaves, both from the Americas and from captured slave ships. Islam was first introduced by Muslim traders from the interior. Islam spread quickly in the 20th century because it was seen as a form of resistance to the British. The Mende were a fierce group, and their early experience in warfare and expansion drove them in their resistance to European imperialism. After the British declared the Protectorate of Sierra Leone in 1896, thus assuming partial control over much of Mende territory, the Mende and the British came into conflict. Disputes over British authority and the so-called hut tax collection began in various parts of the Protectorate. The Mende particularly resented British attempts to restrict Mende control over the harvesting of palm oil. In April 1898, the Mende, organized by their Poro societies, rose and killed Europeans and Africans in European dress throughout their territory. The Mende became pretty popular during this time for their resistance. The 1997 film Amistad was based on a real court case dealing with the status of the Mende after they revolted on a slave ship. In 1839, 56 enslaved Mende, including 4 children, led by Slbc, rebelled and tried to force the crew to return them to Africa. The ship, however, was not built for a transatlantic voyage as they were located off the coast of Cuba. The crew deceptively kept the ship in U.S. waters until after some weeks it was captured by the U.S. Navy off Long Island. The ship and the people on board were taken to New Haven, Connecticut, where they were held and tried. The trial quickly became a cause for the American abolitionist movement. In the end, the Mende won the case and were returned to Africa. Slbc was said to have renounced his conversion to Christianity and severed any contact with the American Missionary Society. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Sierra Leone, a country that is known for its sandy beaches, natural resources, and friendly citizens. A country with so much untapped potential, but yet again, it's still one of the poorest countries in the world. Hi, my name is Ajani. I got nothing to say, you all I do got. and my opinions. So my purpose of creating this channel is to bring people of African descent, people from Africa, people from all around the world that have African descent to come a little bit closer, right? So if you like videos like this, you're more than likely feel free to subscribe. So you can lay back, chill, drink some coffee, cocoa, whatever you like doing, and just watch this video.
Who exactly are the Timni people? Well, unfortunately, most of the information online is very limited, which is not surprising at all, knowing damn well most of African history is either erased or they have been tainted. However, it is believed that the Timni people first migrated from the Fouta Djallon, which is now called Guinea. Looking at the map between Guinea and Sierra Leone, I think that checks out. The Timni people are known for being farmers, and they're normally found in the northern province of Sierra Leone. For an example, Cambia district, Potsloka district, which plays a huge role in the slave trade, Makeni, etc. Timni are highly creative people. As a matter of fact, while making this video, I came across some things I did not Now that we will listen to a piece of the audio, that should give you an idea of what the Timni people were, or what the Timni people are. You get what I mean? A lot of the time, people tend to not give enough credit to our ancestors, or people tend to have a very skewed mindset of what our ancestors were. So even though nowadays most Timnis are Muslim, back in the days, and I'm pretty sure even now some specific part of the Timni culture, they believe in gods, right? So one of the high gods is called Kuruma Saba, right? Doing my research, right, coming across that name automatically rings a tone. It just flips a light bulb in my head, because when I was young back in Sierra Leone, I used to remember some people used to use that name, Kuruma Saba. You get what I mean? So I'm pretty sure even nowadays, because I haven't been in Sierra Leone for a while, for a long time. So I'm pretty sure even nowadays there are people that still believe in the gods in Sierra Leone that are Timni.
Religious beliefs. The traditional Temne creator high god is Kuruma Saba, who, in judging the Temne, is thought to be kind, generous, just, and infallible. Kuruma Saba is never approached directly, only through patrilineal ancestors as intermediaries. These ancestors also judge their descendants. Sacrifices are offered to them to obtain help for the living. Various non-ancestral spirits, some regarded as good and helpful, others as mischievous and even vicious, also receive sacrifices and make agreements to help, or at least not to harm, the living. Temne also believe in witches, Rashir, individuals, both male and female, who can make victims fall idle, have an accident, or even die. The identity of a witch may be determined by several divinatory techniques, and once identified, can be countered by magical medicines. Especially useful are swearing medicines, which bring illness and death to an identified witch, thief, or other target. Borrowings from Islam and Christianity have altered many traditional beliefs during the 20th century.
So, knowing the fact that life started in Africa, and every single African country that you go to, if you look back to their history, you will see that they were worshiping gods or they were worshiping spirits or both, right? And knowing that Africans, we are all related, I'm a little bit curious as to how Sierra Leone, how Thimnes, Limba, Mende, Thimni, and all the other rest came to be. I mean, of course, there's stories of how what happened, but I'm a curious person. I always want to go a little bit further than that. I always want to go back and back and back. Of course, if we look deep enough, we are all related, which I'm not doubting at all. But I'm a little bit curious as to how far deep we can go, knowing that for the most part we might not go too deep because most of our history is either erased or the people that had the history that know the stories passed away.
Ceremonies. Ceremonies are held for most life stage transitions for both sexes. For women, circumcision, coming of age, initiation into the Bundu society, marriage, and giving birth are paramount. For men, circumcision, initiation into the Poro society, marriage, and fathering children are most important. The primary public ceremonies are those that mark the end of initiation of groups into Bundu and Poro, both for ordinary initiates and the rarer initiation of officials, and those that are part of the installation or burial of a chief. The principal Christian and Muslim holidays are also marked by ceremonies, e.g. Christmas and the end of Ramadan.
That will be the end of this video. And if I would have to summarize this video or want you to learn anything from this video, is that you should always do research on who you are, where your ancestors are from, what they used to do. I think that brings somewhat of a peace of mind to you. So I'm pretty sure people saw, if this video ended up doing well, I'm pretty sure there's someone that is in the diaspora, let's say African American, a Caribbean, somewhere, that ended up finding out their true background has to do something with the Thimni people, right? And I hope this video shed some type of light into it. But the thing is that most of our history is lost, but yet again, that doesn't mean that we should not be searching for it. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys liked the video. This video is very short, but I will see you guys when I see you guys. Make sure you guys leave a like and subscribe just so you guys can support. Peace out. That's who is what I mean.
Sierra Leone, or Salone, is a country with a rich, intriguing and sometimes tragic history.
Although the name Sierra Leone may invoke memories of its recent struggles such as the civil war at the end of the 20th century and the recent Ebola epidemic, there are other important episodes in this country's history that have shaped the way it is today. Like many other African nations, slavery and colonization unfortunately play a key role in Sierra Leonean history. However, strives for freedom and the development of a diverse society are also integral to the story of Sierra Leone's past. So, without further ado, here is a brief history of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a country in West Africa, with Guinea bordering to the north and Liberia to the south. Little is known of early Sierra Leonean history due to limited archaeological data. However, what is clear is that the area of land we now call Sierra Leone has been inhabited for perhaps 3,000 years or more. For years, this land remained relatively sheltered from the outside world. In this time, a number of tribal cultures had developed, such as the Shebro, Limba, Loko and Temne, all of whom remain living in Sierra Leone today. Nevertheless, such isolation from the outside world would begin to change. In the 1400s, the Portuguese were prominent global explorers and had made various interactions with people up and down the West African coast. Indeed, the origins of the name Sierra Leone can be traced back to the Portuguese, as it supposedly hails from 1462, when Portuguese sailor Pedro da Sintra was exploring the western peninsula of Sierra Leone. Upon seeing the area, he named it Serra Leoa, which can be translated to Lion Mountains in English. Although the reasoning for the naming is debated, it is theorized that the thunderstorms that occurred on the Sierra Leonean coast sounded like the roar of a lion to the Portuguese sailors. An alternative theory is that the land formations of the mountainous western area resembled a lion. Serra Leoa provides the origins for the name Sierra Leone, which is an evolution from the original label. Outside influence also came in the shape of the Mane invasions in the mid-1500s. The Mane people hailed from the Malian Empire and were led by Queen Masariko. Due to their military organisation and superior weaponry, they were able to conquer large swathes of modern-day Sierra Leone by 1555, notably the coastal regions. Nevertheless, these invasions are hugely culturally significant to the makeup of modern-day Sierra Leone. For example, the Mende people, who account for roughly 30% of Sierra Leone's population, have been greatly linguistically and culturally influenced by the Mane. Gradually, over time, the Mane assimilated into the population of the existing tribal structure in the region. Throughout this period, Islam also began to gain more influence in the area, with Muslim missionaries, traders and teachers from the East peacefully spreading the religion. Due to this, Islam remains the largest religion in Sierra Leone today, accounting for about 78% of the population. Despite the earliest European interactions in the area coming from the Portuguese, the Western power that has had by far the greatest impact on Sierra Leonean history is Britain. Although the British traded with the indigenous peoples for other goods, Britain's main interest was the trading of slaves. The capturing of slaves in Sierra Leone can be traced back to the Elizabethan era and further, where notable English privateers such as John Hawkins and Francis Drake captured slaves from Sierra Leone. Between the 1500s and 1800, the taking of slaves flourished, with the British and other European powers acquiring people through either capture or trade with local tribes. Despite being tough to quantify, it is estimated that over 12 million slaves were taken from West Africa to the Americas, and as Sierra Leone was one of the main areas in which European powers sought slaves from, it is safe to assume that a significant proportion of those slaves came from Sierra Leone. Remnants of the heavy impact that the slave trade had on Sierra Leone can still be seen today in the form of the fort at Bunce Island built in the 1670s. For example, it is estimated that 50,000 slaves were transported out of Bunce Island Fort alone. Slavery as an institution would have a profound effect on West Africa and Sierra Leone especially. Many in the region suffered and died as a result of the slave trade. However, the western area of Sierra Leone would soon become a place in which freed slaves from various places in the Americas and Britain would return. With increasing abolitionist sentiment in England, the attention of prominent abolitionists such as Granville Sharp turned to the resettling of former slaves in Africa. In 1787, the first attempt to establish a colony for freed slaves in the western area came in the form of the establishment of Granville Town, named after Sharp. However, this first resettlement failed due to poor conditions and hostility from local sub-chiefs, amongst other factors. A successful colony would later be set up in 1791 by the British-formed Sierra Leone Company. The occupants of this colony were some people left over from the failed Granville Town settlement and freed slaves from Nova Scotia.
many of whom had fought in order to earn their freedom in the American War of Independence. Over 1,000 freed slaves travelled from Nova Scotia and named their new settlement Freetown, the modern-day capital, to emblemise their freedom and new life. The settlement did encounter troubles in its earlier years, in the form of internal divisions between the Sierra Leone Company and the settlers. However, the numbers in the colony were bolstered by the Maroons in 1800, who had fought for their freedom from slavery in Jamaica. The culture of the Maroons can still be seen in Sierra Leone to this day in the form of St. John's Maroon Church in Freetown. In 1808, the British state took full control of the western area, establishing the British Crown Colony of Sierra Leone. After the abolition of the slave trade in the British Empire in 1807, the population of Freetown was gradually added to through the repatriation of people taken from captured slave ships. This contributed to the population of the colony increasing to 40,000 in 1840. The freed slave inhabitants of the western area would go on to be called Creoles, whose culture is reflected by both their African ancestry and their experiences with slavery. The relative early success of Freetown Colony led to the establishment of institutions such as Fora Bay College in 1827, the oldest university in West Africa. Despite British control of the western area during this period, their influence over the rest of the region that covers modern-day Sierra Leone remained relatively limited at the beginning of the 19th century. However, this would gradually begin to change, with the British exerting further influence into the rest of the area through force and treating with local tribes. It is worth noting that although the slave trade in the British Empire was abolished, illegal slave trading off the Sierra Leonean coast continued long after 1807. Perhaps one of the most notable stories stemming from this continued slavery is that of the revolt on La Amistad, one of the most prominent slave revolts in global history. In 1839, Mende, who were captured from Sierra Leone, revolted against their Spanish captors on board La Amistad and took control of the ship. After their successful revolt, the Sierra Leoneans chose to leave a few of the Spanish shipmasters alive with the intention to navigate back to Africa. However, they were tricked by the Spanish, who directed them towards the United States, where they eventually landed in Long Island, New York. The Mende captives were subsequently jailed in New Haven, Connecticut, and a diplomatic and legal battle ensued surrounding the situations of the Sierra Leoneans, focusing on whether they were free men and women or property of the Spanish. After taking their case to the United States Supreme Court, the Mende won their freedom and were able to return to their lives in Africa. Slbc was the instigator of the rebellion aboard the ship, which made Pie the leader of the only successful slave ship revolt where the captives returned to Africa in American history. For this reason, Slbc is one of the most revered figures in freed slave history and a symbol of global freedom to this day.
In the early 1600s, nestled between the Oyo Empire and the Atlantic coast, a small kingdom began to rise, Dahomey. Founded by the Fon people, this kingdom would soon become one of the most powerful in West Africa. But what truly set Dahomey apart was not just its strategic conquests or booming trade. It was a group of warriors that would defy the norms of their time, the Agaji, also known as the Dahomey Amazons. The Kingdom of Dahomey was founded around 1600 by King Hawag Baja. Initially a small state, Dahomey quickly expanded under the leadership of Hawag Baja and his successors, King Akaba and King Agaja. These early kings were known for their military prowess, strategic alliances, and effective governance, which allowed Dahomey to dominate its neighbors and control key trade routes. Under King Agaja, who reigned from 1718 to 1740, Dahomey expanded aggressively. Agaja's conquests of Alata and Whydah were crucial, as they gave Dahomey control over the lucrative slave trade routes leading to the Atlantic coast. But to maintain and protect these newly acquired territories, Agaja needed an elite fighting force, one that would come to be known as the Agaji. The origins of the Agaji are shrouded in both fact and legend. Some historians suggest that the Agaji evolved from a group of women hunters called the Gabedo, who initially served as royal bodyguards under King Hawag Baja. Others believe they began as a select group of palace guards, chosen from among the king's wives and concubines, tasked with protecting the royal compound. Recognizing their discipline and potential, King Agija expanded the role of these women, transforming them from palace guards into a formidable military unit. By the time of Agaja's reign, the Agaji were no longer just protectors of the king. They were the vanguard of Dahome's army, leading raids and playing a crucial role in the kingdom's expansion. The rise of the Agaji was not just a military strategy. It was also a reflection of the unique role of women in Dahomean society. Dahomey was a matrilineal culture, where women held significant power in both the spiritual and political spheres. The kingdom's religious practices, particularly the worship of voodoo deities, often saw women as priestesses and spiritual leaders. The Agaji were an extension of this tradition, embodying the strength and spiritual authority of Dahomean women. In a society where women could be both warriors and spiritual guides, the Agaji were seen as protectors not just of the king, but of the kingdom's very soul. Their rise to prominence was a testament to the power and influence of women in Dahomey, a power that would only grow stronger as the kingdom faced new challenges and enemies. As Dahomey continued to expand, so too did the responsibilities of the Agaji. Their rigorous training and unique culture would soon make them one of the most feared military forces in West Africa. But what did it take to become an Amazon of Dahomey? To become an Agaji was to undergo a transformation, one that required not just physical strength, but also mental and spiritual resilience. These women were trained to be more than soldiers. They were molded into warriors who could endure pain, conquer fear, and strike terror into the hearts of their enemies. The path to becoming an Agaji often began at a young age. Girls were chosen from various backgrounds. Some were captives of war, others were offered as tributes by their families, while a few volunteered, drawn by the promise of honor and status that came with being an Amazon. Once selected, these girls were taken from their families and brought to the royal compound, where they would begin their transformation. For many, this was the last time they would see their families. The Agaji lived apart from the rest of Dahomean society, in a special compound near the king's palace. Here, they would train, eat, sleep, and prepare for war, cut off from the outside world, their lives now dedicated to the service of the king and the protection of Dahomey. Training to become an Agaji was not for the faint of heart. The women underwent a grueling regimen designed to forge them into the kingdom's most formidable warriors. Physical training was relentless, focusing on building endurance, strength, and agility. They practiced with a variety of weapons, from spears and short swords to bows and, later, firearms introduced through trade with Europeans. But physical strength alone was not enough. The Agaji were also trained in psychological warfare, learning how to instill fear in their enemies through their appearance, war cries, and brutal tactics. They participated in mock battles, where real weapons were used, and endurance tests that pushed them to their limits, such as running barefoot over thorns or climbing walls of sharpened spikes. These exercises were not just about physical conditioning. They were designed to harden the women's resolve, to teach them that pain was temporary, and that their mission, protecting Dahomey, was paramount. The Agaji were taught to suppress fear, to embrace pain, and to view death in battle as the highest honor. The Agaji lived by a strict code of discipline and honor. They were separated from the rest of society, living communally within the royal compound. Their daily lives were regimented, with a focus on maintaining physical fitness, honing combat skills, and participating in spiritual rituals that connected them to their ancestors and the gods. Spirituality was deeply ingrained in the life of an Amazon. The Agaji were not just warriors, they were believed to be possessed by the spirits of warrior ancestors, which gave them strength and protection in battle. These rituals were crucial in reinforcing their identity as sacred protectors of Dahomey. Each Amazon was connected to the divine, and this connection was believed to make them invincible on the battlefield. Life in the compound was not solely about training for war. The Agaji formed a close-knit community, bound by their shared purpose and experiences. They crafted their own weapons, took part in communal activities, and supported one another as sisters in arms. This sense of camaraderie was vital to their effectiveness in battle. Each woman knew she could rely on the others, not just as fellow soldiers, but but as family. Within the Agaji, a strict hierarchy existed. Leadership was earned through experience, bravery in battle, and unwavering loyalty to the king. Senior Amazons, often veterans of many campaigns, were responsible for training new recruits and leading them into battle. These leaders commanded immense respect, not just for their skills, but for their wisdom and understanding of the spiritual and cultural responsibilities that came with being an Amazon. The leadership within the Agaji was marked by a combination of strength and mentorship. Senior Amazons were seen as both fierce warriors and maternal figures, guiding the younger recruits with a balance of discipline and care. This hierarchical structure ensured that the values, traditions, and fighting spirit of the Agaji were passed down through generations, maintaining their status as an elite force. Forged in the fires of rigorous training and bound by a unique culture of discipline and spirituality, the Agaji were more than ready to face any challenge that came their way. As Dahome's borders expanded, so too did the need for these warriors to defend their homeland and its interests. The Agaji were not just a symbol of Dahome's power, they were its sharpest weapon. Over the centuries, these women fought in some of the most significant battles in West African history. Their military strategies, honed through years of experience and spiritual dedication, were key to Dahome's survival and expansion. One of the Agaji's most effective strategies was the night raid, a tactic that took full advantage of their stealth and intimate knowledge of the terrain. Under the cover of darkness, the Agaji would silently approach enemy camps, launching sudden and devastating attacks that left their foes in disarray. These raids were meticulously planned, often involving feigned retreats to lure enemies into ambushes. The Agaji were masters of battlefield tactics, employing formations that allowed them to outmaneuver and encircle their enemies. They often used hit-and-run tactics, striking quickly before retreating to draw their opponents into traps. Their knowledge of the local environment, combined with their physical endurance, made them a formidable force in guerrilla warfare. Armed with an array of weapons, the Agaji were adept at both close combat and ranged attacks. Their weapon of choice was the machete, a short, broad blade ideal for the dense forests of West Africa. In addition to this, they employed poison-tipped arrows, which were particularly effective in both hunting and combat. The Agaji also adapted to the use of firearms, integrating muskets and rifles into their arsenal as European weapons became available through trade. Despite the introduction of firearms, the Agaji maintained a preference for traditional weapons, valuing the control and reliability of the machete and spear. However, their adaptability was evident as they seamlessly incorporated muskets into their tactics, using them effectively in both ambushes and frontal assaults. The Agaji's proficiency with these weapons made them a force to be reckoned with, even against better armed European foes. Among the many battles fought by the Agaji, the assaults on Abeokuta in 1851 and 1864 stand out as some of the most challenging. Abeokuta was a well-fortified stronghold of the Egba people, and its control was crucial for dominating the trade routes of the region. The Agaji led the charge against the city's defenses, but despite their bravery and tactical prowess, they were unable to breach the fortifications. The battles of Abeokuta marked a rare setback for the Agaji, highlighting the limitations of even the most skilled warriors against superior defensive positions. In the late 19th century, the Agaji faced an even greater challenge: the French colonial forces. The Franco-Dahomean Wars of 1890 to 1894 were a brutal conflict that tested the Agaji's skills and resolve to the limit. Despite initial successes, the Agaji found themselves outgunned and outmatched by the French, who employed advanced military technology, including machine guns and artillery. The Battle of Dagba in 1892 was particularly fierce, with the Agaji fighting valiantly but ultimately being overwhelmed by the French firepower. These battles, though marked by the Agaji's fierce resistance, ultimately signaled the beginning of the end for Dahome's independence. The French, determined to expand their colonial empire, were relentless in their campaign, and the Agaji, despite their valor, could not withstand the sheer might of the French military. However, their bravery and tactical ingenuity in these battles have become legendary, symbolizing the indomitable spirit of Dahomey. As the conflict with the French intensified, the Agaji and the Kingdom of Dahomey faced an uncertain future. The battles they fought, though heroic, were not enough to stop the tide of colonial expansion. By the late 19th century, the Kingdom of Dahomey was at a critical juncture. The relentless advance of European colonial powers, particularly the French, posed an existential threat to its sovereignty. Despite their formidable skills and unyielding courage, the Agaji were now facing an adversary with superior technology and resources. The decline of the Agaji and the eventual fall of Dahomey marked the end of an era in African history, but their legacy would live on. In 1890, the French initiated their campaign to conquer Dahomey. King Bihanzin, the last independent ruler of the kingdom, recognized the threat and mobilized his forces, including the Agaji, for what would be a desperate struggle to maintain Dahomey's independence. The Agaji, as always, were at the forefront of the resistance, engaging in guerrilla tactics, ambushes, and direct assaults on French positions. Despite their bravery and strategic ingenuity, the Agaji were facing an enemy that was unlike any they had encountered before. The French employed advanced military technology, including machine guns and artillery, which decimated the ranks of the Agaji. The Battle of Dagba in 1892 was a particularly devastating encounter, where the Agaji fought valiantly but were ultimately forced to retreat in the face of superior firepower. King Bihanzin, though determined to resist, was facing insurmountable odds. The relentless French advance, combined with their superior weaponry, made the situation increasingly dire for Dahomey. The Agaji, though still fiercely loyal and ready to fight, were now a shadow of their former strength, their numbers dwindling with each encounter. In 1894, the French finally reached Abomey, the heart of Dahomey and the last stronghold of its independence. The Agaji, along with the remaining Dahomeyan forces, mounted a desperate defense of the capital. The battle for Abomey was fierce, with the Agaji fighting to the last, but the outcome was inevitable. The city fell, marking the end of Dahomey as an independent kingdom. The fall of Abomey was a tragic end to centuries of Dahomeyan independence and the heroic legacy of the Agaji. The French, now in control of the kingdom, dismantled its institutions, including the Agaji. Many of the surviving Amazons were either killed, enslaved, or forced into exile. The once proud warriors who had defended Dahomey with such ferocity were now scattered, their ranks broken. King Bihanzin, refusing to surrender, ordered the burning of the royal palace before fleeing into the wilderness. His defiance, though ultimately futile, was a final act of resistance against the French conquest. The Agaji, having fought valiantly to the end, had fulfilled their duty to the king and their homeland, even as Dahomey was absorbed into the French colonial empire. The fall of Dahomey marked the end of an era, not just for the kingdom but for the Agaji as well. For centuries, these women had stood as the fierce protectors of their homeland, defying the conventions of their time and carving out a unique place in history. Though the Agaji were disbanded and their legacy nearly erased by colonial forces, their story has endured, a testament to the strength, resilience, and indomitable spirit of the women of Dahomey. Today, the legacy of the Agaji lives on in the cultural memory of the people of Benin. They are celebrated as symbols of courage and resistance, their stories serving as an inspiration to generations. Through oral traditions, historical research, and modern portrayals, the Agaji continue to captivate and inspire, reminding us of a time when women warriors stood at the forefront of history. But the story of the Agaji doesn't end with the fall of Dahomey. Their legacy has transcended time and geography, influencing cultures far beyond West Africa. The story of the Agaji has inspired countless retellings in modern times. From Hollywood blockbusters to historical novels, the image of the fierce warrior women of Dahomey has captured the imagination of people around the world. But beyond these portrayals lies a deeper legacy, one that speaks to the enduring power of their story and the cultural significance they hold today. In recent years, the Agaji have gained widespread recognition through popular media. Films like The Woman King have brought their story to a global audience, highlighting the bravery and leadership of these women warriors. While these portrayals often take creative liberties, they serve an important role in reviving interest in the Agaji and educating audiences about their historical significance. Behind these portrayals are filmmakers, historians, and cultural experts dedicated to bringing the true story of the Agajie to life. Their work not only entertains but also informs, ensuring that the legacy of these warriors is preserved for future generations. However, it is important to approach these representations with a critical eye, recognizing both their value and their limitations. Beyond the silver screen, historians and researchers continue to uncover the rich history of the Agajie. Through the study of oral traditions, colonial records, and archaeological findings, scholars have pieced together a more nuanced understanding of the Agajie's role in Dahome's history. This research is crucial in separating myth from fact, ensuring that the true story of the Agajie is preserved for posterity. The work of these historians has not only deepened our understanding of the Agajie but also highlighted their significance within the broader context of African and world history. As one of the few all-female military units in recorded history, the Agajie challenged conventional narratives about women's roles in warfare and society, offering a powerful example of female agency and leadership. In Benin, the legacy of the Agajie is celebrated through cultural festivals and ceremonies that honor their memory. These events are more than just reenactments. They are a vital part of keeping the history and spirit of the Agajie alive. Participants, often descendants of the Dahomean people, don the traditional attire of the Agajie and perform their rituals, songs, and dances, passing down the stories of these warriors to younger generations. For the people of Benin, the Agajie are not just figures from the past. They are symbols of resilience, bravery, and cultural pride. These celebrations serve as a reminder of the strength and independence of Dahomey, and the role the Agajie played in defending their homeland. The festivals also act as an educational tool, teaching young people about their heritage and the importance of preserving it. Across Benin, monuments and memorials have been erected to honor the Agajie, ensuring that their contributions are not forgotten. These monuments stand as a testament to the enduring impact of the Agajie, not only on Dahome's history but on the collective memory of the people of Benin. Through these tangible symbols, the Agajie continue to inspire and empower, serving as a powerful reminder of what it means to fight for one's people and culture. The story of the Agajie is one of strength, courage, and resilience. From their rise as the fierce protectors of Dahomey to their eventual decline in the face of colonial forces, the Agajie have left an indelible mark on history. Their legacy transcends time and place, continuing to inspire people around the world. Whether through film, research, or cultural celebration, the memory of the Agajie lives on, reminding us all of the power of unity, determination, and the indomitable spirit of those who fight for what they believe in. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the history of the Agajie. Their story is a powerful reminder of the strength and resilience of women in history, a legacy that will continue to inspire for generations to come.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I got use.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, important presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public square, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer, Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Telikoma, head of news and current affairs unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue, we are the best.
Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
exactly 3 p.m. at our broadcasting house here at New Englandville. Good afternoon and welcome to Nuza with me, Cynthia Kamara. Our top stories this afternoon: the Economic Community of West African States launches the Fund for Regional Stabilization and Development. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, together with Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, review the 2014 SME policy with stakeholders of the Northern region. And China's embassy in Sierra Leone celebrates the 75th founding anniversary of China. Well, all those stories are all lined up, including our segment. And don't forget, you can join us live on SLBC Channel 31 on Facebook to catch up with our news broadcast. I am Cynthia Kamara. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Well, to our first story. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has launched a fund for the regional stabilization and development. The initiative was funded by the German government, focusing on improving socio-economic resilience in vulnerable regions. Joseph Toure tells us more.
Gathered here in Benin, we are officials of ECOWAS, representatives from the government of Benin and the German government to launch a $15 million fund which would benefit nearly 24,000 residents of Atokora and Donga in Benin. The project, spanning from 2024 to 2027, would support vulnerable people. It would as well cater for vocational training, infrastructural development and renewable energy promotion, marking a step towards long-term stability in the region. Resident representative of ECOWAS in Benin, Amadou Diong, said the project also shows that the fight against violent extremism was not only a military issue, but anticipating and having in place the basic socio-economic infrastructures which would strengthen the capacity of vulnerable population. He noted such move re-energizes their hopes. For the representative of the Minister of State in charge of Economy and Finance, Habib Tinaji, the regional bloc would improve on the lives of its citizens through the provision of basic services and create jobs for women and youth for sustainable economic opportunities. Down in it, the representative from the German embassy, Felix Kress, described the fund as a new phase between Germany and ECOWAS to respond to crises and invest in the future. He said, by strengthening livelihoods, supporting agriculture and infrastructure, promoting vocational training, would guarantee a better and safer future. The fund was likewise seen to speak to the 5 pillars of ECOWAS Vision 2050, which include peace, security and stability, governance and rule of law, economic integration and interconnectivity, transformation, inclusive and sustainable development, and social inclusion. SLBC, Joseph Toure reporting.
Well, the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, SMEDA, have ended a 2-day consultative meeting with stakeholders of the Northeast region. The engagement, which took place at the Bombali District Council Hall, Mabema, was part of a nationwide consultation on the review of the SME Policy 2014 and the SMEDA Act of 2016. Well, from Makeni, let's now join Hassan Furikama.
Speaking to SLBC, the Chief Executive Officer SMEDA, Shaka Samuel Sanor, said the national engagements were to dissect the policy and act that will lead to formidable regulations to govern the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency landscape. He said it was appropriate to look at the document since they have both existed for 8 and 10 years respectively, so that adjustment could be made to match up with current trends, international best practices and standards.
Over 80% of SME operatives are still informal. So we need to have a policy in place that can encourage formalization. We need to have a policy in place that can encourage considering climate change effects on the operations of SMEs. We need to have a policy that can tell us how best we can talk to policymakers to consider sector-specific loan products for SMEs. For example, giving loan products for traders and agricultural entrepreneurs could not be the same because their operating environments are not the same. So we are taking a holistic approach.
The Chief Executive Officer Smida said to achieve the goals, it was crucial for every sectors, especially the finance, digital, and registration entities to be in line with the development activities. Mr. Sano said after the new document would have been completed, business operatives would have a more inclusive approach and conducive environment to thrive. These were some of the participants.
As SMEs, we are recommending for certain policies to be changed or to be looked at regarding the acquisition of loan and financial support. Also in terms of grants from agencies that give grant, because most SMEs that they give grant, you find out that the same SMEs that they have been giving grant for the past 5 years, that's the same SMEs, they are giving the same grant and they are not giving opportunities for new SMEs to get access to grant.
A few recommendations we have as civil society, how this policy going forward can capture the
Well, we'll continue with our report in our subsequent news. The People's Republic of China has celebrated the 75th anniversary of its founding. The event featured cultural performances which showcased China's heritage and its fusion with Sierra Leonean traditions. Dignitaries from the Sierra Leonean government, diplomaticals, and business sectors, among others, graced the occasion at the Chinese embassy in Freetown. Jonathan Tona report.
Attendees were entertained with traditional Chinese music, dance, and an exhibition that showcased China's historical achievements as well as its modern-day innovations. Vice President of Sierra Leone, Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo, praised China for its tremendous contributions to Sierra Leone's development over the decades. He cited major infrastructural advancements, including the construction of bridges, roads, and government buildings.
In 1971, Sierra Leone was among the African countries who stood up for China to secure a seat in the Security Council. Today, I want to reiterate and call on China, People's Republic of China, to reiterate the call of His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, who is championing a reform of the Security Council to ensure that Africa has got its rightful place in the Security Council in the permanent category.
The Chinese ambassador to Sierra Leone, Wang King, expressed his country's deep commitment to further strengthening ties with Sierra Leone.
China is willing to strengthen the synergy of development strategies with Sierra Leone, translate the important consensus of the two leaders. I firmly believe on the journey towards modernization, China and Sierra Leone will continue to be good friends, good partners, and good brothers who treat each other with trust and sincerity, work hand in hand to support each other's development and make greater contribution to jointly building an all-weather China-Sierra Leone community.
Government ministers, diplomats from various countries, members, Sierra Leone's private sector, and representatives from international organizations commended China for its significant contributions to Sierra Leone's progress, especially in critical areas like education, in which Chinese scholarship and technical training program have empowered Sierra Leonean youth. Such events captured a sense of optimism for the future of China-Sierra Leone relations as both countries continue to work together in their shared pursuit of progress and prosperity. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Sierra Leone's ambassador to Ethiopia and African Union, Harold Safar, has called on the Arab League to synchronize their activities with the African Union in order to create maximum impact on the global stage. Ambassador Harold Safar was addressing the Secretary General of the Arab League, Ahmed Abdul Gate, at the organization's secretariat in Sierra. He noted that the African Union and the League of Arab states do not only have their membership that overlap each other, but are also bedeviled by similar challenges ranging from security to development issues. Ambassador Safar was among the group of African Union ambassadors who are on the Peace and Security Council on a fact-finding mission to Egypt to discuss with regional leaders in an effort to find a diplomatic solution to the war in the neighboring Sudan. They also met with Egyptian Minister for Foreign Affairs, Abdel, and visited the Egyptian National Police Training College for Peacekeeping in Sierra. Ambassador Harold Safar also met with 2 Sierra Leonean police officers who are studying at the Sierra Police Training College. If you're just joining us, this is news coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We continue with more stories. The presence of numerous potholes is not only frustrating for motorists, but also posing risk to their vehicles. Road users in the center of the Freetown have called on road authorities to give utmost importance to the major road used in the city. They stressed that the condition of the roads is deplorable and requires urgent attention. My colleague Mohamed Toure looks at some of the roads and compiled this report.
Movement across the city, especially for some roads used as bypass, becomes unsafe during the rainy season. Just looking at some of these roads, one will wonder if there is an existing institution responsible for road construction and maintenance. The numerous potholes on some roads have forced motorists to use a single lane as they try to avoid the bad sections of the road. It's unfortunate that community members have to take matters into their own hands by covering some of these holes with stones. Meanwhile, for pedestrians, damaged slabs and open drainages make it difficult to navigate certain roads. Imagine having to compete with vehicles just to walk safely. Motorists are bearing the brunt of these road conditions, facing increased repair costs for their vehicles and motorbikes. Sakila Road and Benjamin Lane are more than eyesore for both residents in the community and vehicle pedestrians traffic who pay taxes to use the road every day. This is the same road many government officials use to and from work. Yet nothing has been done to quickly fix this road and all other roads and side streets that need urgent maintenance in and around the country. Augustine Fengai, Keke rider, shared his first-hand experience, highlights the impact on riders. Frequent visits to mechanics and expensive spare parts are taking a toll.
They really affect me because they make you go to garage fast. They put you workshop there, they put you machine there, or go to garage with the pay beaucoup money because right now parts in there.
The deplorable road is affecting us as riders in the city. It is causing us to visit mechanics. Spare parts are very expensive. Some passengers will even complain when entering potholes. When you step on the brake frequently, it will finish sooner than expected, especially the brake seal.
With the mass brake frequency, they make the brake seal themselves the boss because brake not to the mass fast, and it cause problem to the machine. So that all they affect you.
Kelvin Amakusia said the danger of navigating these roads at night is a serious concern. Potholes can be treacherous when not visible.
So we appeal to government.
I am appealing to the government for a quick fix of the situation, as saving our lives is very important.
For save life is very important.
Chairman, Regent Road Drivers Organization Hassan Kamara said the struggle faced by drivers accessing these roads, especially with Wakafine buses, emphasized the urgency for improvements.
Like the roads and now they pass right now, the road they don't part of so this circular road here.
Roads in the city are in terrible condition, making it difficult for us to access them, especially with the Wakafine buses. We are struggling with the deplorable state of the roads, and we cover long distances.
Anymore, unless Wakafine bus time for Wakade. So that the main reason now the money right at the road and now part of the distance where they cover far.
Despite efforts being made to improve road infrastructure, the truth is that road and streets, especially in the city, are an eyesore to the public, let alone investors and tourists. Some Sierra Leoneans are truly unpatriotic. Some of them clean their homes and deliberately dump the debris into the already narrow drainages or roads being constructed by construction companies on behalf of the government. SLBC News, Mohamed reporting.
Well, the Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies Sierra Leone has officially complained shipping lines to the local content agency Sierra Leone. The association alleged that the shipping lines, which are foreign companies, are usurping the function meant for indigenous Sierra Leonean-owned businesses. As Emmanuel Samura reports, this discovery was made during the mediation talks between the complainant and the alleged offenders.
The Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies Sierra Leone appeared like crying babies, alleging that the shipping lines have invaded the clearing and forwarding space legally meant for indigenous Sierra Leonean-owned businesses.
The government thought it necessary under our regulator, NRA, to ensure that we have this indigenous association purely for Sierra Leoneans to do business and thrive for prosperity. Foreign companies who are operating in the shipping world have these tendencies of usurping our functions.
But the shipping lines challenged the accusations and said that their businesses are owned by Sierra Leoneans and asked that the association should back their claims with data to show that they have been taking their jobs.
If you say Sea and Lands is taking all of the jobs of Kenema, they produce facts. Getting say they call the discharge report from the terminal. It will align everything that relates to who brought the container and who cleared it.
During the mediation, the definition of Sierra Leonean-owned businesses as per law was topical, which the Director General of the local content agency, Fodeba Dabo, defined.
According to the Company Act of 2007, Sierra Leonean company is based on shareholding, not because you have 80% or 90% of your workforce being Sierra Leonean, automatically mean your company is Sierra Leonean. No. That's not what a Sierra Leonean company means. We want to be able to define Sierra Leonean company based on share.
The shipping lines further alleged that the indigenous Sierra Leonean-owned clearing and forwarding businesses were not that financially capable to handle some large contracts.
Guys gave us a guarantee. They said, could you be able to support our freight every month, $20,000? Are these our brothers prepared to sign such a contract to support in freight in the country and everything, and every month they want to ensure you have $20,000?
The Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies refuted such claims.
What they are saying is that we don't have the financial capacity, but they don't know our financial muscles. They don't know our financial strength. They are just assuming. So if they are saying we don't have the financial muscle, I will say that is not true.
After over 2 hours of back and forth argument between the two parties, the mediator, who is the Director General of the local content agency, Fodeba Dabo, told both parties that him and his team would investigate and implement the laws fully.
The penalties are huge, and that's the reason why in my concluding remark I made it very clear that let them understand that they are talking to a regulator on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone. You should not be seen misleading government with misinformation.
The Association of Clearing and Forwarding Agencies Sierra Leone is a conglomeration of licensed clearing and forwarding agencies in Sierra Leone established by the 2011 Customs Act and the 2015 Customs Regulations mandated to do import clearing, export transit and freight forwarding among others. Emmanuel Samoa, SLBC.
Statistics Sierra Leone with UNFPA convened its inaugural advisory committee meeting at New Brookfields Hotel. This meeting aims to establish the terms of reference and finalize the committee's composition, marking the formal commencement of the 2025 decennial population and housing census process. Julian Koruma has more.
The composition of the 2025 Decennial Housing and Population Census Advisory Committee includes political representatives from the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP, and the All People's Congress Party, APC, and other development partners and government agencies. According to the chairman, Statistics Sierra Leone Council, Moses Williams, the unique committee would ensure accurate population and housing statistics that are vital to addressing the needs of the population and to ensure the data is accurate. Enumerators would have to take a special test to prove their statistical prowess.
We train you. When we train you, the test is really meant to see whether you actually understood the training. And we only know that by giving you a simple test. If you don't pass it, then you have not actually benefited from the training, and therefore you cannot do our job well.
As Sierra Leone prepares for this important event, the collaboration among government bodies and international partners underscores the importance of a comprehensive census, which is estimated to cost above $37 million.
In a cabinet meeting, His Excellency the President assured this nation that the funds for the census will be given and will be provided. And that has been communicated to us, and we've had subsequent meetings. The assurance has been given that the money will be provided. We only have to trust the government and its leadership to ensure that we can get this money. I can assure you they provide the money.
The composition of this advisory committee has kick-started the official process of the 2025 Housing and Population Census. The 2 weeks process of counting is scheduled to start from the 2nd to the 15th of December 2025. SLBC News Hour, Julian Koroma.
Now, in recent years, Sierra Leone has witnessed a surge in disasters like buildings collapsing, fire incidents, and other tragedies that have claimed lives and destroyed property. For the victims, recovery often proves difficult, especially in a country where a significant portion of the population remains uninsured. This lack of insurance causes more hardship for victims. Well, my colleague Jonathan Turner has been looking at the importance of insurance in a country like Sierra Leone, where life conditions can change at any time. Let's hear from him.
While the frequency of buildings collapsing and fire accidents are growing at an alarming rate, only few people have thought about insuring their businesses or property. This negligence has driven some people out of business, some into poverty when they were visited by certain tragedy. A lack of compliance with insurance regulations by many citizens is rife, and many do not even believe in the idea of insuring their property. It is against this background that the government in the year 2000 introduced Sierra Leone Insurance Company. SLECOM's Deputy Commissioner Sheku Matia said they always ensure that claims are paid to beneficiaries when needed. Yet many people are either unaware of or indifferent to the importance of insurance, leaving themselves vulnerable to devastating financial losses.
Indeed, insurance companies pay claims. We make sure that they pay claims. Whenever there is some amount of discrepancies or whatever, then we come in and settle it to the best of our knowledge in insurance, so that people will have easy access to our office through our provincial offices, liaise with them, tell them about the compulsory insurance issue, about all the rest.
For a broker, Joshua Boni, Distrust of insurance companies is one of the major reasons why many Sierra Leoneans are reluctant to insure their homes, lives, and property.
The insurance side to the client is that the client also feel that the insurance companies are taking money away from them without compensating them when the actual things occur. So the basic issue or challenge that I would say we as practitioners are facing is one of trust. And I believe that if that element of trust is worked on, the industry can be a better tool for the economy.
With over 4 decades in the insurance industry, Ambassador Ali Issa Bangura, Executive Chairman of Sierra Leone Insurance Company, has seen firsthand how non-compliance with insurance laws has worsened the impact of disasters on individuals and communities. Despite his company's compliance with all legal frameworks, individuals continue to shy away from insurance coverage. Ambassador Bangura calls for government intervention to enforce insurance laws more strictly and advocates for the digitalization of the insurance sector to improve efficiency and accessibility.
The corporate institutions that insure against fire and such perils. Individuals, no. I can tell you 90% of the houses in Sierra Leone are not insured. We all know that. But there's a law that says tenantable properties must be insured. It is in the act. But the question is enforcement. How do we enforce that? You see, it's not easy in a situation such as ours.
One of the key concerns in the consequences of action, lawyer Ibrahim Mansaye of Mansaye and Associates Chambers highlights that when a house is uninsured, the legal consequences in the wake of disaster can be severe. Individuals could face fines or penalties for failing to comply with insurance laws, he emphasized.
Particularly under the Insurance Act of 2016, when you look at Section 91 of the Act, basically it provides that if you do not comply with certain provisions of the Act and you're found guilty of that, you may be fined up to the tune of 10 million loans, which is now 10,000 millions, or face an imprisonment of 2 years. I would advise homeowners to insure their property not only against fire but also against other natural disasters.
Despite these challenges, there are still citizens who recognize the crucial role that insurance plays in Sierra Leone's development and their personal safety. For these individuals, insurance represents more than just a financial tool. It offers peace of mind and protection against unforeseen tragedies.
We are seeing disaster everywhere. We are seeing the houses being burnt and everywhere. We are seeing some unfortunate death, tragic. We are in terms of illness as well. We are seeing so many people in some deplorable condition, except they have to come to the masses to ask for financial help. And all of these things, if as Sierra Leonean, if you are part of this insurance, then it's a step in the right direction.
Yes, I trust insurance company because waiting do a better way.
I trust insurance companies because it is better that I have somewhere to save money than to spend all the profits after sales. Now I know if something goes wrong with my business, they will come to my aid.
But if I go back to the insurance, then go able for help me.
Education and awareness campaigns led by both government and private stakeholders are critical to reversing the current trend. In Sierra Leone, experts in the insurance industry say many citizens do not engage in insurance activities such as insuring their life, houses and other property, which in returns hinder them in terms of adversity. In a nation where disaster can strike without warning, The importance of insurance cannot be overstated. It is time for all Sierra Leoneans to embrace this vital industry for the protection of their lives, property, and future. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Caritas Sierra Leone has engaged about 100 women in the western area on how they will contribute to national development and increase their voices to reduce violence against them, and for girls to ensure they have voices to be equitable in society where their rights are protected. Well, Stella Bangura witnessed the closing in a report.
The two-day workshop, facilitated by Caritas Freetown Justice and Peace Commission through funds from TrueCare, brought together a diverse group of women, providing them with a platform to reflect on their sources of power and explore how to effectively apply them in their efforts to engage in governance and leadership roles within their communities and the society at large. The atmosphere at the Waterloo District Council Hall was one of empowerment, solidarity, and collaboration as women shared experiences, learned from each other and experts, and committing to being catalysts for meaningful progress in their spheres of influences. Participants engaged in interactive presentations, discussions, and skills-building exercises designed to enhance their understanding of governance structures, leadership principles, and effective decision-making strategies.
When they come out and can't teach me, I think we learn a lot.
This workshop has given me more insights on governance and decision-making processes. As a young leader, I will embark on awareness-raising sessions to young girls in and out of my community.
2 days work, I will learn a lot.
I've been on the land before, but presently where I come within these 2 days, I come for land but governance.
As most women lack confidence due to issues such as discrimination in our communities, this engagement has encouraged us to take active part in decision-making processes in our communities and to break the stereotype against women.
Not only for you learn book, but first you able to read and write English, you believe in yourself, you get that kind 1 or 2 people will go support you. Anything where you want for you within Sierra Leone, even beyond the able there.
According to Project Director, strengthening community resilience and women and girls protection through integration was seen as very timely, as the current Gateway Act speaks to that.
Found out that actually the women had no space actually in decision making, and governance, and even taking leadership position. So initially we started with engaging women to increase their voices actually in the household and at community level. With our donor partner, we decided to just upscale our intervention. And so for this year, we are awarded a 10-month grant between March and December this year, engaging these women to really increase their voices. It's not only now at household and community level, but even at district level.
By investing in the leadership potential of women and girls, Caritas Sierra Leone and TrueCare are working towards creating a more inclusive, equitable and empowered society where women play a central role in shaping policies, influencing decisions and driving sustainable development in their various communities and the country at large. For SLBC News Hour in Freetown, Stella Bangura reporting.
While sport remains a critical aspect of the school curriculum to improve on the infrastructure of Prince of Wales Secondary School, its all-boys alumni has turned aside for the construction of a multi-purpose sporting building at the school grounds. The building will host major sporting disciplines. Moses Conte, report.
The turning of the sword for the construction of a multi-purpose sports complex at the Prince of Wales Secondary School will not only improve on sports infrastructure, but will also build the talent of young boys who are interested in building their career in various sporting disciplines. The current infrastructure for sport at the school ground is in deplorable state, and that has been a major hindrance to sport development at school level. Vice President, Old Prince William's Association, Samuel John, said the building they will construct was becoming a reality because of solidarity among past pupils.
We have a very formidable committee. Our chairman, in the person of Justice Reggie Field, is as transparent as the word itself. We know that we live in different continents in the world, so we receive inflows from time to time. Money that comes into the coffer will be used for the intended purpose. So we have means, we have the fundraising committee, we have the media team that are trying to restore confidence in people that your funds will be used for the right purpose, and there is a clear line of transparency and accountability.
The sports facility, according to the chairman, Centenary Celebration Committee, Justice Renal Sidney Finn, was to give back to their school.
Australians all, it's a significant moment. We congratulate ourselves, and I continue to encourage Prince Williams everywhere, all over the world, because our footprints are all over the globe, to come forward at this time and let us together seize the opportunity, never forgetting that a broom straw on its own will not sweep as well as when the whole broom is together. So we have a history that underlines what we say in our school song, that the cricket and the athletic grounds tell our tale of triumph. And so this day we come to lay that foundation stone in respect of the multi-purpose court. We turn again to sports for inspiration.
As the school prepares to celebrate its centenary anniversary, such boost to sports was among many initiatives that are in the pipeline to change the face of the school's infrastructure. Moses Conte reports for SLBC.
The Dawatani Organization for the Aged has provided free medical checkup for about 200 elderly people in Freetown. The move has been a usual practice of the organization and coincided with the celebration of their 4th anniversary and the International Day for the Aged. Christina Kamara report.
These senior citizens have been receiving free medical checkups from one of the non-profitable organizations, the Dawatani Organization for the Aged. Providing another free medical checkup in commemorating the International Day for the Aged was a gesture aimed to improve on their health and to also acknowledge the contributions they had given to society. CEO and founder of the organization, Doreen Barry, said their journey has been a tough one. However, the entity has been able to cater for the aged and constructed 6 houses for the aged who were homeless.
We are celebrating the 4th anniversary of DOFA since we set up this organization 4 years ago. We're also celebrating the month of the elderly all over the world. We are celebrating old people, acknowledging them for the role they have played and their contribution towards society.
Executive Director of Caritas Sierra Leone, Reverend Peter Conte, said it was a blessing to be an older person in a society where life expectancy is short, noting that a society that neglects the aged is a society that is heading for failure. Some beneficiaries expressed appreciation to the CEO and pleaded for government support.
The organization is helping us in many ways. They have provided shelter for the aged who were homeless and rebuilt houses for those who were in deplorable condition. I want the government to help us.
So glad in the way that I know how to feel.
I am happy for the support. The organization has been giving us food, medicine and other supplies. Presently, I cannot afford medicine. We appreciate the donor, Doimbari, for such laudable kind gesture.
The Dawatani Organization for the Aged DOFA is a non-profitable organization that caters for the welfare of the elderly people in Sierra Leone.
Well, from there we move a little bit away from our national bulletin and I'll join our international desk.
Hello and welcome to the International News Summary. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamal. The case of two black women who were allegedly shot and fed to pigs by a white farmer and two of his workers has caused outrage in South Africa. Maria Magato, 45, and Lucian Dulovo, 34, were allegedly looking for food on the farm near Pokoweni in South Africa's northern Limpopo province in August when they were shot. Their bodies were then alleged to have been given to pigs in an apparent attempt to dispose of the evidence. A court is now to decide whether to grant bail to farm owner Zakaria Ioannis Olivia, 60, and his employees Adrian Duet, 19, and William Musoro, 50, ahead of their murder trial. The three men have not yet been asked to enter a plea in court, which will happen when the trial begins at a later date. At previous hearings, protesters have demonstrated outside court demanding that the suspects be denied bail. A top Sudanese general has said the army will press on with its offensive despite international efforts to broker a ceasefire in the 17-month civil war. Peace talks can go on, but the army will not stop for that, Assistant Commander-in-Chief Lieutenant General Ibrahim Gabil told the BBC. He was speaking just days after the army launched an operation to regain control of the capital Khartoum from the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces RSF. The two sides have been fighting since April last year, when their leaders fell out over the country's future. This has created a humanitarian catastrophe, with more than half the country facing hunger and millions forced from their homes. The general also hinted in the wide-ranging interview that the Sudanese authorities had weapons dealings with Iran and denied there was famine in the country. The Israeli Prime Minister has said that his country will respond to Iran's missile attack on Israel on Tuesday night. Iran fired about 180 missiles at Israel. Most were intercepted, which means stopped. Iran's attack followed Israel's invasion of Lebanon, which resulted in the killing of Hezbollah leader. Lebanese authorities say that over 1,000 people have been killed in the last 2 weeks and that over 1 million people have had to leave their homes. And finally, in the international news summary, a Scottish gangster who orchestrated a plot to smuggle cocaine worth £100 million from South America in boxes of bananas has been jailed for 20 years. Jamie Iceman Stevenson admitted directing the importation of the drug, which was seized by border force teams at Dover in September 2020. The other members of his gang were jailed for a total of 29 years. The plot was uncovered after an encrypted messaging platform used by criminals was infiltrated by French police. Stevenson had also planned to flood Scotland with millions of etizolam tablets, also known as street Valium, from a factory in Kent. The 59-year-old from Waterglen in South Lanarkshire was a leading figure at the top level of organized crime in Scotland. He was once described as Scotland's answer to Tony Soprano, the Mayfair boss portrayed in television series The Sopranos. In 2022, he featured on a list of the UK's 12 most wanted men. Well, that's all we can share in this edition of the International News. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara.
Well, from international news, we now go over to our business desk.
Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you the latest updates on stories about business and the economy. I am Moses Conte. In today's business edition, we look at the demand for local products like black soap, shea butter, and traditional dress, among others, which has appeared to be declining among customers. Prioritizing local produce has been a national agenda, and the reason government in 2016 enacted the Sierra Leone Local Content Act However, the demand for local produce like black soap, shea butter and traditional dress, among others, appears to be declining among customers. This remains a significant loss for those who depend on the sale of those products for survival. Our intern, Henrietta Kolka and Regina Kuruma, filed in these reports, read by Stella Bangura.
This is Big Market, a popular business center in the heart of Freetown, where one can get many local products like black soap, shea butter, traditional dress, among others. Some of them are believed to have medical benefits like cleaning of the skin, heals diseases believed to be cured only by traditional medicines. Amid the many goodies associated with these items, it seems that there's a shift to consuming similar imported products than the locally produced ones. Kadiatu Kamara is the chairlady at Big Market. For her, government needs to boost the local businesses, especially those who are into selling products like traditional clothes, black soap, and shea butter. Sales for her has not been appreciable for months now.
Then in there, one for advertising. Then secondly, they can say exhibition. Like sometimes they can make the international exhibition. Well, then December 10, we can get high sales because the one the way they overseas, they can come. And when they can come, when they're ready for gold and they buy, then they go give gifts. But after then 10, inside then December, January, February, you can get sales. But after then 10, then they can't sales then now what they get, not like what can get and then 10.
This is the very reason another businesswoman, Istina, says rebranding and packaging local products like black soap will ignite the demand for them among Sierra Leoneans and potential tourists.
There's more to do. We need to do maybe conferences, we need to do community engagement to just to educate people so that they will understand the values of using these products and also producing quality raw materials in Sierra Leone. Let's say we go into communities where they produce, we tell them about the challenges that we get while we use our Sierra Leone products.
Even as many are calling for citizens to develop interest again in using local products, those who are into the business have a lot of work to do to change the narrative not only at national level but at the international stage.
Well, that's all for today's updates on business news. I am Moses Conte.
Well, from sports, let's ease up a little bit and join our entertainment desk.
Hello and welcome to the Entertainment News with me, Julian Dumboya. In this edition of the Entertainment News, Confucius Institute hosts China Sierra Leone Food Festival and Kiss Daniel new song Mahaba on Fire. Now, Confucius Institute at the University of Sierra Leone has hosted the second China Sierra Leone Food Festival. It is an event where cuisines from China and Sierra Leone are bought and shared so people will experience culture through food. Let's join Esther Sako for more on that.
You are what you eat, savor the flavors and embrace the culture. This was the theme of the second China Sierra Leone Food Festival organized by the Confucius Institute at the University of Sierra Leone.
Today's festival is part of our efforts to enhance our cultural exchanges will definitely increase the mutual understanding and strengthen our friendship and help to create better and more promising future of our relations. Since the National Day of China is approaching, I would like to conclude by saying some words to the Chinese community in Sierra Leone.
Different restaurants, organizations from both cultures converge at the Tai Chi Garden, bringing lots of delicacies that are unique to both countries to share the food culture and experience the taste.
These are Chinese tea. We have the green tea, the black tea, there's a jasmine tea, and so far so good. We all know that Chinese tea is very healthy. Green tea helps you to lose weight and keeps you fit, and the black tea refreshes you too. The jasmine tea is kind of herbal, very healthy too.
We have prepared the delicious food started from here. This is bunny heart temptation seafood super, and this is very traditional and delivered Chinese food. And also we prepare this kind of glutinous rice chicken, and this is also very traditional and very delicious, nice food.
This is show our food. This dumpling and the fried rice, chicken wings. This all is our specialties, and we have over 80 years history in Freetown.
The event was well attended by different nationals and dignitaries. To experience this one-of-a-kind event, to be hands on this food culinary showcase, as food is a gateway to culture.
Few days ago, Kiss Daniel released a teaser of his new song, Mahaba and We Must. Though these two hitting up social media, Mahaba is fans' favorite as most people vibe to it. The most talked about among them is a video done by Kiss Daniel and his wife. Of course, fans are impressed with the way his wife MJ vibes to it.
Just a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of cigarette. I'm already singing bird, I'm already continental, international. I'm killing it, you know I put the fire. Now maybe the follow come, couple up or solo one. Pressure no fi catch me, fully loaded cash. When they see me coming, they say we the bad, you loud, you loud, you loud, you loud. You want to tend to be bad, olori bu, kolovado. Tori mo kula mo kuda, koja kuda mo molekon. Bottom, already a crazy nigga. Black on black, Elea. Mash back on Shelea. Energy like a star.
It's really impressive, the wife supporting the husband thing. Well, that's all we have in this edition of the Entertainment News. I've been your presenter, Joyan Dumbuya.
Well, over to our final segment, Sport Update.
Hello and welcome to Sports Update with me, Mohamed Lamin. We begin with cricket in this edition. The chairman of Cricket Sierra Leone has announced that Sierra Leone will host the ICC Men's Africa Sub-Region Qualifiers in 2026. Francis Trevor Samoa made the statement during an interview at the ongoing ultra-modern cricket facility at the Havelock grounds for Abbey College. Here's the story. A major constraint for the association is the lack of modern facilities to match international standards. Since the association became an affiliate member of the International Cricket Council in 2002 and an associate member in 2017, however, this project will be a game changer for Cricket Sierra Leone to address the many constraints the association faces. The second phase of a $7 million project by Cricket Sierra Leone, which seeks to provide an ultra-modern cricket facility at the Havelock grounds for Abbey College, is ongoing.
Administration allocated a piece of land to cricket for the construction of an ultra-modern cricket facility that will include 2 cricket playing grounds, 1 ultra-modern indoor training facility, 2 outdoor practicing nets that will have up to 30 practicing nets. And also we are looking forward to construct other facilities like swimming pool for the players.
He added that the facility will be managed by the University of Sierra Leone, and Cricket Sierra Leone will supervise and provide maintenance. This facility, upon completion, will be used to host international games and local tournaments and train more people to match international standards with the facilities.
From 2005 to date, we have not been able to host as a result of the condition of this ground. So once the facility is completed at the Frabe College, we will start hosting international tournament. We are looking forward to hosting the first tournament in 2026, 2 years from now. We expect the project, the first phase of the project to have been completed by 2026, so that it will be ready to host the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup African Sub-Regional Qualifier.
The chairman called on the government and partners to give the needed attention to complete the facility. SLBC Sports, Mohamed to reporting. In the international scene, we turn our attention to football development. Former Manchester United and France fullback Patrick Evra has informed the footballing community about his new app called Players, designed to help connect footballers to scouts and agents in the football industry. Abdul Kabir tells us more.
Former Manchester United and French national team star Patrice Evra has unveiled a groundbreaking new app designed to provide a platform for aspiring soccer players who may have been overlooked by traditional academies. In partnership with football tech entrepreneur Tommy Fish, Evra has co-founded Player, an invite-only app that will be accessible to the public early next year. Initially launched in England, the app aims to rapidly expand its reach globally. Having recently secured 1.2 million in pre-seed funding at a valuation $6.7 million, Player is currently focused on redefining its testing community. Evra expressed his enthusiasm for the project, stating, "We have some of the top 1% of young players in England on Player, and it's about to explode. Back then, when I was at Manchester United, I would have loved a platform to showcase my football profile, share my memories, and connect with my community. Players, a centralized space to make every match count."
Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of Sports Update. Thank you very much for joining me. I am Mohamed Lamitwe. Goodbye.
Many thanks to Mohamed Lamin for that sport update. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of Newsa, but quickly let's go through our headlines. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has launched the Fund for Regional Stabilization and Development. The initiative was funded by the German government, focusing on improving socio-economic resilience in vulnerable regions. The Ministry of Trade and Industry and Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency have reviewed the 2014 SME policy with stakeholders of the Northeast region. And the People's Republic of China has celebrated the 75th anniversary of its founding. The event featured cultural performances which showcased Chinese heritage and its fusion with Sierra Leonean traditions. Dignitaries from the Sierra Leonean government and diplomatic and business sector, among others, graced the occasion. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of Newsa. I've been Cynthia Kamar. Good afternoon.
وجه محمد وجه كبدر الليلة البلماء شمس الهدى طلعت لنا من مكة عين الندى
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Dear viewers, Assalamu alaikum and welcome to episode 2 of this brand new series, The Golden Age of Islam, wherein we discuss about the life and character of our noble prophet, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. Now, before we begin, you may be wondering that the Golden Age of Islam usually refers to that era in history where the Muslims advanced greatly in terms of science and technology, etc. However, according to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Golden Age of Islam was truly the era of our noble prophet Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, and after him, the era of the rightly guided caliphs. In the previous episode, in episode 1, we looked at the time of, or the conditions of Arabia prior to the advent of Islam. We looked at the birth of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, and also the famous incident of the Ashabul Fil, or the people of the elephant. In today's episode, we will look at the early years of the Holy Prophet's life. And joining me for today's episode is, in the studios, Ayaz Mahmood Khan Sahib, who is a missionary and serving in the Additional Vagate Tasneef office here in the UK. And joining me on Skype will be Adam Walker Sahib, who is serving as the director of MTA Online. A very warm welcome to both of you gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Just in the previous episode, we stopped at the marriage of Hazrat Abdullah to Hazrat Amina, but there was another wedding, right? There was the marriage of Hazrat Abdul Muttalib and Hala bint Wahab, who is the cousin of Hazrat Amina.
Yes, absolutely. This took place at the same time, not too long before the birth of the Prophet ﷺ.
And again, the birth of Hazrat Hamza is from that second marriage. So effectively, Hazrat Hamza and the Holy Prophet, even though they're uncle and nephew, they're the same time. They're the same age.
They're the same. Yeah, they're the same age. And what we find is that the Holy Prophet ﷺ was suckled by two different people to begin with. So obviously his mother, Hazrat Amina, and then from Thuwayba. And Thuwayba herself was someone that, as you mentioned, she had suckled both Hazrat Hamza, who was the uncle of the Prophet ﷺ, and the Holy Prophet ﷺ. So as well as being the uncle, as you mentioned, he was also the milk brother of the Prophet ﷺ. And the role of Thuwayba is, it doesn't sort of end there. We have reports of the Prophet ﷺ sort of, even though it was a brief time, having this bond with her and always being conscious of her well-being and concerned for her, even later on.
That's the same thing we find, Adam Sahib, with Hazrat Halima as well, right? Thuwayba being the first person who suckled the Holy Prophet. The famous person after that is Hazrat Halima.
Yeah, absolutely. So after, as I say, it was a short period of time, and then after this, there's this Halima, and she comes to Mecca. By the accounts that we have, it seems like where she'd come from, they were the Bani Hawazim, which belonged to the Bani Sa'd. That there was they were on sort of down on their luck, so as to speak. The times were quite difficult. She herself was a wet nurse, so she had come to Mecca to seek out somebody, a child to take back to look after. And to suckle and to raise in those very sort of early infant years, usually sort of the first couple of years. And this was
it's very interesting that when Hazrat Halima came to Makkah, she was a bit hesitant at picking the Holy Prophet because he was an orphan. And of course, in those days, you would take a child, and through that, you'd get remuneration, and it would be a source of living. But there's an interesting quote, in fact, I'll just read it to you. Hazrat Halima herself says that, prior to the arrival of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we suffered times of hardship and poverty. But immediately after the arrival of the child, this poverty was miraculously transformed into prosperity, and we began to see blessings in all of our matters. So it seems that the Hazrat Halima also saw signs of the blessings attached to this child. But there's a very famous incident, Adam Sahib. It's the incident that is often narrated, that where two people took the Holy Prophet and decided to cut open his chest. Tell us about that incident.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, you have this first irony that she comes to Medina, and she does to Mecca, sorry, and she's looking for a for someone that has a father because of the remuneration aspect of it, and she doesn't really want an orphan because you know they have to make money, and they're sort of very down on their luck with their times, and then she decides she sees something special in the Holy Prophet ﷺ, that she'd like to do this, and she's granted that. And then you have the irony that whereas initially she thought that this wouldn't be a good decision, sort of in terms of income, it ended up being a great blessing because of the prosperity that they saw. But after she had finished suckling the Prophet ﷺ, and this period had finished, he'd had this initial upbringing. The environment was good. You know, the eloquence of the people of the tribe was more esteemed. She brought the Prophet ﷺ back to Mecca, but she'd just grown so attached to him. She'd realized what a special human being he was, and she really begged Hazrat Halima to allow him to come back, and reluctantly she did, and he remained there for another 2 years. And this is when what happened, you know, the incident that you're talking about, the Shaq al-Sadr, takes place. And the Prophet ﷺ, at the age of 4, he's playing outside. There are 2 other children that are being suckled by Hazrat Halima. There's Shima and Abdullah, and Abdullah is there with other children, and they're playing with the Prophet ﷺ. They're alone. There are no adults there. They're enjoying the country air and whatnot. And then suddenly, 2 men in white cloaks appear, and they take the Prophet ﷺ, his blessed body, and they place him on the ground. And then Abdullah sees that the Prophet ﷺ, they make an incision in his chest. And when they make the incision, he, you know, naturally he became very, very worried. So he ran to Hazrat Halima and to his father, Hazrat Abdullah Harith, and he said, "This is what's happening." So they rushed across. They went to have a look and see what was happening. They found the Prophet ﷺ, aged 4, shocked, scared by the situation naturally, and the color of his face had changed. And they asked him, you know, what had happened, because they couldn't see any men there. There was no visible incision on the Prophet ﷺ. And he explained that it was the same as what they'd been told before, that you know, this is what had happened and whatnot, but there was no visible sign of that. So
must be a terrifying experience for a child of that age. But again, that's a very famous incident in the life of the Holy Prophet. And actually, there's an allegation on this as well. Some, God forbid, try to attempt that this was an epileptic fit that the Holy Prophet experienced. What do we respond to this?
Yes, for example, Zafir, Sir William Muir writes that this was an epileptic fit, God forbid, which the Prophet of Islam suffered when he was a child. And this view can only be out of prejudice, quite frankly, because William Muir has written in his book, Life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, himself very clearly that he admits that the Holy Prophet of Islam was a man who possessed great physical and mental capabilities and abilities. And epilepsy is generally a thing which someone suffers who is weak mentally and physically speaking. So when William Muir himself admits that the Prophet of Islam was a man who was gifted with wonderful qualities as far as his mental abilities and physical abilities was concerned, how can we say that this was an epileptic fit? And again, just thinking about this from a logical perspective, what kind of an epileptic fit is it that other people also witness, that two people have come, exactly. They're wearing white cloaks, they've laid the Prophet down, they have made an incision into his chest, they've taken his heart out. So only the Holy Prophet ﷺ was not the only one who experienced this. It is narrated in that narration, which William Muir is well aware of and which they quote as well in all of their books, these Orientalists, that the foster brother, the stepbrother of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, the son of Hazrat Halima, ran to his mother to tell the mother and father what is happening to his brother Muhammad ﷺ. So if it was an epileptic fit, he would not have told this story that somebody is cutting open the chest of Muhammad ﷺ. And then if that was an epileptic fit, God forbid, How is it possible that the Holy Prophet ﷺ himself recalled all of those events? Because when Hazrat Halima came, she asked him, she took him and gave him a hug and said, "Oh, my dear son, what has happened?" And he narrated the whole incident, the whole event, all of the events.
The Orientals don't really say that there's any other place in his life that he experienced such fits. It's just
Absolutely.
this point, right?
Yes, and just this single incident. So there should be other examples in his life as well, which there aren't quite.
So, yeah, so we're moving on to the life of the Holy Prophet. We're discussing the early years. After Hazrat Halima brings him back to Hazrat Amina, because naturally this scared her quite a lot, that maybe the child is possessed by a demon or something. He comes back into the guardianship of his mother again, quite earlier than expected. So what happens after this then?
At that time, Hazrat Halima expressed her worry to Hazrat Amina and told her that this whole experience. And Hazrat Amina wasn't worried at all. She said, "Nothing can happen to my son. I saw a dream when he was born, and Allah will protect him, and he is destined for great things." But anyway, after that, Hazrat Halima, in any case, handed the child over to his mother. And after that, Hazrat Amina took the Holy Prophet ﷺ, who was 4 years of age at that time, approximately, and traveled to her homeland, to Yathrib. The Banu Najjar was the tribe that she belonged to, and she went there and traveled with her young son, her child. And the Holy Prophet ﷺ remembered this time for the rest of his life. These were really cherished memories because almost 50 years after, and she stayed there for almost a month with the Holy Prophet ﷺ, the young Muhammad ﷺ. After 50 years, the Holy Prophet ﷺ, when he migrated to Medina, when the Meccans made it difficult for him to stay in Mecca, he migrated to Medina. And at that time, he remembered all of these places, and he narrated to his companions that this is the house in which I stayed when I was here with my mother. This is where I used to play with the children of the Banu Najjar. He pointed out that this is where I learned how to swim as a child. So he really cherished these memories as a young child. And after that, about a month or so, then Hazrat Amina returned home, and it was on the way back that she also passed away at a place named Abwa.
And Ayman, who was the slave girl who Abu Lahab freed on the birth of the Holy Prophet, she brought him back to Makkah, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And then the Holy Prophet ﷺ was taken care by his grandfather, Hazrat Abdul Muttalib. All of these events, of course, Allah the Almighty knows what He is going to do with His chosen ones, but these events also have their wisdoms, and they have an influence. The Holy Prophet ﷺ was a beautiful man because of the heart that Allah the Almighty had given him, and the Shaqqu Sadr is a vision which alludes to that same fact. But these external factors of him becoming an orphan when he was very young, losing his mother and his father at a very young age, this had a very endearing effect on him as a human being. And so we see throughout his life that this also made it easier for him as a human being to understand the pain of other people. And he was very sympathetic towards the poor and those who needed assistance and help. And that's why we see that the Holy Prophet ﷺ, not only because Allah had chosen him, but also because of some of the incidents which took place in his life, he was the best suited individual to be Rahmatul lil Alameen, a mercy for all of mankind.
Jazakumullah ya Sahib. Dear viewers, we are coming to that part of the program where we'll go to an external panelist who will join us for this conversation. Today we'll go to Hafiz Ismail Sahib from MTA Ghana and ask him about the guardianship of the Holy Prophet after his mother's demise.
The life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is filled with a lot of victories and successes. But let us not forget that he also went through a lot of trials and tribulations. At a very young age, when he had already lost his father, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whilst on a journey with his mother at a place called Abwa, lost his mother as well. And about the orphanage of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it comes in the Quran that Alam yajidika yatiman fa'awa, that did he not find thee an orphan and gave thee shelter? And at that age, he was brought back to Mecca by a female slave that he had through the inheritance after the demise of his father by the name Ayman. This is the same slave that he later freed and the slave got married to another free slave of the Holy Prophet ﷺ by name Zaid bin Haritha. And the Prophet ﷺ would treat her with so much love and dignity. Anyway, so once they got to Mecca, the paternal grandfather of the Holy Prophet ﷺ by name Abdul Muttalib took him into his direct custodianship. Abdul Muttalib showered so much love on young Muhammad, and he held him very dear to himself. So much so that even his own children would sometimes be surprised at the amount of love he's showing to young Muhammad. It comes in the annals that it was the habit of Abdul Muttalib to sit in the courtyard of Kaaba upon a carpet, and nobody had the courage to even sit beside him. But out of love and affection, young Muhammad ﷺ would go and sit beside him. And this was a spectacle that sometimes displeased his paternal uncles, and they would even want to stop him from going to sit there. But out of love, the grandfather Abdul Muttalib would tell them to refrain from such acts and tell them, reproach him not. Also, it comes that, whilst Abdul Muttalib, he used to perform tawaf around the Kaaba, and he would take Muhammad ﷺ on his shoulders whilst performing the tawaf. So it was in this very loving environment, very loving relationship between a grandfather and a grandson that the days and nights of Muhammad ﷺ were passing by. But soon after this relationship was bonded, Muhammad ﷺ had to go through another shock of his life. Thus, the demise of his grandfather, Abdul Muttalib. Whilst following the funeral, the eyes of Muhammad ﷺ were flowing with tears. But before the demise of Abdul Muttalib, he had put the care and custodianship of Muhammad into the hands of Abu Talib, who was an uncle of the Prophet ﷺ. And among the sons of Abdul Muttalib, he was the one who shared the same mother with the father of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, Abdullah. And Abu Talib also took very good care of Muhammad ﷺ and showed him so much love, even sometimes more than his own children. And it comes in the history just as a glimpse for us to see how much of love he used to show Muhammad and how much Muhammad ﷺ loved him. It came that once he had to travel to Syria, and young Muhammad couldn't even bear the thought of his separation from his uncle Abu Talib. So whilst the uncle was about to depart from Mecca, he clung to the uncle weeping, and seeing the spectacle, the uncle decided to take him along on the journey. So this was how Muhammad ﷺ was taken care of by the uncle. He would keep him under his eyes during the day, and at night he would keep him in his company. And even when he grew up, he still took care of him and tried as much as possible to protect him from the Meccans when he proclaimed to be a prophet and they began to antagonize him. So that was the guardianship of the grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, of the grandfather of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, Abdul Muttalib, and the uncle of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, Abu Talib.
Jazakumullah to Hafiz Ismail Saib from MTA Ghana. That we are discussing about the life of the Holy Prophet ﷺ in this series, The Golden Age of Islam. We have covered up to where the Holy Prophet's mother has passed away, and also after that he was entrusted to the guardianship of his uncle firstly to his grandfather Abdul Muttalib and then to his uncle Abu Talib. Adam Sahib, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Adam Sahib, we are now getting on to that part of the program where we are discussing a very famous incident in terms of the life before prophethood in the early years of the Holy Prophet, where he traveled to Syria and a special incident happened with a monk named Bahira over there. Tell us about that incident.
So the Holy Prophet ﷺ, at the age of 12, he accompanied his uncle to Syria, or just outside of Syria, southern Syria, and his uncle Abu Talib actually didn't want to take him, but the Prophet ﷺ was so attached to him and wanted to be with him that he pleaded, and so he went along. And as he reached a point in southern Syria, which is called Busra, it's a place where this monk lived, Bahira, and as the caravan passed where he was, he had the intuition that a prophet would be raised, and the reason was that the rocks and the plants that were in the area began to prostrate, and this was a sign for him. So he went to the uncle of the Prophet ﷺ and he explained to him that this is my intuition and this is what I feel, and you should protect the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And it was a marvelous incident, and it was just one of these. He said it was one of these incidents that really shows the insight in this regard, and also that Bahira had given this warning too. He said that you should protect the Prophet ﷺ in particular from the evil designs of the Ahlul Kitab.
And Adam Sahib, he recognized the Holy Prophet also from a mark on his shoulder, the seal of the Prophet. Is that right?
Exactly. When he'd seen this mark, he recognized the Holy Prophet ﷺ and the status or the maqam of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, his truth, and this was one of the additional pieces of evidence that had struck him in relation to the truth of the Holy Prophet ﷺ.
That's, dear viewers, we are going to that part of the program where we will take a question about the life of the Holy Prophet. If you would like to get involved, do send us your email. Send us your questions, send us your video messages, and the information will be shown throughout this program. Let's look at today's question.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Anas Ezequiel from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Could you please share some light of appearance of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
That's a very important question, actually, Azhab. I always wonder, you discuss and speak about the Holy Prophet so much in your life, but how did the Holy Prophet look like? What was his appearance?
Zafir Sahib, the Arabs at the time of the Holy Prophet ﷺ were gifted with a quality, and that was their retentive faculties, their ability to remember things and transfer knowledge through oral traditions. So we find they're very detailed and very descriptive. And there are narrations in which the physical attributes of the Holy Prophet ﷺ have been mentioned in great detail. There's a companion of the Holy Prophet ﷺ who mentions that on one night, as the moon adorned the night sky, I saw the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and he was wearing a red-colored garment, a shirt. And I would look at the face of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and then I would look at the moon, and then I would look at his face, and then I would look at the moon, and I would go back and forth, and in my eyes, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was more radiant and more beautiful than the moon, than the full moon. And as far as the Holy Prophet ﷺ's physical features are concerned, it is narrated that he was a man of, he was taller than average height, but you couldn't say that he was a very tall person. He also wasn't a very short person, so a little more than average height. His face was not a rectangular face, it was a round face, and the companions compare it to the full moon. It was circular more than what you would call a long oval face. He had black hair, and his hair wasn't curly, it also wasn't perfectly straight, but it was what you could refer to as wavy hair, or hair that turned at the bottom. When it was long, it would reach his earlobes, longer than his earlobes. In some narrations, it would reach his shoulders, but in between that, it is narrated that the Prophet of Islam, he had what appeared to be very dark black eyes. And he had his forehead was wide and noticeable. His eyelashes were long and slender and thin, long but thick eyebrows. His eyebrows. His eyelashes were long and thin. His eyebrows were also thin and long, thick eyebrows, but they weren't joined, what is referred to as a unibrow. That wasn't the case. He had space in between. His nose was long and looked somewhat elevated, lifted a bit, raised. His skin color wasn't dark brown, but it also wasn't white. So it was in between, but towards whitish. Then it is narrated that the Prophet of Islam was broad-chested. He wasn't a hairy man. He had a little amount of hair which, in a line which went from his chest to his belly button. He was a man who was of firm build, and he was strong. He had broad palms, and his fingers were long. His neck was also long. It wasn't a short neck, as you could say. Also, the Prophet of Islam, he was a man who, when he walked very in a graceful manner, and it seemed as if he was sort of walking down from a height. He walked very swiftly, but he was very humble in his walk. Nobody could say that he walked in an arrogant manner. And then the Holy Prophet ﷺ, his beard was also very thick. And towards the end of his life, even when he was in his old age, he didn't have a lot of white hairs. There is narrations in which he had some red hair, which naturally reddish or brown color, a few white hairs as well, but a very thick beard and a beautiful beard. And then it is narrated that the Holy Prophet ﷺ wasn't flat-footed. He had a bit of an arc in his foot. So all of these things suggest, and then Sir William Muir has narrated, and the companions also mention this as well, that he was a man who had a certain awe and grandeur in his person. So when people narrate that when you saw the Holy Prophet ﷺ and before you knew him, you would be awe-inspired by him and somewhat fearful because of his grace and his grandeur. But the moment you came to know him and he spoke to you, he was the most gentle person you had ever seen. And so these are some of the details which we find about the physical characteristics of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And it's a wonderful experience to learn about these things, and we should be very grateful to the companions of the Holy Prophet ﷺ who have recorded all of these details for us.
Jazakumullah, and I hope that answers your question as well. Adam Sahib, we're coming towards the end of the program, but just before we wrap up, we'd like to go towards the commercial engagements of the Holy Prophet prior to his marriage, and touch upon his marriage as well. But he was a trader by profession, and just before, after, he would help out his uncle as well, Abu Talib. And then also Hazrat Khadija, we learn from history as well. She employed the Holy Prophet for a while.
Yes, absolutely. And the Prophet it was during this period that the Prophet became more and more known for his integrity and his honesty, for his trustworthiness, and also for his skill as a businessman, as a trader. He used to travel to different places. We know that he went to Bahrain, to Yemen, to Syria or Sham, as a Greater Syria, and he had been sent by Hazrat Khadija radiallahu anha as well to Syria, and one of her slaves was sent to accompany him and to assist him. And when he returned, he was recognized for exactly the same qualities. We have two statements, in fact, from companions that had worked with the Prophet ﷺ, that had been business partners prior to his to the advent of Islam, and one of them had witnessed and had said that the Prophet ﷺ was incredibly trustworthy and that he was an exemplary role model in that regard. So we have these accounts that really speak towards this integrity of the Prophet ﷺ and his very, very unique character.
And of course, that perhaps it was that his piety and his good, virtuous nature that probably attracted Hazrat Khadija, because Hazrat Khadija was also known as Tahira, as in she was also a virtuous lady herself. And that marriage took place when the Holy Prophet was 25 years old.
Exactly. We have this situation with Hazrat Khadija radiallahu anha, that she was, as you mentioned, known as Tahira. She was known as a noble, pure lady. She had been married twice, and both of her husbands had sadly passed away. She had children and was now a widow raising them, a very successful business woman, and known for her integrity, as you'd mentioned. And she had sent her slave Maysara across with the Prophet ﷺ, and Maysara had told her, the Prophet ﷺ was this incredible individual in terms of his integrity and honesty. And she herself clearly was someone, lots of people had asked for her hand in marriage. There were lots of suitors, but she had said no to all of them. Clearly, because of her moral character, she only wanted to marry that individual that had a very high moral character. She'd observed this in the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and she requested that the marriage should take place. And when that happened, the Prophet ﷺ consulted his uncle, and his uncle was happy with the proposal, and therefore he was happy to accept it. And this is how this wonderful, wonderful marriage took place.
Exactly, and at the time, Ayaz, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was 25 years old, and Hazrat Khadija was 40 years old, and the Holy Prophet's children, all of them except for Hazrat Ibrahim, was from this marriage.
Absolutely. The child of Hazrat Ibrahim was from Hazrat Maria Kiptiya. Other than that, all of the children of the Holy Prophet ﷺ were from Hazrat Khadija. The Holy Prophet was blessed with 3 sons from Hazrat Khadija, Qasim, Tahir and Tayyib alayhimus salam. May peace be upon all of them. In some narrations, there is mention of a 4th son, Abdullah, but most people are in agreement that that was another name for the Holy Prophet's youngest son, who was Tayyib. Other than that, the Holy Prophet ﷺ had 4 daughters. His eldest daughter was Hazrat Zainab, who was married to Hazrat Abul As, who did not accept Islam immediately, but he did, and they had 2 children, Ali and Umama, and Umama then became a wife of Hazrat Ali radiallahu anhu, the 4th Khalifa after the demise of Hazrat Fatima. And then Hazrat Ruqayya and Hazrat Kulthum were 2 daughters who were married to Hazrat Uthman radiallahu anhu. Of course, first the one daughter was married to him, and when she passed away, the Holy Prophet ﷺ had such love for Hazrat Uthman that he gave him his 2nd daughter as well.
In fact, one narration is that the Holy Prophet said, if I had 1,000 daughters, I would give them all one after the other to you.
Of course, when his 2nd daughter also passed away, this is why he is referred to as Dhun Nurain, a possessor of 2 lights. 2 daughters of the Holy Prophet ﷺ were married to him, and then Hazrat Fatima radiallahu anha, who was married to Hazrat Ali, and from them the Holy Prophet was blessed with 2 grandsons, Hazrat Imam Hassan and Hazrat Imam Hussein. So this is a brief outline of the children of the Holy Prophet ﷺ and some details.
It's interesting to know, and I guess it's Allah's will, but the only progeny of the Holy Prophet that continued on was from Hazrat Ali and Hazrat Fatima, from Imam Hazrat Hussein and Hazrat Imam Hassan radiallahu anhu. Jazakumullah ya sahab, jazakumullah to Adam Walker sahib. Dear viewers, that is all we have time for this episode. But stay tuned for this time next week, where we will bring you the next episode of this brand new series, The Golden Age of Islam. Until then, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
إني رأيت الوجه وجه محمد وجه كبدر الليلة البلماء
information presented in this program is for general information only and is not intended for people living with any medical conditions or those who are seeking personal medical advice. The content of this program is not a substitute for the advice of your doctor. If you have any questions or concerns about individual health matters or the management of any current or suspected condition, please consult your doctor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of the Almighty Allah be upon you all. And welcome to yet another edition of Health Check with me, Abdu Chwanka, as your host. Health Check, we look basically on the health status and the health aspects of life, which our viewers, you can put into play, and you find that you might be able to prevent yourselves, to be able to control if such cases arise in your vicinity or where you're staying, and you'll be able to handle them and you'll be able to live a healthy life. With me today, I'm privileged to have another guest on our program, Mr. Ntege Moses, who is a medical doctor. Mr. Ntege, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Our dear viewers, we live in a society that's full of injuries, that is full of accidents, especially in the African setting where we are having a lot of borders. So we are having a lot of injuries there and then, where people are builders or looking at the way we are living in tiles or cemented floors. Anyone can sleep, and we are having a number of recorded deaths from such falls and accidents where we are losing a lot of lives. Today, Brother Ntege, I would like you to take us through all this, especially our point of focus should be around the brain, because normally if someone falls in the bathroom or someone hits his head on a hard floor, and the organ, if affected, and probably is so much of clinical importance, it's the brain. So this is where I would like you to take us through with the proper definition for the benefit of our viewers. What is the brain injury?
Thank you very much, our viewers. I remain Dr. Ntege Moses, and I'm very honored to be on this set to bring all these issues to our communities and to make sure you understand them very well. Brain injury is basically brain dysfunction, when the brain is unable to do its normal work because of a violent force to the brain through the protective layer and through the skull. The protective layer, we're looking at the scalp. That is the thick lining which is above the bone that protects the brain directly. So when there is injury, either in an accident or through a fall, like you've said, all those dangerous situations can result in the brain being unable to control what you speak, where you're unable to talk, where you, following the trauma, the activity, you're unable to talk, you may be unable to see very well. So these issues, the brain dysfunction, because the brain controls even breathing. Even your breathing may be affected. So when you start displaying such things after impact on your head, it means that you have had a brain injury.
So looking at, because the brain controls everything, both what we know, you being able to move your arm and pick up a cup of tea and take it, and you being able to breathe in and out, and all the pumping of what we don't control. It's still the brain controlling all this. So in case someone gets an injury, he has fallen off a tall building, he has fallen on a hard floor, maybe in the bathroom or anywhere he has been working, and then starts having that form of poor communication, poor coordination, then that is a clear sign of there has been an effect on your brain. Yes. So, Dr. Ntege, looking at the scene of accident, take an example. If this person, how could they present? Looking at the scene of accident, and we are having a non-medical personnel, because first in the aspect, I would like you to take us through. The person who has fallen is still conscious. So what could be the take of the person, is in the bathroom and is alone? but say a bit conscious. So like he can still, or she can still help us off. So what can such a person do?
Well, if you have got the head injury and you are still in position to help yourself, first of all, you need to call for help. You can call up an immediate person who can transport you to the nearest hospital. If possible, you can also contact your medical doctor so that they are aware if you have a personal doctor, or if you have emergency health services in your community, in your village or district, you can make a phone call. In some places it's 911, other places it's 999.
So it's very important that people always keep with themselves these emergency calls.
Exactly. But in case you are unable, say for example the injury has affected your body function so much, it has affected your behavioral ways that you cannot even think out. You cannot, probably have even lost consciousness. You can't talk, and probably you're seizuring, you're shaking, you're moving your hands uncontrollably. In such cases, if there is someone in the vicinity, at the scene of the place,
maybe
of the
like
accident,
you were on, maybe you were builders and you fell from the building, or you've been knocked down by a car, or maybe you've fallen off a boda. Now, perhaps that person who is within your vicinity, that area where the accident has occurred, if that person is not a medical personnel,
yes,
so what could be their take on it? Because first of all, if the other person was still conscious, maybe in the bathroom, and you called the emergency people, there is a lag of time before they get to the scene.
Yeah.
So before we get on the other scene, what could the person be doing at the time? Maybe if like checks around and sees he's having a head cut, maybe there is bleeding coming out, or if the cut is not yet bleeding, which position should he put it, or should she put it as is waiting for the medical people to come in? And then after that, maybe we would get on to here, where the person who has walked into the bathroom, or the person who is working with this, the affected, the victim, is a non-medical personnel. What could be the take on those two incidences?
Yeah, so thank you very much. For the non-medical person, what you can do as you wait for attention from the medical people, you call them. The next step is for you to look at the patient, and most of the time when people get injuries to the brain, there are other parts that always get injuries. And the most dangerous part that we look at is the neck. So if there is injury to the brain, most likely the neck has been involved. If something hits the brain, the head so hard, most likely it will try to move the head of the body. So the affected part will be the neck.
The shock will be here.
Yes. So we advise that the non-medical person tries to be very careful with that neck. Don't lift the person by way of the trunk. Try to lift and try to support the head and the neck. And in that case, if you actually have a flat bed or something which is really flat, you can put the neck and the head together and the rest of the body. Don't put the person on a sagging bed or on a sagging place. Probably you can put them actually on the floor and make sure the neck is not moving. And if possible, you can even move them a bit to try to make, if the breathing is not good, you can keep them in the left lateral position, whereby they lie on their left side. That way it opens up the airway very well, so that the patient can continue to give oxygen to the brain.
Yes, and breathing is still. So like the way you're explaining, the neck and the head is like a pivot joint. Like everything that the head moves, it's the neck. So the moment if like this person has been hit on the head, automatically all that force will also as well affect the neck. So probably if this happens, the person around is supposed to ensure that the way they are supporting the head, they're supporting the neck as well and supporting the entire body. Exactly. And then ensuring that the person lies in a position where he's able to still breathe. As the first step, like you say, they should first call emergency to ensure that these people are on the way, and then they can help this. Now,
because actually the neck has the spinal cord,
yes.
And if there is injury to the bones in the neck, the cervical bones, in case they are injured, in case they prick the spinal cord, the patient just dies immediately, even if the brain injury wasn't very severe.
So this is another area of importance.
Yes.
To
That's why
ensure
the
that
neck is very important. You maintain that position so that the patient doesn't move about or move about to cause the cervical bones to injure the spinal cord.
Yes, thank you very much. Now looking at, as we are waiting for this, but if there arises a scenario of like we are having a medical personnel and this medical personnel might not be highly experienced on this partake. So could it possibly be the same thing, or he might be having some other provisions that the person can set up?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Now, if it is a medical person attending to the patient, certainly you have to improvise. You have to get what we call a cervical collar. You first of all ensure that the airway is patent, it is open. You go to the airway, you watch, are there any secretions? Sometimes patients who have had hand injury, they usually get what we call, they can vomit. They can vomit. So those secretions sometimes can be in the mouth, or maybe they have had injuries in the mouth also. So there's blood, maybe they have injured their teeth. So the teeth can be in the mouth.
They have bite their tongue.
Yeah, even biting the tongue. So you have to make sure the airway is patent, it's open. So you can try to open the mouth and see if there are any secretions. You can aspirate them, remove them, and then you remove them, and look for foreign bodies, maybe sticks, maybe stones. Look for them in the mouth. And of course, the medical person usually has what we call a guedo airway. That one is it's used so that you can depress the tongue, because the tongue is usually good at falling back, and it goes in the area which we call the pharynx, the pharyngeal area there. So it can go and block the airway, so that when you breathe in through the nose, the air doesn't reach the lungs. And that is very critical, because if the brain stays without oxygen for some time, the person actually can die. Yes. Yeah, so we are really very critical on the airway. The airway is the beginning step. Then the next step is to listen for the breathing. Is the patient breathing? You listen to the chest. Usually there's a machine, we use the stethoscope. So you put on your ear and
normally
listen for the
medical people
breathing.
have them always.
Exactly, they always have them. So you listen to the chest, the right hand, the right side,
But
left
as well,
side.
not forgetting that you call emergency, and then you start offering these the first aid steps.
No, we are looking at now the medic. The non-medic has done their part. They have stabilized the patient. They have tried to put them in the left lateral position. Now when the medic comes, he looks for the secretions in the mouth to make sure the airway is patent. Put guard the airway, remove any foreign bodies, anything that is not from the body, from the environment, maybe stones, soil, plastics, anything. Then from the airway, then you move to breathing. You check the breathing, is it okay? But as you're moving for breathing, of course you stabilize the collar, the neck, like I said, is a very important area. If you don't have the cervical collar, you can improvise with cardboard. There are certain these papers, hard paper. You just fold it and put it around the neck so that the neck doesn't move about. Yeah, you put it and stabilize the neck. And when you put it there you're safe that your spinal cord is not going to be injured. Then the next, like we were proceeding with the breathing, you listen to the chest. Are there any crepitations? Are there signs that the breathing is laboring, that the patient is laboring to breathe, the patient is fighting to get in oxygen into the chest? All those signs can show you whether you need to give the person oxygen. If the patient is breathing very badly, the respiratory rate, the breathing, the rate at which they are breathing is probably very, very high. They're involving their abdominal muscles so much, and maybe they are also breathing very fast, most likely beyond 30 breaths per minute. In such cases, you always have to ensure that you give the patient oxygen. And if you have gadgets to check for the oxygen in their blood, you also have to check for it. And then after that, we go into saturation. You see, how are they saturating? You check for their blood pressure. Usually head injuries can bring about a condition we call the Cushing syndrome. That one there, the blood pressure of the patient generally increases. It can even go, the systolic blood pressure, okay, this is a medical term, but we are dealing with a medical person who is doing the work.
But still for because normally if you look at the background of our people, especially in Africa, we tend to be very curious about what the doctors are doing. So if these people tomorrow they encounter such a case and the doctor is carrying out all these procedures and tomorrow they see maybe they come out, they are patient with something stabilizing the neck, as they might call it, they will not get a bit curious and they're like, what is this? We go, because we've many times encountered, like if someone gets a broken bone, and then they put the plaster there and then they ensure the bone is in one area. And when these people are discharged off, this is something which might not be new to you. They remove it, they remove the plaster and all this, the cement, and then they start their artificial fixing it. All this is affecting the bone.
That is true.
So it's also very important, like our dear viewers, if they really understand, why are we putting this, the cement there? Yeah. Why are we putting this in the neck? Yes. So I believe it is very important.
Yeah. So something I left out on breathing, sometimes when people get head injuries, actually they also get injuries in the chest. There are certain conditions like they can get a fracture of the rib. That rib, in case it punctures, causes a hole on the lungs. The lungs can start bringing a lot of air here in the chest. And that one, it can result into what we call a tension pneumothorax. So the medic on the scene or at the hospital where these emergency services should ensure that that condition is managed, because it can actually kill a patient also in minutes. So they usually just put a large bore needle through the second intercostal space, midclavicular line, just put it there, and then it will deflate the chest, and the patient will be safe. And then the other conditions like a hemothorax, those ones, of course, it is also important that is also managed, because it may get injured on the brain and also the chest is injured, so the bleeding is a lot in the chest. Then there is also cardiac tamponade. That is also another one which can happen. So these ones you identify in the chest when you're listening to the chest. You hear that the chest is very silent. There's no air coming in, so you start wondering, are these lungs collapsed? Yes, because they can collapse just because the person has had a head injury, but these other conditions can actually also bring problems to the patient.
Dr. Ntege, so many times when we encounter such cases of brain injury, there are a lot that can happen. Probably our dear viewers are thinking of the issue of memory loss and the person failing to live the life as they used before. So my question is, how do these patients with brain injury, how will they live after if at all, by the grace of God, that they survive? Because it is a hard thing, depending on the injury the person gets. If they survive, how would they live their life after?
Thank you very much for that question. For the patient who has had a head injury, like we have been looking at the immediate management, you've done pressure, you've put pressure on the bleeding wounds on the brain, on the scalp. You've also maybe stopped bleeding elsewhere. You've also given the specific management to lower the pressure within the brain, the monitor, which is usually given by medics. You've also monitored the saturation. You've ensured that the patient is okay. You've given them special treatments like Nutopril. You've managed the patient basically very well. Yeah, there's also now how they present later on in life can be affected by so many factors. For example, when the patients get brain injury, they can get bleeding within the brain. If they get an epidural hematoma, they can get a subdural hematoma. They can get a subarachnoid hematoma. All these ones are different. They have different, there is a way they affect the patient differently. The patient can get...
So it's, the hematoma is all about that blood,
the blood
leaking within the brain.
Exactly. Yeah, because the contusion, like the brain can get lacerations, can get bruised, and then the veins and arteries within, they can start, they can break, and then they start releasing blood. So when they release blood, it can result in increased pressure within the brain. So that one can affect a person, because if the pressure is too much on a particular side, so that area, the area it is responsible for, can be affected. Because every zone, we have areas in the brain. We have the Broadman's area, we have area 35, 45, 43, 41, all those areas, they can get affected.
So how will the patient, how would the victim be presenting?
So in such patients, usually they need, they can present with, for example, a patient can get like a stroke. A patient can have stroke whereby they are unable to use a certain limb, hand or leg.
The entire body.
The entire body can even be affected, yes. So it is always important that such patients are managed by medical doctors, and all health workers are involved, the speech therapists, because the patient can fail to talk, even after you've treated them very well.
We are talking about the brain, so automatically all this will happen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So my last question to you, Dr. Ntegetse, how or what can be done to prevent brain injuries within our communities?
Yeah, thank you very much for that very good question. I think that is the most important section of our discussion today.
Yes.
Because prevention is better than cure. Yes. So to prevent these head injuries, these traumatic brain injuries, we advise our members in the communities to avoid taking drugs of abuse. They are the leading cause of these injuries. They can cause our people who are driving vehicles, who are riding motorcycles, to wave off the road or to drive at very risky speeds, very high speeds. And also, basically, we need to manage this issue of drug abuse. In all of our communities, we should avoid drugs like cannabis, marijuana, cocaine. All those are very dangerous.
That affect our coordination.
Exactly. They can cause people to do things that can make them lose their mind and find themselves in accidents, for example. Then, of course, the second thing is, being it that most brain injuries, most traumatic brain injuries, come as a result of accidents, road traffic accidents, we advise motorists to be careful when they are on the road. You should make sure that you're the only one who is a good driver. Make sure that the other person who is driving, assume that they don't know what they are doing. So if they're making a mistake, don't go on and be the judge at that very minute.
Yes.
And you say, let me overtake, since they are driving very slowly. No. Just be calm, wait for your turn, and then off you will go. Because I'm certain that even if you're driving a distance of 100 kilometers, it is very rare that you will be 5 drivers going in the same direction. So people will be going off the road, and you will probably remain
alone.
Yeah, and you will reach safely.
Destination.
So people should be patient. Motorists should be patient while they are driving their vehicles. And of course, even the issue of domestic violence. Yes, that one also brings about head injuries. So people should avoid domestic violence. Don't beat your wife. And please, if you're a wife, don't beat your husband. Don't be too jealous, and then you cause head injury.
So you've decided to go both ways, because mainly the media, whenever it comes to domestic violence, they focus on the ladies.
Yes.
Forgetting that there are hundreds of men, if not thousands, who are being beaten every day.
And then, of course, we also want to, the people who have chronic diseases. If you have a chronic disease, like maybe sickle cell, you have maybe high blood pressure, maybe you're pregnant. If you're pregnant, please go to the hospital, you do antenatal care, because if you don't do antenatal care, one day you may just collapse and your head lands on the floor. Then you get a brain injury. And then now you have to be managed for that traumatic brain injury. Then for the people with high blood pressure, it's a similar story. You treat it. If you don't treat it, one day you may just collapse.
You're in the bathroom there, and then you hit your head on the bathtub or anything that is very high.
Then the patients with conditions like epilepsy, we also advise them to also go and get treatment.
Yeah, because it's a treatable thing.
Yes.
Normally in an African setting, many people think it cannot be treated.
It's very treatable, very treatable. Medications are available, and the good thing is that they're actually cheap. Even if they may not be available at your public hospital, you may get them privately after seeing your medical doctor. So epilepsy can also is the condition that should also be managed very well by the patients. They should take care of themselves. If you know you have a relative who has epilepsy, make sure they get treatment, because when they get a brain injury following a fall, maybe in the middle of the road, it will be now something else, which has also its complications. So it is advisable that they should also treat that condition.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moses Ntege, for honoring our this program and blessing it with your presence. As a Muslim, and specifically an Ahmad Muslim, I loved that take on the issue of domestic violence. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, he said, the best among you is him who is the best to his wife or his family. So we cannot live to the standards of the Holy Prophet Muhammad if we cannot be able to be the best to our wives. Our dear viewers, that has been our program for today, looking at all that we've focused on. These are brain injuries where we are having a number of cases of people dying, and we are losing friends and relatives. Some of these cases can be managed, and then, like you've seen, the people can totally recover. So it's upon us to ensure that we be keen concerning such injuries if they happen. And then if the doctors are doing their work, they are trying to maintain, like he said, through the neck, ensuring that there is no movement within the neck, protecting the spinal cord. We've seen its advantage, so we should avoid, like I was very keen on that. Many times you find people, they remove the cement from the broken arm, and then they start rubbing around, and all this is affecting the deposition of the tissue back, and they remove, and the person will end up having a bone that is a bit in a wrong position. So that was very important for you, Dr. Ntege, to put it out for our dear viewers. Our dear viewers, that has been all time can allow us from all of us here. Your host, I've been your host today, Abdul Chwanuka, a medical laboratory technologist, and from all of us here, until we see you, until next time, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Udage Wamats, not a jump in the bull. Because provocation, they bring molestation.
That is how you do, Mama.
Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again.
No good, betting on the back, you walk like for cat, you pull like me sushi, here was like a goose. Big fool, nanga ya back, call name nanga plumber.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling name.
Boki bongo ponda ya boki. Kokon koji gili kokon konto we intia begbenye gato begbe keke wa we gaungelo owaga bike daddy saji lole mange majagbika go poeto famia nyawe mbiwima nyawo mbiwa loma.
Atko we go rest and no call labor for you we believe you can da kale don abanda you we believe you consist you don't boss for losses get the big way we go jogwe.
Give me a big man.
I be calling name.
Aya, medenegwe, denyawima. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Chicago, tombo, binya di keba fondo. Oh, medekademia. He will be running me, me via Agwamba. When I was that decided knock it on my head.
Dance, then they told you bell, you they ask who that die. Big ways for no yourself not to cause.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling it.
Jefe we na be many, family buwani, sale buwani, hime baloba ya mabalewe anya imindi lobby tibi, iligbi lobby poto, ikutu lobby sondu, ifly lobby tibi, BTB.
Kill dog before dog, let dog not say die day. For Latina, so be well, he don't meet him at his box. I say things made in London, you want some cause
now who that you they talk?
I be calling it.
Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, another Biama can live again.
10 days for sick man, 1 day for master host. I did your work for belly. If you die, God go pay. Sweet small time, big talk. No say master po down. Who pocket to back up?
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling it. Keep sick behind the matter when you never get for Chris. I want you make you left, but he make like you dead. Fuck young, you don't get in away, old ego gets.
Now who that you they talk?
I be calling it. But body not gent skin up, forget decent skin. You fever Pinocho, you don't see like one show. Bongaliba, you fever who get fever, you be one pass mark, but you don't meet you at a mark.
Now who are you they talk?
I be calling it.
Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Bambolo, that is how the bambolo, another Biama can live again. Talk you talk, another Biama can live again. Chop you chop, another Biama can live again. Eat you eat, another Biama can live again. Congosa, another Biama can live again. Talk about another Biama can live again. Kego pika, another Biama can live again. Congosa, another Biama can live again. Another Biama can live again. Another Biama can live again.
Oh, Mama Africa, land of beauty, home of nature, the beginning of all humanity, land of peace and freedom. What has happened to you? Your wildlife suffers and died, and your people are killing each other. Mama Africa, I want to hear your music, the sound of nature and animals. I want to hear your joyful children laugh. I want to hear the wisdom in the voices of the elders. I want to hear the sound of peace. Please, Mama Africa, bring back my joyful homeland.
When I was the age of 10 years old, when the moon is up in the sky and shining so bright, we came out, we sit around if there is a grass or a paving seat and start looking at the moon. Sometimes the moon have some different shapes, and there is maybe once in a while there is this eclipse of the moon. So when the moon and the earth meet, so a shadow will cast around the moon. We put a water in a big bowl, put the calabash, just burn the calabash in the water and start hitting the calabash and singing. So we telling the black shadow around the moon to go away. There is a saying, if we didn't sing, the eclipse will overshadow the moon and will be in a darkness, of an everlasting darkness. It was 6 January 1999, 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard firing. Everybody was running, so we all ran to the border of Parmalat, and there we stayed for a few months, and there was another attack. So we escaped from Freetown to Guinea. We went to the camp and stayed there for 1 year, 6 months.
Since coming to Australia, I have just had like a wonderful journey for me, leaving all the past behind and all the experiences that I've had. The war is probably one of the most traumatic events of my life. I have done a lot of work with newly arrived refugee families, helping them resettle, and I have met wonderful people, through my uni life and through the community services work that I do. So for me, I feel like I'm in a world where everybody is accepting and willing to give so much of themselves.
It was my first day at school. We played hopscotch, and there's this tree that we can climb up on. And my favorite game was playing the sandpit.
I will value these, experiences and everything that I've learned along in my adulthood, and it will just add more to my experience and my adventure and my purpose. My purpose in life, yes.
In this video, we shall be shining the light on Sierra Leone, telling you everything you need to know about this beautiful country. Sierra Leone is a country located in the western part of Africa. It shares its southeastern border with Liberia, and the northern half of the nation is surrounded by Guinea. Covering a total area of 71,740 square kilometers, Sierra Leone has a tropical climate with diverse environments ranging from savanna to rainforests. The country has a population of about 8.9 million people. The country is divided into 5 administrative regions, which are subdivided into 16 districts. Sierra Leone is a constitutional republic with a unicameral parliament and a directly elected president serving a 5-year term with a maximum of 2 terms. The current president is Julius Maada Bio. Sierra Leone is a secular nation with a constitution providing for the separation of state and religion and freedom of conscience, which includes freedom of thoughts and religion. Muslims make up about 3/4 of the population, though with an influential Christian minority. Religious tolerance in the West African nation is very high and is generally considered a norm and part of Sierra Leone's cultural identity. If you want to know more about this fascinating country, subscribe to the channel and come with me as we explore Sierra Leone together. 1. Sierra Leone has a rich and complex history that spans thousands of years. The territory of present-day Sierra Leone was inhabited by various ethnic groups, including the Temi and the Mendi, long before the arrival of Europeans in the late 15th century. The Portuguese were the first Europeans to arrive in Sierra Leone in the late 15th century, followed by the English, who established a colony on the coast in the late 18th century. The colony became a British protectorate in 1896, and in 1961, Sierra Leone gained independence from Britain. Sierra Leone has faced significant challenges in the post-independence era, including political instability, economic hardship, and a brutal civil war that lasted from 1991 to 2002. The war, which was fought between various rebel groups and government forces, resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people and caused widespread displacement and destruction. In recent years, Sierra Leone has made significant progress in rebuilding and developing the country, with a growing economy, improving infrastructure, and a commitment to democracy and good governance. However, the country still faces significant challenges, including poverty, corruption, and environmental degradation. 2. Freetown is the capital and largest city of Sierra Leone, located on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. The city has a population of around 1 million people and is the economic, cultural, and political center of the country. Freetown was founded in 1787 by British abolitionists as a settlement for freed slaves, and it became the capital of the British colony of Sierra Leone in 1808. The city has a rich cultural heritage with a mix of African, European, and American influences. One of the most iconic landmarks in Freetown is the cotton tree, a massive tree located in the city center that has been a symbol of the city's resilience and strength for centuries. The city is also known for its beautiful beaches, including Lonely Beach and Toka Beach, as well as its vibrant music and dance scene. Freetown has faced significant challenges in recent years, including a devastating mudslide in 2017 that killed hundreds of people and caused widespread destruction. However, the city has also made significant progress in rebuilding and developing, with new infrastructure, businesses, and cultural initiatives. Today, Freetown is a dynamic and diverse city that is home to people from all over Sierra Leone and beyond. 3. Sierra Leone is a resource-rich country with a diverse economy that includes agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and services. However, the country still faces significant economic challenges, including poverty, unemployment, and a lack of basic infrastructure. As of 2023, the nominal GDP of Sierra Leone is $4.1 billion, while the GDP per capita is $494. Agriculture is one of the most important sectors of the Sierra Leonean economy, employing around 2/3 of the country's workforce. The country produces a variety of crops, including cocoa, coffee, palm oil, and rice, and is also a significant producer of diamonds and other minerals. Mining is another important sector of the Sierra Leonean economy, with the country being one of the largest producers of diamonds in the world. The country also has significant deposits of iron ore, bauxite, and gold. Manufacturing is a relatively small sector of the Sierra Leonean economy, but it is growing rapidly, particularly in the areas of food processing and textiles. Services, including banking and finance, telecommunications, and tourism, are also growing in importance. Sierra Leone has made significant progress in recent years in attracting foreign investment and promoting economic growth, but the country still faces significant challenges, including corruption, poor infrastructure, and a lack of skilled labor. The government of Sierra Leone, along with international partners, is working to address these challenges and promote sustainable economic development that benefits all Sierra Leoneans. 4. Marriage customs in Sierra Leone vary depending on the ethnic group and religion of the individuals involved. However, traditional customs and practices still play an important role in many marriages. In many ethnic groups, marriages are arranged by families, with the parents of the groom approaching the parents of the bride to arrange the marriage. However, this practice is becoming less common, and many couples now choose to marry based on mutual love and attraction. Weddings in Sierra Leone are often elaborate and colorful affairs, with a range of traditional customs and ceremonies. The bride and groom often wear traditional clothing, and there is typically a large feast and celebration following the ceremony. In many ethnic groups, the payment of a bride price is a customary practice, where the groom's family pays a sum of money or other gifts to the bride's family as a way of demonstrating their commitment to the marriage. Polygamy is also a common practice in many ethnic groups in Sierra Leone, although it is becoming less common in urban areas. Overall, marriage customs in Sierra Leone are diverse and reflect the country's rich cultural heritage. While traditional practices are still important, many couples are also choosing to incorporate modern elements into their weddings, creating a unique and personalized experience. 5. The education system in Sierra Leone is divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Primary education is free and compulsory for children between the ages of 6 and 14, and the government has made significant efforts to increase enrollment and improve the quality of education in primary schools. However, many children still do not have access to education, particularly in rural areas. Secondary education is also available in Sierra Leone, but it is not free and is often prohibitively expensive for many families. The government is working to increase access to secondary education and improve the quality of teaching and learning in secondary schools. Tertiary education is available in Sierra Leone, with a number of universities and other institutions of higher education operating in the country. However, access to tertiary education is limited, and many students face significant financial and other barriers to enrollment. Education in Sierra Leone faces significant challenges, including inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, and a lack of trained teachers. The government of Sierra Leone, along with international partners, is working to address these challenges and improve access to quality education for all Sierra Leoneans. 6. Sierra Leone is a country with a rich culture and natural beauty, and there are many tourist attractions that showcase the country's unique heritage and environment. One of the most popular tourist attractions in Sierra Leone is the Tacugama Chimpanzee Sanctuary, which is home to over 80 chimpanzees that have been rescued from the illegal wildlife trade. The sanctuary offers visitors the opportunity to learn about these amazing animals and their conservation. Another popular attraction is the Outamba Kalibi National Park, which is home to a variety of wildlife, including elephants, hippos, and chimpanzees. The park also offers visitors the opportunity to see traditional villages and learn about the local culture. For those interested